who is just joining for the final, but I hope you've been enjoying the day. We've been casting with Lemon for a couple of hours now, and this is the end, the big one. So Precision Strike is the choice, and Myamon opts for Archgriffin. Kinda surprising.
Red coin. So that's I think our first sort of Northern Realms red coin we're seeing today.
Yeah. There is problem with connection that is bothering me. Players lost connection.
Me too.
So yeah, it's the connection been bothering you all day.
Yeah, but this time it's not on my end for once. But I'd much rather it was on my end, so then the players can just play cleanly. Not a bad starting hand here for Nequiz. Has the Iris's companions along with the Iris, which is pretty perfect. Both the Bronze Thinners has one copy in hand.
Both players managed to find the Iris cards.
Yeah, both of them. Master Mulligan does get a Sentinel for Nequiz, so probably gonna chuck that back in deck with the Cursed Scroll.
One less problem for your Mulligans, so why not?
Yeah.
Okay, so the Temple time.
Defender could be decent. Can protect against the go of Rivia potentially. War Elephant, I guess, is fine.
Imagine if Myamon was like, and now I'll play it like military deck, but sadly no Witchers, Witcher Mentors synergizing with, well, they synergize with the Big Chicken Archgriffin, but not really, so...
And there is the Chaos Siren if you want to shuffle them a little late, maybe an extra time. Yeah. But yeah, there's the one
he actually took them immediately because other cards were not his liking, but
I think it could have taken another War Elephant, but one War Elephant is probably enough.
But yeah, I wasn't expecting that pickup, but sure, it works.
So finds the Kyrenex, completes the Unicorn Kyrenex combo. Actually, Oh, sorry, that was drawn with the Iris. It discards the Irises from Everick there. Would rather have that go through, I guess, before the Cursed Scroll. Does need a Dwarf on board for this Volunteers to be useful. That likely comes through with the Skirmisher, but would require a unit on Myamon's board to really have something to skirmish against in the first place.
The connection lost is a bit concerning here. Hopefully we don't have to do the restarts, resets and all that, but we'll see.
Temple on Melitele?
I was joking when I was suggesting to play it as military deck, okay?
Kungfu, I thought you were casting this, not playing on Myamon's account.
What is even the justification for that?
I don't know what the plan is. I mean, okay, you can get 4 leaders, you can get like the Mentor from KSR and maybe
but you kind of need your
lucky.
leaders for potentially grabbing Erland, grabbing something else.
Slow, ain't ya?
Yep, so that Redanian agent just got banished to the Shadow Realm. But maybe this Redanian agent will have a bit of a nicer time. Might still just get cleaned up with a skirmisher and possibly a leader if Nequiz really wants to kill it.
He might be a little bit confused about queuing into the military list out of the blue. So, but no, decides to answer the Archgriffin card.
I think Myamon might have Melitele on the brain after taking Melitele to so many qualifiers and tourneys last year. Not used to just playing more for standard pincer maneuver temple deck. So there is the Cursed Scroll, draws the Geralt of Rivia, puts the Broccolon Sentinel back into the deck. His companions finds the Old God for Myamon, quite a nice tutor because the Old God is neutral, not able to find that with the leader. And yeah, it gets their deck boosting through as well.
Can dwarves fight?
Both survived, so the thinning is being done, and there goes the extra point that you are getting. So some people don't like Iris's companion because you are not actually thinning to 0, but you kind of do slowly draw your cards and play your cards out. So it's a cheap package to run. It also helps with the draws. Sometimes it backfires, but mostly it's
Yeah.
net positive effect.
And like here, like with the, it has pretty nice synergy with stuff like the Volunteers, the Unfreeze Gang, the Unicorn Kyrenex combo, as that helps you cycle through your deck as well. Also Sentinels with the leader, that also makes a lot of sense. Yeah. A lot of those little synergies, which just makes it just that little bit more reasonable to include in this kind of deck. This is quite a big point gap, 25 points. With the kind of temple choices Myamon has taken, doesn't seem easy to catch up. Does take the pass, and I suppose Nequiz will as well. So now has the opportunity to bleed with the Renfree's gang, potentially Unicorn Kyrenex, maybe even just go hard with the Renfree.
Yeah, he knows that Defender is there, being a nuisance, so might try to get that out if Myamon is forced and reads the lines correctly. But by the looks of it, this Archgriffin might be not the shiny tool that Myamon plays with at all. It's at 6 power, it's still in hand.
Yeah, I don't know if this is really an Arch Griffin, maybe more of an Archaic Griffin, with how little support it's getting. Just left in the ancient times.
So do we see the leader thing in here? Could have been a unicorn.
Yeah, could have been, but leader does help you with the thinning.
Ah yeah,
to
you also
ensure
risk breaking. True.
And also this just helps with the tempo pass quite a bit. I mean, you could even follow this with the Unicorn Kyrenex and really say, you know, catch up to me right now.
So the...
if they're gonna...
Sorry, go.
You go.
No.
I was gonna say, if they slow play with the Old God, like, that's not helping here.
Yeah. Berserkers are not amazing, but even they provide more value overall. So
yeah,
super slow. So let's see. The defender is getting buffed. Erland is getting potentially out of the Pyrotechnician random click range.
Ooh, slight punish there, not clicking the skirmisher.
Sharpen the bolt, boys.
So Nequiz not in rush to establish their Renfree carryover. Might have been, he still plays into this round, so might have been rewarded with buff by the adjacent units passive, but decides not to go for that only now.
Okay, so spawn a base copy, destroy 8 or less power. Boost by 2 plus the target's base power. Not amazing pools in all honesty here.
Yeah.
Goes for the boost. You have kindness here. Play the lowest provision from deck. Could be just a squirrel. So yeah, it does go for the kindness.
So yeah, that probably might have been an earlier Renfree. I don't think much changes unless Myamon tempos, but honestly I don't see the Archgriffin turn military deck tempo in ahead.
Okay, so yeah, now it's like Myamon is actually playing for the Archgriffin value. Probably gonna need the War Elephant to catch up as well. Garrett was mulliganed here for Nequiz, I think. I think the Garrett was in hand before.
Yeah.
Just thinking it might not gain a viable target here on the bleed. Ping on the student is quite nice because that opens up a nice Kyrenex play.
True. So there is still Zoltan in deck and Oak. Zoltan is of course infused as well, so a short round should be fine for Nequiz. Especially if the last card you get is Geralt and your opponent somehow gives you the Archgriffin still, although this Archgriffin is small. The Ranger buff is basically gone now to another target. Not a standard round from Archgriffin deck that we witnessed in the tournaments in past 2 months.
Yeah, it's just been... at this point in the game, the Archgriffin hasn't received a single boost. That is extremely non-standard. What is standard is the Unicorn Karnix playing for crazy amount of points. I think it was kind of greedy for me keeping that student after it got pinged. At 3 power, it's just too vulnerable to the Zoltan or Unicorn Karnix. Maybe was expected not to be the perfect hand remaining for Nequiz, not expecting it to have been held on that long. But now you're down.
Yeah, I think you have to Erland, nothing else catches you up.
A witcher with no honor is no brother of mine.
And then you are left for round 3 with nothing, honestly. Okay, you get the War Elephant, but there is a Geralt meeting, yeah.
There's Defender, but I guess Defender dies to the Geralt as well, but then the War Elephant would stay.
Okay, yeah, true. Okay, so if your hand is Defender or Elephant, Priestess has 5 charges, and you can...
The military.
So you can go and not click is what we are witnessing here. So 22.
You draw the military.
Okay, so we are preserving the extra points. That's creative.
Yeah. Actually, yeah, you're only left with 1 card. So you could only sort of save the boost on 1 thing in deck. Makes sense for it to be the Dijkstra. And
Defender now doesn't die to Geralt, and I don't think... The
problem is the Dijkstra order could be a little awkward to even get through. You'd require maybe the Offering to get a kill. But I mean, there's no way the Dijkstra... Actually, no, Dijkstra lives if you use the leader to find the Defender. And it's actually good you stole the boost on the Defender, because, you know, now he can't really get burnt through.
So, in fact, yeah, that game took this game took a turn.
Yeah, that Defender will entirely shut down the Zoltan Warrior. I don't think the Urk and the Pyrotechnician will be enough to punch through. And then there'll be the huge Sigismund Dijkstra, which, sure, the order is useless because nothing in deck is boosted. There's no real way to get the boosts, but I mean, a 22-point play is good. Still might fall short on the points, however, because the Curse of Gluttony plays for quite a lot on the Urk. That's a 12-point leader with that Urk.
So that might be the problem in the end. Also, not starting with Defender makes potentially, as you mentioned, the orders problematic. If you wanted the Traveling Priestess as well, she'll need a turn to become active. So this should be Defender coming from the pincer maneuver. Fortune Teller probably foreseen this circumstance of not being featured in the match.
This is a terrible Zoltan.
At least
Playing
he comes
for-
with the Eudora, so...
Yeah, at least. But
It all starts with
for
a
13 provisions, it's not what you want.
Oh wait, there are no
Pyrotechnic.
no boosted units in the deck, right? So I didn't catch that when you mentioned. So points are nice, 22, but Oak is playing for full
More
boost
than enough,
value,
I
and then leader as well.
And Pyrotechnician can add up to 4 points, depending on what it hits. It's actually, yeah, not particularly close in the end.
Yeah, interesting strategy. And talking about the pre-strike deck, not thinning, not actually true. Thins exactly to draw and see everything. So you can see that Iris value being in fact. And into game number 2 we go, and Myamon takes Syndicate on blue against the Warriors that you predicted while we were discussing to be, once again a red coin deck. So Myamon mod against the Flying Redanian. Has bronzes to play, so that's pretty nice. Nequiz, one Warlord in hand, Wabjorn into Blood Eagle into another one is a possibility. Proactivity wise, yeah, the Warlords help a lot for the Warriors. I remember times that when they were not a thing, and you'd have to Warlord. Not Warlord, to play something, and that might have been just the Invader.
Yeah, I remember when Warriors actually played Warriors, not Raids. Those were the days.
Okay, so the Blood Eagle, you probably should know the lines by now, chat. You can expect that.
Yeah, play
Every
the
time.
Valpion, play the Blood Eagle, play the Highland Warlord number 2. And as soon as a Warlord dies, play your Phrase Blessing for yet another Warlord. Because you want to maximize the damage on your raids, so you can kill anything you want.
Yeah, it took a while to catch up. I think the Freya addition to the deck, first people were just playing with 2, but ain't just
Yeah,
additional
they were
boost.
running like originally Heralds and or Fukusha. But I mean, Phrase Blessing is basically a Herald without the body, but just 10 times cheaper, basically. If you're working in the nullified provision system, of course.
And I suppose the armor became more and more prevalent with Scoia'tael opting for the armor approach with guerrilla tactics, so Mahakam Forge and Seamless into armories.
Yeah. So the thing with Warriors though is they don't like opponents that go super wide like what Myamon is doing right now. Because their raids are really good at killing one sort of small to medium sized thing. It's not great at killing lots of different small things. The Rockvale Warrior helps kind of alleviate that weakness, spreading its damage across multiple units, and allowing the Warriors to stay slightly in the lead right now. But there is an absolute treasure hoard for Myamon in the coin bank right now, and as soon as that is spent, you'll see the point gap swing the other way.
So yeah, gets to the open sesame range, spends, and do we see another? Yeah. So you don't want them cashing in immediate simultaneously, so staggers them by 1.
Yeah, this game may be pay to win, but you need to be smart with the way that you pay to win. So, Rock Warrior number 2. But opts to actually kill the Benacle Brawler because it kills the more consistent spender, which could force a second spender, or instead just a Salamander Mage. Interesting.
Yeah, activates the Phrase Blessing.
Yeah, and first tribute as well. King of Beggars starting to tick down. If you do play the 4-point Warlord here, you'd be down by 8 points.
Serve her who is
But
earth and mother
your
and throne.
War of Clans is active, yeah?
War Clans would be enough, I think, yeah, with the Brothel Warrior. Also, your own Great War Crier is ticking as well. So that helps a little bit in keeping ahead. That point Invader would be enough.
So Myamon has 2 cards he can drop.
Yeah, 2 quite cheap units.
Same for Nequiz, and I guess if necessary you're throwing the King Bran away. But it kind of depends on how much Myamon spends. Instead, Myamon decides to just leave the round, and that engine value is clutch here, allowing Nequiz to keep the raid card in hand and just develop the graveyard even further.
Yeah, exactly. Getting the invading graveyard is really nice. You can either have the more point slamming option with War Clans, or sort of have the tier even online now in its second phase, since you did win round 1. Which I think is a bit of an anomaly. We didn't see Warriors winning many round 1 so far today. Half-Ru is not really what you want to be drawing. It is a proactive play, I guess, but can kind of limit your serve value.
And not taking it into a long round here. You kind of want the defender out. You are scared that you are not getting through it if it's protected by the Conjurer's Candle. No artifacts for Myamon here. Must be quite sad. Not being able to play for the round, plus play for the carryover.
I think you need to keep this Horson Jr. to answer the tier at 9 power. Which means that if you want to deal with this longship, you're going to have to maybe get something from your blind eye. Oh, sorry, not a blind eye anymore. Your shady vendor. Gosh. Actually, just, yeah, with no artifacts decides the right course of play is the Azar Javed. Not easy for Nequiz to get through in 1 turn unless they commit the location ping. And probably just trying to stay ahead now each turn. Just keep the lead tempo-wise.
Okay, so we have the tier out. As you pointed out, it's exactly at 9 power, so Junior is Syndicate's preferred answer to it. And now there are no defenders. You still cannot go like super well for this round. It's not under discussion, but a Chironte cannot be buffed out of removal range because you're risking Champion's Charge later on. But at the moment, Myamon's problem is how does he survive round 2?
How about this one?
And now how to get full Acherontia value. Nice
Pretty
Junior
good roll
here.
there. Yeah, combining with the Junior to collect on the bounty. Gives a way to finish the ship. That's the big unit coming down from Nequiz, the 14-point Invader. That's the value of tier. Sort of being completed here. And not easy to catch up in 1 here for Myamon. Could do it if you just chuck the Oxenfurt Guard down and use a leader charge. But then you kind of getting into a bit of an iffy situation on you waiting too long on your Acherontia, which could result in you getting too old rather than maintaining that for the round 3.
Okay, so instead we see Jack coming in with a couple of friends and a supervisor on the range room as well. No religion should go unsupervised from the commercial angle as well, so King of Beggars is there to look at how they spend their coins.
Yeah, I'm sure King of Beggars has eyes and ears all throughout Novigrad, especially on all the fire swarms as well. But those eyes and ears not able to provide warning of the oncoming War of Clans. One of the Flaming Rose footmen dies to that, and some of the others might get a little bit wounded by the Rockfall Warrior.
Yeah, so Jacques is dying here as well, most likely, and yeah, that's his fate, which means that you cannot spend beyond 3 coins here without committing another spender, but the next spender is safe.
Yeah.
And then you can get out of the round with leader, Oxenfurgard, and what's the situation? 2 open sesame and 3 counter open sesame. And if your opponent goes for leader, so I guess you have the safe space to play a Carontia.
Yeah. A single leader would be enough. Oh, actually not enough here to get ahead. It would have been with the Oxenfurt Guard, but then you would have triggered your first open sesame there. Instead, I would think you spend to get ahead.
Apparently not.
Or you just value the leaders enough that you don't.
So spent exactly for the Acherontia, not exactly, but close to Acherontia being perfect, and offers a pass to Nequiz.
This is the first pass Nequiz has gotten in this round, really, right?
Might be, yeah, because the last time there was a gap, Myamon decided to drop the Jack. Yeah, we go all in though, so Acherontia will be necessary.
Doesn't need to commit the leader, just the
Okay, so
additional
this-
bloodthirst. This is quite nice. Can force out the win con while keeping the leader advantage. Okay, decides to toss it anyways.
Wait.
Sure.
Did he? Yeah, there was no siren, so just sequencing it a bit differently. So
Yeah, except-
30 something points, 33 is what you need. You can spend a lot and gain a lot, so Myamon is doing the quick math, but I wouldn't believe double sesame amasses to necessary points without the Acherontia, yeah.
Lay down your ass! You have no chance!
Yeah, so decides to play the Oxenfurt Guard first as a more efficient spender. Might be able to save some more coinage for the next round by playing like this. Not enough points for the tribute on the Salamage, but
Okay.
does get through with the Oxenfurt Guard spend, maintains
So
quite a bit of the
both-
leader.
Both sesame's gone, but yeah, you maintain the leaders. Skellige now has Fukusha to find. You still have artifacts.
Not amazing in this short run necessarily. Like, there's not really great value gold street play. Maybe, I guess, the Vabjorn.
Vabjorn into War of Clans, or this Primal Savagery could have
Or
been.
just a Champion's Charge, I guess.
The players struggling, no candle.
Your skull will make a fine
Oi,
time.
oi, oi. But you can play 2 units here and hope that one of them survives. You get another one from
Flaming
your
rose.
Novigrad. And ship as well. Okay, there is a ship as well. And it goes into the correct row, but that's not really important because your Novigrad
You're gonna
unit...
need
Count of
something
three.
from the Novigrad to help you with your coin parity here. Okay, Treasure Huntress is perfect with the Profit 3.
Yeah.
Yep. So you're an even coinage. That's perfect spending for this.
And more and more spending. War of Clans is leading to destruction, but yeah.
Wait, did the Fukusha get mulligan?
I don't think he drew Fukusha.
Oh, okay,
He
never
didn't
mind.
find it.
Okay.
Okay, so Myamon takes it here with that bleed that Nequiz was working on. He was forced to open all the sesames, but he had a better top decks, and I don't think Fukusha would be winning there as well. Wait, what's the score? 1-1, right?
Yes.
Yeah. But into game number 3 we go, and Skellige against Skellige. We've seen something similar today in Nequiz versus Sanvanter. Both decks are playing, Onslaught decks were playing Compass, so this is, and Sanvanter was as well. But it's slightly differently built. We see double Aberdash. We are not buffing Aberdash in this deck, so it is dealing 2 damage. At Bloodthirst 2 it also plays a Pirate and draws a card.
Yep. Also actually helps develop its own Bloodthirst, unlike a release. It's a lot more viable with that in mind. 1 boat turns into no boats, but there is still a couple of funeral boats in Myamon's hand here. I mean, 2 funeral boats, 2 seagulls. That's pretty damn good, isn't it?
Yeah.
And with only 1 warlord played so far, this does put a lot of pressure on Nequiz to kill these funeral boats straight away, since the primal savageries aren't dealing with 4 damage yet. I think that's part of the reason why Myamon is actually developing them now rather than later.
Okay, so those are the units for seagulls to hit. We also see nice discard into play the discarded thing immediately.
Yeah.
It's a cute combo with the Mask of Ouroboros that you can pull off with Hjalmar as well, and Greatsword, for example. People been doing that, but here a small Broker Warrior suffices. So okay, Bloodthirst finally achieved, but no ships. So
Yeah.
playing a pirate means playing another seagull, but probably you are not risking it with the Moon Pirate discarding your soul, for example.
You could use Abordage and play a seagull. Or just keep the Abordages, but I'm not sure how many pirates you really have remaining in deck, and it can be awkward having 2 Abordages in hand because you need to develop your Bloodthirst. Yeah, I don't know. I just risk the pirate, honestly.
Give us all you got!
Not bad.
That was your extra thinning if necessary.
Yeah. Yeah, and it is kind of fitting that the Demon Pirate discarded the other Demon Pirate.
I guess they were brawling, so makes total sense. They are not as friendly as the Demon Smugglers, though. Demon Smugglers are just giving birth to another Demon Smuggler. The Demon Pirates are just discarding one another.
Yeah. I'd say they're more like just smuggling in a secondary batch of smugglers.
Yeah, whatever
Okay,
picture
so
you need to paint in your mind.
Yeah, so Myamon's saying, I don't really need the scroll here to get rid of the Warlord right now. It's a little bit slow for my taste. Let's just develop here on Kaduk. Surprised we see it now and not played later for a Bear Witcher.
You are always happy if your opponent starts your engine for you. No need to set up Bloodthirst, but it was a bait after all. The Bjorn is coming in and disposing of that engine. And a bunch of pirate seagulls. That's 4 ears there, so that's probably at least 2 pirates without ears.
Yeah. Yeah, kind of gruesome. But this spiritual adept is just slowly healing itself over time. And there's still only been one warlord played so far. So yeah, this primal savagery is only doing 3 damage. Not that scary. Now it's at 4 damage, but yeah, this adept is already safe and out of the way of the savagery. Here comes yet another boat.
Can this boat survive and actually provide the demon smugglers with something to do? As they need a company, you cannot just smuggle things over the ocean on your own back. You need a ship for that. By the looks of it, the ship will be dead after the Brockvar warrior comes for it.
Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like it's not going to survive its maiden voyage. It runs afoul of the Brockvar warrior. Bit of clan on clan bloodshed.
Was there?
So this team.
What power was this ship? Was it 1 or 2?
You mean when the Brockvar warrior was played?
Yeah, when the Blood Eagle was played on it, and yeah. Okay, so
it went to 1 power straight away.
So who could have hit the adept doesn't matter much, but I was just curious. No. Okay, it doesn't matter anyway, but it could have been healed immediately. So we have tier here. Bloodthirst is 2, so you'd need a leader charge to champions charge it, but you probably... I'm not sure how else
how does this deck even bring things back for the tier? Like, it doesn't unless it gets something from Compass, but...
Okay, true.
Like, as it stands, its tier isn't doing anything, so...
Okay, yeah. Compass is not active. So no
recognizes
reason.
they don't need to overcommit there. And just slow play with... It shouldn't even, I guess... what else do you war clans apart from the tier? You don't really want to hit the adept because it's going to auto heal. So you just hit the tier despite it being adjacent to the Hyun Pedok healing.
So yeah, basically something like this, why I was asking about the ship power. The Brockvar, yeah, couldn't be used on the damaged unit already, so it wasn't an issue. We see as a seagull pirate, but now we also get the squirrel trying to be a pirate, getting back into the hand.
Yeah. Promise Scrolls, it's just a bit of a slow play. And especially as we get towards the tail end of this round, the tempo is going to matter just more and more. Because last say, I'd say, is nice. Oh, sorry, no, Seagull. The tier gets value on the Seagull. 1 extra point.
Yeah, I see. Insane value. There you have it. The reason to play tier in your pirates. If 18-point Demon Pirate wasn't enough for you, think of all the seagulls you can try to bring back slowly throughout the round. Problem is they kind of tend to jump out and go
Yeah. Tier not very good at herding that flock. Is it no? Birds don't have flocks, do they? Flock of seagulls? I don't know.
There is a...
What I do know
there is a band like this, right?
You kind of need to catch up here for Nequiz. This Uncrate Warrior is a little slow, at least it does get the bleeding to start ticking.
Squirrel actually.
That does Myamon to play the squirrel, I believe, onto the Blood Eagle.
Yeah,
which
so
is
that's important.
Yeah. Yeah, her Nequiz could just miss the tier now on roughly 50-50 in the draws. Yeah, with no tutor.
Do we trade Bjorn as well? Bjorn is not amazing.
I
Can get Fuku. Well, you don't know what you are getting, but you're looking at the hands. It's probably
do you reckon
forced-
you could just commit the Bjorn, click the Hyun Kaduk? So I'm not sure how good the Hyun Kaduk will be next round.
Yeah.
Regardless.
Okay. Let's throw a pass instead.
So
Wait, it still forces the Fuku, right?
yeah, Champ's charge isn't enough. At most, it can deal 7 damage because there's only a 7-point unit. With 1 bleed, that's only 8 points. That doesn't even tie.
Mhm,
So yeah, it's gonna be Fukusha or some kind of leader serve commitment. Fukusha only has a warlord as a target, so that's only 9, 11.
Yeah.
I mean, it'll be enough.
Instead, we do see Nequiz playing Soulful Bloodthirst 4.
Okay. So values the Fukusha along with the tier a little more. I guess maybe the reason you don't commit the Bjorn is that is kind of your answer for tier right now. I think that's why it was held on
6.
to.
Yeah, that's actually combining for. You need throw against warriors, always have 9 damage or hard removal.
Yeah, or a lock.
Ah, yeah, that's much simpler.
Yes. But yeah, there's no Jenge threat or derogatory shown up in these pirates. Pirates decided not to trust the mages or the bounty hunters. But a pretty sweet hand there for Myamon. Only missing the Terror of the Seas, but without the developed armor, it's not really such a great Terror of the Seas time.
So Blood Eagle was not that important in the end. Well, it would have been extra points, but the golds have been found on both sides for the most part. So we can witness character roll there, and then Myamon sees character roll there on other side. Ah, okay. A bit
Yes,
surprising.
actually, yeah, with the
cons-
you can kill the tier anyways. With oh no, sorry,
you cannot. You need to play it to kill it. So that's rather. That's rather
to me, the
surprising.
artifacts just look like white background and like whitey blue background and similar coloring, so I confuse them way too much, way more than I should. See, I don't know how you deal with the tier. This Fukusha looks like it's going to go through pretty freely. Unless Compass does something.
But do you go for Babjorn? Do you? Yeah, Champion's Charge. If you do go for the Babjorn, then the tier doesn't really matter. 2 extra points only.
That actually, yeah, that is true.
So it depends on your choice, but your warlord plays for 12, so you'd need to count precisely what do you want here.
I'm not sure. But the Champ's Charge I don't think is even going to be good, because Sov can be played with the immunity here. You don't even need a leader for it.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, sorry, there's not even a Patch Title Fury leader. It's Pirates. So you just last play your Demon Pirate. So yeah, it is a 6-point boost coming through. I'm a bit surprised the Bjorn was used on the ship and not the tier. Or at least not just leading with the Chaos Troll. That just feels strange to me.
Yeah.
So fair.
Yeah, you are not Patricidal Fury, a bit harder to set up the Bloodthirst, but you have good old crafting. You just go, "Uah." Some time ago we could have done it every 2 turns. Nowadays only 2 times, but that will do.
My scar? Only want to walk away from this.
Okay, you just tier for Turgby. Sorry, magic combos for Turgby here. That seems pretty sweet to me.
Yeah, you know that there is no purify. What does it mean for card roll?
I mean,
You
maybe
are
they
getting
can
plus
use
extra point.
rolled on it, but
Chat should be spamming can be of course, but sadly,
it's not. It can be time.
yeah.
Fortunately, it looks like it's not gonna be. Instead, it will be. That's even better, man.
Yeah. Okay, we do get a him here and didn't read the manuscript, but that was a plan
That's
for
even better.
Pirates against Warriors like 6, 8, 10, I don't know how many months ago. It was used occasionally, so we are back to that. Okay.
It's a 1 point win.
1 point win, yeah.
Olga Blackhand's taken on new
It should be in this
Wow. That's insane.
Yeah. Myamon remembered when to play the him. Been a while since I've seen that play, but still, just making the champions and causing the losses.
So, here we go. Warriors, yet again, on the red coin, up against the Northern Realms. Offerings are kind of nice against the Warlords round 1, but they can become quite awkward as we go into like a round 2, round 3, when 4 power units become less common for the Warriors deck.
Yeah. Okay, so this Redanian agent hopes to live a longer life than many of them, dying immediately. So might start buffing things in the deck.
Yeah, so playing around the offering there with the early leader for Nequiz. Probably wants to take this round quite aggressively. I don't think you want to let the Archgriffin have their way with things. But then again, when the opponent is pushing to an uneven, that can be when the Archgriffin is strongest. Because you love slamming it in a round 2, sort of after the opponent passed. It's just your huge catch-up mechanism. Kimbolt is interesting.
Kimbolt is... I'm not sure how... Double Kimbolt is probably not it. Oh, no. But other cards.
No.
Look at the other cards. Like, what are they...
Good guess.
Okay, Palibor is actually broken. If you Kair Seren for Ranger and buff it and then snipe something.
Yeah.
Double Kimbolt
But,
it
like,
is. Okay.
Why take Falibor when you can take Melitele?
Yeah. Okay. Back at it. We are. Maybe it's a new bug. You play Temple of Military. It auto picks Military. We never know. So
Maybe.
do you reckon we'll see offering
We'll
taken?
see Temple first to maximize the order, but I think offering would be expected here.
Okay, we're not picking Military from the Temple. That's nice.
That makes sense.
Yeah,
Puts
I was.
the vial back, opts to keep both the squirrels, which you do have the squirrels here, so if the phrase blessing isn't used immediately, you can banish that warlord. I assume the squirrel is kind of digging through the grave of the warlord and just scattering the bones so it can't be resurrected. Kind of grim.
That's Gwent though. Not ideal target picked by the Brockwar warrior here. Brings it down,
yeah.
but cannot chain damage.
And with one warlord played, it's not even really killable by a gun slash yet.
Well, one leader charge out. Why not commit another one? DJ is already at 12 and keeps growing.
So pulls the All God because that is the neutral card which your leader cannot find. Now the Brockwar Warrior is a little bit better and this Great Sword is almost fully healed up.
He goes for the combo. There we go. the first one crawls, so that the second one can just chain damage. So Myamon picked Olgot, meaning that the plan is to create more carryover, but he's falling behind on points at the moment. So
yeah. But like that's like as long as you can catch up with the Archgriffin in the round 2 after the opponent passes, like without committing the island, you're completely fine in this game, I think.
I kinda didn't pay enough attention to the character. They're being on board already. Anything that was necessary to set up immediately to like have an answer?
I think so. I think it's just to have it available. Didn't have many other great proactive plays.
Okay. Because I'm looking at the deck and doesn't really have. Okay, if you are afraid of the Aretusa student growing, yes, that's nice, but shouldn't be your main concern early into the round, and you can probably kill it by other means later. So how big is the DJ? 22 points. We've seen 22 points Sigmund already before.
Yeah, and Nequiz's entire board right now is 22 points. Okay. Yeah, so it looks like the line for Nequiz is going all in on the bleed here. That's why the KO Troll was played early, to have that ready to go in the round 2. And then the tier is also used for the resilience. Yes, that is 9 points of carryover. How will Myamon help
Off the tree you
against
go,
that?
lad. Quick now. Retrieve my bolt.
Who's the military?
No, there she goes. So your catch-up mechanic is literally DJ. Yeah, that's a lot of value Myamon is getting here, continuing to play, but now it stops.
Yeah, this is, I think, red coin abuse. It's like maximum. At least Nequiz is able to establish the resilience a little bit themselves. But yeah, definitely I think needs to draw the Sove to have a good bleed here. Otherwise, I mean, okay, you do have the K-Tron tier, but otherwise what you're actually playing isn't gonna help you that much.
Yeah, okay, the draws are coming in hot.
Also limited Bloodthirst, because one leader was already used turn 1 to play around the offering.
So
Isle can also help just playing on interactive, so we see that being kept, helps with the Archgriffin as well. No tier, it's just
that's a bleed with cheap cards. The problem is something like Archgriffin being played after you pass.
Resist the Jarl's will, and that's how we'll end you.
Even an argument to just discard here, I don't think it's quite right, but I mean it would not be correct if there is a tier, but I mean it's also even not that necessarily that bad to play the Cursed Knight. I don't know.
So 7. You can set up Savagery. You can set up with the Invader on the Cursed Knight. So yeah, I can see that. Okay, instead we do get an Erland. Might be in the lines with what Myamon was trying to do last time.
Actually, it doesn't even need to click the Erland here, I think. The Archgriffin is gonna be enough.
We have the while and gets to play more carryover. Do you even stack more carryover on the DJ?
Not anymore,
No
I
reason.
think. Just get a
Champion's charge as a thing, so yeah.
But yeah, you just want to spread it, have tall Archgriffin, have a tall DJ. Even, this is actually where the Kimbolts can be really important if you're able to...
If you are able to get it going, yeah, but let's see.
I mean, even if they just take one turn, you have two of them. Like, the multiple threats at once, if you can get like multiple units up to kind of 8 power with orders to play.
One is there. Also rooting for Nequiz to actually find his deck, but that's the power of Squirrel. Okay.
It's not even easy to bolt in one turn here for Nequiz.
So the student is probably not leaving.
Not test my patience.
A beautiful pair of legs here.
There are no 13 powered units. Unfortunate.
See, I don't think you even play the King Bolt here. You just go Ansace, Sigismund, Archgriffin. Yeah.
So 22 points is dying to Champions Charge. There is still Nequiz's points coming from the leader, but other things are a bit more problematic. Although Primal Savagery gets the target in Volunteer if necessary, if you cannot achieve
That
anything
is
else.
true. Sigismund.
Okay, so he was a champion, but he charged into Big Sigismund and both of them are gone. No more champion of champions there, but also he took out a big DJ.
Yeah, I think that the champion definitely did its job with that charge. But yeah, no serve is quite sad for Nequiz. Granted, I'm not entirely sure it would have been easy to actually finish up like the serve. This is the value of the Archgriffin. You saw it being played in the previous round to maintain the Erland carryover. And it actually did keep its carryover itself as well after being played, combining quite nicely with that Vial of Forbidden Knowledge. Because maybe it has been Forbidden Knowledge how to use the Archgriffin so efficiently.
Come forth, coward, and your own doom confront!
Okay, so on says, and 21-point finisher. Archgriffin deck finishing with Archgriffin is poetic. We have an improved Primal Savagery target. We have 11-point King Bran and 10-point Savagery. That's not coming in hot to overcome the 38 Myamon put out. So the blue wins the game. And what do we have here? Is this it? Lemon, what do we have here?
I think this is it. I think Myamon has done it. I think that Myamon has won the first Community Gwent Open of 2024.
Congratulations, that was nicely done by him with a couple of decks. Once again, Imagawa tried to qualify with those decks. Myamon, I think, was playing more meta when qualifying for the Open, but now Myamon decided to take those kinds of decks to the tournament, to the big one.
Yeah, with their own tweaks as well. Like, I don't think...
Yeah, it's not...
At least the Archgriffin one was, I think, quite different to what Imagawa was running. But yeah, very well played with Myamon. A clean 3-0 against Lerio, and then a 3-1 victory here against Nequiz in the finals. Absolutely shutting out these warriors. I think, Nequiz might be having some regrets on that choice of Skellige list.
I'd say we had... nice start to Community Masters, like those bigger tournaments. So qualifiers worked out quite nicely, were reasonably popular on Twitch and on YouTube as well, so people have been watching, and the audience is there for the tournaments for sure, so that game keeps being dead, but at the same time watched and played. May, April, and even here in March still. There is also like other tournaments, Witcher Lilith runs series of tournaments.
Yeah, it is Nick actually taking the restos, as I believe you said. So, point for you, Kungfu.
Okay, wow, I get a point. I still need, what, 80 more to qualify for the Challenger qualis? Surely Matol will give me that crown point now. Because they are abstract, unlike CDPR ones.
Surely. But we are going into the first game of the finals of Open number 2. Myamon starting us off with an Open Sesame. Getting that carryover set up nice and early. On the other side, Nick opts for seditious aristocrats. Wonder what kind of schemes they would be expect they need to plot against here, coming out from Myamon. Could see the thinning of the casino bouncers. Potentially even just a bare knuckle brawler coming down to knock out these seditious aristocrats. Easy 4 coins being spent there as a potential play. But says I don't really care too much yet.
Yeah, let me just do my thing. I'll thin my own ship.
Brawler should be enough to board wipe the next turn anyways. Oh, unless Namir comes out.
Okay,
Then now.
not in this case.
This aristocrat's a lot more scary now. Since this Amir is online. Oh, very gold up to the odd fee in the seas here. Very aggressive from Nick. Possibly even looking for win on even. Which I think is quite possible unless like it's a lot of gold Myamon doesn't really want to spend here.
Yeah. And
could be nerf regarding
okay. There are locks. So you cannot really finish it off in one if your junior is getting locked here because some extra points appear. Spending leader charges. If you see your opponent being quite in a fighting mood for round 1, maybe you can. But once again, spending any coins when you can use it with Izora ship is not.
Yeah, you need like 3 leader charges to deal with this.
Yeah.
Or even more if you well, depending on this odd fee and founds.
Yeah, this was potentially something extra, but the soldier is not much there. Okay, click. Not enough. And your spender is getting locked. Nice to see Nick implementing the newly released Harpy skin as well. So, CDPR released some new cosmetics. If you are just accidentally tuned into Gwent after 3 years of not following it, the game is still alive and even gets some new content saved from what? Thronebreaker, most likely?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it is surprising. Like, there's so many new models and like leader icons sort of coming in. But what was not surprising is this servant coming down to. It was a servant. Oh no, it was a Philippe.
Yeah,
sorry.
Philippe got committed instead of a servant. I was just promoting Gwent a little bit into the masses for maybe like, oh, the game has been stopped in development. Yeah, we have some tournaments. Nice. Yeah, ship is going. Unlike Gwent, this ship is disappearing and it's not returning. Gwent is here to stay for at least a little bit more.
Yeah. Gwent not doomed, which fills us all with a lot of joy.
Yeah. Let's raise the glass of hopium.
Yes.
This is what we're sipping on, guys.
Early Yellow King. Nick playing really aggressive, probably wanting to get as much use out of this RFE and still sitting on board as possible. And that can help spread some more spines for this aristocrat. Has the coup to follow up with Joachim. Gives it spying again. Replays it because this odd thing will reset.
Okay, it gets both bronze engines there. From
Okay,
Joachim.
Ball is a top deck. Interesting. How's Roderick looking? Roderick is guaranteed to find either Ball or Fergus. There's only 2 golds remaining. If Nick wants to go like real aggressive, can just play Ball this round, potentially even push for a 2-0. Gotta be careful of Ixora right now, though.
This looks so nice for Ixora if you hit a Spander. But yeah, probably should wait at least a turn or 2. But yeah, the problem is... yeah, this is Ixora. Kalik, get a Spander, and you are set for life. Kill in units, but yeah, the problem is that Nick is putting lower power units now onto the board. And yeah, Nick is continuing this active gameplay. So double Joachim into the Masquerade Ball. Aristocrats are in hand.
Yeah.
Not much to poison.
Ball was... Looks like Ball was put to the bottom of the Odd Fiend there. And then gotten with the Roderick anyway, so keeping sort of the soldier a bit higher up. It's a bit of interesting choice. Novgorod click, not amazing. I guess you just take the Fire Swan. Does actually have a tribute. Takes it. Tribute 1 boosted by 2. Not too shabby. And we'll be happy if units are spawned, which can happen with the Eventide Plunder, I suppose.
Okay, so didn't find a Spander, would have been much nicer. To do it in a different way. Wait.
This
is not enough for...
You're not getting an open sesame. That leader doesn't seem awfully helpful. Doesn't get ahead either. Though I don't think Nick is passing at this point. Could go for... I mean, Admiral and Parley looks pretty solid here.
Yeah, I guess Myamon expected to kill, because that looks like with the leader, like a plan. To kill one of the big bronzes, but... Some things are happening on the Myamon Plane Syndicate. We've seen the pass against Renova on that double ship pull from the graveyard. This also didn't feel necessary.
So just spreading the poisons right now. Interesting. This tends to be a better play if you're trying to maximize servant value. With no Purify, you don't need to try and like poison the Ixora with 2 poisons immediately. A lock is enough to just lock her up, basically.
Ixora still stopped one engine from growing to what? Probably like 15 points overall.
Yeah. Yeah, grown so much. So 1 poison finished off. Could get sort of 2 more kills with poisons. If you use a servant onto this Roderick. Immediate lock. And probably just poison this Joachim then, yeah. Huge point gap. It's only 1 open sesame in graveyard right now. Saffronch is not looking particularly scary.
Salamander has no fear of fire.
And nicely played by Nick, spreading units on like both sides of these artifacts to play around this Salamage. Maybe should have put this one of these on the other side of the bowl as well, but doesn't matter too much, still hits some armor.
So, poisons taking control here over the Novigrad. The spread of drugs is overwhelming. And the only saving grace here for Myamon is the ship, or the last light of hope. Maybe the support, the doctors are coming on the ship to help the spread of this poisoning.
Yeah, I worry it might go the same way as the Flying Redanian and might end up in a bit of a doomed outcome, but let's see.
So, no reason not to click and play here for Nick. This Fang is kinda useless in the next round, and also plays the leader for maximum value. Not maximum value, since it wouldn't be better in round 3 with the statuses on the board, and also the nice suspender, so...
Wait, why? Yeah, it's for a spender. You could have, hit the Kungfoorabbit once to get rid of the
so
spender.
it's not the greatest value, but I believe it's better here than in round 3 anyway. With this point gap, you're also trying to just force everything into...
And this is... Nick's deck sucks for round 3. Like, there's nothing good. It's so slow and awkward to play.
Wait.
Nick basically needs a 2-0, otherwise Myamon likely takes the win with just a Jacques. But I don't think it's really doable to catch up this many points with an open sesame that you can't even proc really.
Okay, there we go. King of Beggars strikes again, but slightly different this time. And Nick gets a win number 1. This is best of 5, so you need 3 victories. And Nick starts nicely here with the Masquerade Ball victory.
Oh my gosh, I can't. What is it with King of Beggars these days? Maybe the Nilfgaard. It is.
Nilfgaard.
They've actually taken Syndicate Blue Coin.
Was that more more believable?
That was perfect, Kungfu. Absolutely perfect.
Okay.
Alright. So here's the verification. The only neutral card in this Syndicate deck. Myamon has a lot more neutral cards, notably both teleportations in hand. I think that Nick might have been expecting to face the Nilfgaard and thinks this is a very possible win for his Syndicate. Like, if you're able to set up your brawlers, you can effectively just board wipe. Unless, say, like this Defender gets played, which could pose a bit more of a problem, but this Combat Engineer, don't think it's sticking around for long.
Yeah, and the problem is you are not running any control yourself, only hidden inside the machine. So
yeah, and that needs setup.
You could protect your engineer with your leader, but there is a caveat of teleportation being rendered useless. So yeah, checks. But although I'm not sure what he was checking on. Plays the defender now. Okay. Open sesame, let's go.
Yeah, so now it's Vigo, Combat Engineer, because it'll set up a really nice teleportation target. Also helps re-trigger a Simulator as well, which can be kind of nice at giving a few more points to actually contest this round 1. But Sixora is actually really valuable. Despite killing 1 power unit, it stops there being a setup for these teleportations. That's actually really, really well played.
No hiding from the control on Nick's side for Myamon. So attempt number 3.
And I don't know if there'll be another trick up the sleeve for Nick to nip this problem in its bud.
Yeah, spending leaders once again is not advisable. There is no sesame. And finds the pass button. Well, teleportations are known to be quite a slow play cards. So you have 2 of them. This is the deck's original bronze, so you cannot trigger assimilate and get extra points.
No. Granted, there's also only one assimilate per turn as well. Is this
So,
just Necro?
necromancy. Oneromancy, necromancy, yeah.
All the Mancies coming out.
Yep.
A true wizard in me.
Okay, so Myamon got
What's
rid of Arcane Tome. That would have been like quite beneficial to Nick as well to combo things together.
I just want to say, note that the Vigo is premium, but the combat engineers from the base deck are not premium, I believe. And that's purely so that Myamon can tell which one was created or not.
Yeah, this is the secret of Gwent that people maybe not picking up initially while playing. You learn that this is how it working, so that you can distinguish and know which one is triggering assimilate, etc, etc. Well, it's mostly, but also for the order of cards in decks, you can utilize that. So, Candle, Novigrad found, but Nick is not playing the ship, so needs to play a unit. Of course, this is ideal hand. Conjurer Scandal, I choose you. Open Sesame, go. But then, like... okay, so...
Yeah, that was just a click. Yeah, basically saying it's important enough for me to set the candle straight away. I don't care what kind of random bronze this guard is going to give me. Okay, fair enough, I suppose.
So Izora was committed, and one Sesame was, and yeah, Nick also gets double artifact carryover. Myamon got charges through combat engineers, also spent defender. Well,
These teleportations look very sketchy, because keep in mind when they teleport, the new Rotoster or the new Mangonel or whatever don't get increased charges. But
yeah.
keeps them, only has access to one Petri's filter with this Neuromancy. Kind of curious. Yeah, what are these teleportations doing? This... Wait, did Nick not boost? That's... yeah, just gonna get killed by a Mangonel here. I mean, maybe it doesn't make a huge difference if you're expecting this Joachim setup adjacent, because now this Mangonel each charge does 2 damage. Quite scary.
So...
and Myamon can repeat that by using Ku on Joachim to pull out the second Mangonel, and that's guaranteed.
Still the question of teleportations, open to interpretation, I suppose.
You can get like 1 cow, I guess, if one of the Rotosses sticks.
So unlike NR Defender that is out of reach for things like Renew and AA, Nilfgaard Defender survived. And
That's true.
he's at 90, so you can renew that. But also, yeah, I guess the teleportation is Renew Artorius Combat Engineer that definitely survives, and I can teleport that for even more charges. I'm saying while looking at this Horson's Freak Show.
Yes. But hey, maybe
even,
you're happy
like,
to get the Freak Show out, because then you might be able to stick a Rot Tosser by... well, you just killed one of the Freak Shows. Nick actually mulliganed to the second Freak Show. I don't know if you're really going to have easy access. Because you're missing a lot of golds right now, right? Like, Nick is missing this Caleb, this Azar, this boat. Doesn't even have the verification to transform Petri's filter into Neither Zeal.
Yeah. Does have a bank, and bank is supposed to bring a Caronte, and the Caronte is supposed to do the heavy lifting, but good luck with that. So Roderick is on the full city duty. The coup is pulling the guaranteed mangonel. Okay.
We're only like 3 cards in, yet it feels like so much has already happened to some degree. Like this Petri's filter threatens so much. You're probably not catching on for a little bit for a while. But yeah, if there's a row that can be filled up, then probably well, Myamon will pull the trigger, I imagine. What is Renew playing for?
Okay, so
It is the
Artorias.
Vigo Combat Engineer.
What is truth if not an illusion?
So inviting the freak show, but there is a Hysteria in hand.
Yeah,
So
might be a cleaner answer than having to commit this freak show where it likely gets killed off. No, it's still.
So, teleportation getting valid value, +3, plus the simulate trigger, plus all the charges. Can't say no to that. Is it advisable to spend the things? Not against the deck that has no poisons. On the other hand, we see that Nick is ready to start clicking the buttons.
Also, the simulate from Vigo is pretty scary as well, because each cow you spawn triggers that simulate. We see this freak show protected, but well, Ku, Joachim, and Mangonel will be enough to kill off the freak show. And this is probably also part of why Myamon wanted to go for that decree in the round 1. Like, it looked a bit awkward in being able to catch up, but it does set up perfect top decks for your Joachim here. And you see that paying dividends. And this bank is under so much pressure for Nick. It wanted to play so many cards, but it can only find so much. T-Bird on top, well, that's the only option, actually. So, definitely has to take that. Only spender is the candle right now. Feeling kind of awkward.
Yeah, there it is. Do anything about it.
You could even, I don't know if it's right, but if Myamon really wants, you could give Zeal to the Hefty Helg and just kill the Akarantia right now. Whereas, yeah, like this Slander, this Kurt, I'm not really convinced on sort of what they're achieving. So Open Sesame is super sketchy, again, without a spender.
Okay, the roping doesn't help to do anything
No,
in time.
it's just a rock tosser. There's no need to spend immediately when you have the Zeal for the second one anyways and can wait for the board to get more developed. How many charges does this rock tosser have?
We've seen what, 5 engineers.
Right.
The semblance of fun don't interest me.
No comment. It keeps happening. We refuse to continue talking about it. What is KOB doing today? There are only 4 players. Okay, all of them are playing. Just based on today, nerf King of Beggars, I don't care.
Please, I can't deal with this anymore.
Poisoning the poisoner is probably not ideal, but you need to feel the row. And like inviting Nick to spend money on the poisons that he most likely is not connecting is of course beneficial to you.
Yeah. Okay.
No, yeah, we need to come back and actually talk about the game, I suppose.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think. It's a bit awkward for me, in terms of what the last card to play actually is. You might just have to play this teleportation phase to do much. I mean, you can give cards to all the machines currently on field, but yeah, I don't think you really want to. You're not saving the zeal for this whole last say. I'd say.
Was he not supposed to kill King of Beggars? Does it matter?
Probably.
Like, he had charges, he didn't play the cows. Although, yeah, that costs you an extra cow.
Yeah. Yeah, Nick did a decent job of sort of splitting units up across the artifact, having only the boat on one side. Made a bit awkward in terms of having the number of cows needed. Here comes the Helg. Yeah, just sits on it. Helg looks pretty safe here.
Yeah, no damage, and Red wins
And
the
Nick
game.
gives up.
That's why this deck is getting banned more often than not. You have your Chirontes and the Zoras, you try to answer the amount of charges the machines are getting, and in the end it doesn't even matter. So we get Nilfgaard 2. I'm happy we witnessed this. Does it feel any different playing against this compared to playing against Alumni? I'm not certain. Like, I know that we were like fake reacting to Alumni, especially myself, but yeah, this deck also has opponents and proponents and all that, because it also greets and in the end has a huge payoff in round 2-3.
But, you know, like, I know we focus on the rot tosses, right? But you saw how scary the mangonels were as well, especially in combination with that Joachim.
Okay, so the battle for the crown of the title of best syndicate deck, but this is best of one between 2 decks, so I don't know.
Yeah.
You can draw your conclusions and just run with it. I don't know. Post a million chat messages, etc.
Yeah.
Mentioning
I'd much rather draw conclusions than draw King of Beggars.
Oh. Yeah, let's see how successful players are at avoiding it.
Which so far so good. I don't think we saw any King of Beggars in the Mulligan phase, or if we did, it was swiftly returned to the deck. Both have Novigrad in hand, so both able to correctly read their maps. And both have at least one Open Sesame, although Nick might find a bit of an easier way into the vault with the 2 in hand. Both have one Shady Vendor to get access to additional Open Sesames.
Myamon has double thinning, which is alright as far as the tempo goes in round 1. What, 8 and
Nice.
9?
Yeah, nice to not have to stick that spender as much, especially if you're not really gonna worry about playing Shady Vendor to start with. We do see the Novigrad from Blue Coin. Quite interesting. This means that Mel is likely pushing harder in these first 2 rounds. So it might have been because of fear of this verification. Now, that play, well, I found that strictly unbearable. But
I think the players will survive, or Myamon will survive the loss of artifact. Yeah.
Maybe, but Nick having Novigrad advantage here is quite big, even though it does come at a huge tempo loss of effectively giving up round 1. But these decks, the fact that Nick actually has sort of targeted control beyond a brawler means that some of the units that Myamon plays are not really that safe. Both even playing Exora as well brings another element that we don't see in sort of other Syndicate decks brought today.
Yeah.
But
Myamon has ship that can play some role in Exora adventures, I suppose. The blue one, if it's not doomed, might come back. Okay. Oh, wait. The piggy here would have been happy to do oink oink, but it won't because... on the other hand, the candle is... so, a little bit.
I was gonna say, candle missing, but maybe lucky to not find the open sesame to actually choose the eavesdrop and drawing probably the best possible draw there. Helps play around this Horson Jr. getting anything you need out of range. And no one doesn't play more else either, so going tall as you like is basically unanswerable by Myamon. I mean, really barring that Exora. Well, okay, board wipe. It's board wipe. That's just what brawlers love to do. Absolute knockouts on all sides.
Yeah. The fighting club is open, and the winner for now is clear on this board state because yeah, apparently he's traveling to Novigrad now to fight everyone he can find there.
But yeah, waiting for opponents to show up. We'll see what the retinue behind this brawler looks like. It is just an Oxenfurt guard right now. Always need a bit of security to scare away any overbearing fans.
Oh, look.
Actually, we're gonna spend on the payroll.
This is the first time I've seen payroll specialist actually getting his tribute triggered. Probably in the past 4 years, yes, maybe somewhere on release. Just
wait, this card was introduced in Merchants of Affair? This card was introduced in the first year after Homecoming.
Yes, that's why 4 years. Maybe on release I've seen some... well, it was slightly different at the beginning anyway.
It's been through like 3 different versions or something, all about movement and all never seen play.
And all moving this card nowhere.
Yeah.
So, are you passing here? No.
This is Shiok being committed to quite a big play. Getting bodies to play around the Exora. And potentially threatening your own boat even potentially if you want to go for, which only one Sesame. You might want to play this Shady Vendor first. The King of Beggars is in deck. Maybe you don't want to play boat just yet.
Oh, wait for the best fires.
But it's kinda anti-Exora spans.
Yeah.
But okay, Nick decides to commit to dealing with the tokens, so small units. Of course, there is a candle, there is the god himself to buff it.
Yeah. It's able to delay the Exora 3 turns. That could potentially make an even bigger Exora, although Oxenfurt Garberries can kind of get in the way of that.
Okay, so
There's an open sesame.
the ship coming
Damien
back.
out. Yeah, and Redanian is also a pretty nice sort of counter to the Exora as well. Especially at the 8 Vice, if you're using your open sesames on the Acherontia, it's unlikely the Exora is sort of getting more than 1, maybe 2 kills per turn. And Candle sort of protects a bit. Boosting Boat is interesting.
Okay,
After seeing
so-
the Jacques, you'd expect the Acherontia to come through, and it does.
Let's see, where does it lead us? Yeah, I was like, and this is the pass? No, no way. Another.
No, I think you're right. That was either the point where you pass or you decide to go quite a bit further in, and Myamon took the second option.
Okay, so all the points in the world.
Doesn't find King of Beggars.
Still. Also KOP is at 4. And you'd need another Shady Vendor, Salamander Trigger. And people are struggling. That's why KOB is like, what are you doing with your discounts? Pay the full price and I'll jump earlier. With the discounts you'll struggle. Okay, so...
Which is ironic.
Yeah. So Nick is buffing to 10, which puts it out of junior range. Yeah, Izora is nowhere to be seen, so there are no lines with sniping multiple units. And Myamon spent a lot already. So is Nick just floating a ship, putting Izora and spending from there? Is that the plan? Seems like it.
Yeah, feeling safe. There's an open sesame in Myamon's graveyard, but it's a 3 counter. I don't see a way to sort of easily trigger it here. Especially with no sort of passive coinage coming through from the Novigrad to help you get an extra sort of trigger each turn. Oxenfurt God, he would be super slow tempered to play, and this Wilson Jr. not looking super convincing unless you maybe just kill this Executioner off.
Get a coin spent with a candle, but yeah, you're still 1 short on the sesames. Oh yeah, spent with the guard, doesn't matter. Still counter 2, counter 1, and you're done. So getting this cleric was also helpful, considering the Izora alliance.
Yeah. So many small tokens, the Exora just does not have fun cleaning up.
Nick of course has double sesame in the graveyard on the same counter, but 2 is alright because you are getting, unless you are getting with cashback with King of Beggars on the same turn somehow. So what's the big here?
Shady Vendor, though it feels like you'll be like over profiting way too much most likely. Unless you just try and find like a payday or something. But no, this is all basically guaranteed to profit a ton. This is like 0 coinage right now from the open sesame. Only gonna trigger later on, and there's the King of Beggars.
I'll scrub the deck with your face!
Like I have this oinking peak. I need something on the other hand to hold in the other hand. This cannot continue. Okay, so
I'm just holding my head right now in shame.
Morale set, tribute 6 with 5 coins.
As they're on the leader to get the tribute. Oh my god.
Things are
Still
happening.
can trigger these. Oh no, open sesame's all used. Can trigger the boat one more time. But the DSR will be able to do so. You shouldn't take the tribute on it, just spend on the King of Beggars instead. Okay, does it? Probably doesn't make it. Actually, it shouldn't make a difference.
Yeah.
Really.
Step by step, getting there. Nick got there.
Would have had one more point going into round 3, perhaps, or maybe slightly more.
What's the aftermath of this great clicking in and spending spree?
Honestly,
Kill it.
Players tend not to have much left on either side.
Like, yeah, Myamon has Izora. She's here.
If you're even able to just get one
Okay.
kill, with the fact that neither player has many units to play here, like Xora can get a lot of value. Ooh, though this Lich Hunt's execution. Oh my god.
Especially with Shady Vendor, but Myamon needed coins from a bank.
Myamon can't generate coins.
Yeah, at all.
It's over. I guess the Mulligan was forced to
Yeah.
find the bank, but
Like, the bank was
Oh my-
only winning card for him, right? The guards are doing
Just
nothing,
needed that-
Salamander
yeah.
Mage is not doing much without coins.
Man's got the
Yay, profit!
coin.
So, for all the mishaps Nick had,
Evil's not going
Myamon also spent everything. Well, connection loss is probably unnecessary here, but yeah, the coins saved.
I want to get off this Syndicate wild ride.
Bam! You played Prophet and now I'll give you another one. Huh?
Flames of
One
righteousness
is
to the
also
the innocent.
amount
It's
of...
to the spender, I suppose.
I'll keelhaul you by your nut.
There is the Sesame that we forgot about, by the way. It wouldn't be enough if it triggered with like one click. But yeah, okay, we forgot about those coins. And it might have
But
been...
you needed to play the Shade Spender first anyways, right? To get the profit from that, to then get the Brawler to get the Open Sesame back.
yeah. I guess he
Which-
needed some coins anyway, yeah. But
Maybe with
man, what a
something
game,
else.
what a mess.
Ay, ay, ay. Oh, this is the top level gameplay that we all wanted. I don't even know what's happening with King of Vegas anymore. It's not like the players are playing bad, it's just how are we getting all these super unlucky events all at the same time?
I suppose they are triggering the ships multiple times, so it's bound to happen. But why is it
Yes.
quite often like the first pull? I'm not sure. But okay, now the moment you were all waiting, there is an Alumni deck coming, and it will be played twice by Nick, or maybe once if he is winning. But you can see the triumph of Alumni here, right now, provided to you by Matol, casting by Kungfoorabbit and Lemon. You are enjoying it on this May Saturday, and this is Alumni, and there is a lot of to learn from this deck. Like all the placements of your units on correct rows, finding the defender and necessary cards in round 1. So yeah, let's savor this moment, enjoy it.
Yeah, this is... Oh gosh, Myamon has to win with monsters against his alumni units, and it can just take over the game.
Yeah.
And we'll see how Myamon can deal with that when he lacks the tools to really deal with such things. And there's the defender for Nick right now.
And
Has AA to find the Letitia, both students in hand, as well as just a Rune Word sitting there to boot.
But still, no hit wave in the deck. And in this
No.
list, no verification as well. So Necromancer Stone is Myamon's win con. Oh look, the defender. There you go.
If we went out for a bit of
It's
air.
at 11 power. It's with all the statuses
Failed.
possible.
Can't even.
It has armor. You can look at it. You cannot bleed it, but you have to play something melee because, well, obvious reasons. It's a shame
you
that
can wait a
alumni
bit.
students are not, well, the students are not working anymore in the opposite row. And yeah, also.
No. Yeah. Before we people knew it to Gwen, alumni's orders were always, sorry, the students' orders were always blocked to the row they were on. But the phase was not blocked. So you move them, they'll still have the patient tick, but couldn't use that order. but that got changed so that both parts are row-locked. Okay, here's the Letitia. This is the first Letitia we've really seen today that might stick.
I mean, Letitia was clicked in one of the games before, providing like +3.
Alright.
But
Oh, sorry, yeah, but that was passed quite early. It's 7.
yeah.
Myamon might do similar, yeah.
Okay, this time around, operator into the self-eater and not into the fladder. And yeah, you have to play the front row anyway. We do see Banner student getting a shield around, playing around the crown damage, unicorn damage.
Surprisingly clean creatures, as it happens.
Yeah, can basically just go for maximum that value here. Not really splitting the self-eaters. Wonder if this is might just be maximizing.
This is so painful. Like you're not getting those engines anymore.
This yeah, no Sabbath yet for Nick, but perhaps in the next turn, use the Rain Secret Service to purify the Switch Apprentice, and it'll start boosting up to high heavens.
Apparently, Myamon is aware of that and has to answer a locked unit of his own origin. Oh, look. Added to the adapt. Whee!
3-point turn engine, just add insult to injury.
I hope you guys are having as much fun as we do here.
Nekarat, no fladder on board just yet. Probably coming down next. Maybe this Ring of Favor will favor Myamon enough to deliver a round win, but this is already 4 patients on the Archi student, 3 patients on the Banard student, 6 patients on the Letitia.
Okay, maybe Nick forgets to click Letitia and passes. That's counting as a win condition, right?
That's a good joke. Yeah. I don't know how many games of Alumni Nick has played, but I think he could probably play this deck in his sleep with the amount of Alumni that he's played.
+5. And we go again.
Oh, there's Letitia click.
Letitia.
Says, this is the time, which I think I shall.
I think 11 damage is enough for me, says Nick. Against the deck that is playing engines. Yeah, okay.
Could even just shuffle this 11 damage Banard student back into the deck with Practice Makes Perfect if you so choose.
That's not ideal.
Okay, now that's looking even more tempting off a line.
Yeah, I mean the damage is not ideal. Leaving it at 1. Sure, you don't get the zeal on this one.
It's Alumni.
Yeah, costs you an Alumni, but also guarantees you a round win. 19. Yeah. Okay, guarantees is probably a bit too strong of a word, but the second card is Golden Necker, so...
Yeah, unless you get ahead here, or you bluff, but you're not in a position to bluff.
It's, yeah, it's a disaster. No, don't play it. Although, don't play it is also just the end of it.
I mean, yeah, it's do or don't. You kind of not in a great spot either way. But Nick has sort of telegraphed that he's wanting to pass next turn. Clicking all the orders on the students already means that I have no reason to stay in this round. My engines are not doing anything. I just want to get out. So...
he plays it. I'm 100% sure he's playing it. He is doing it. But I'm not sure why Golden Necker is being lit up, but he's not doing it! Okay.
It would be suicide, I think.
Yeah, but now you're playing around against 12 damage, 12 buff, and 11 damage. So this is not the end.
At least this way you're losing to making an honorable duel. Doing it the other way, you'll just be shooting yourself in the foot.
That's a choice Myamon had. I guess if it's a ring and some playable card. Although what was playable there? The bronze would not be enough, and you had to play ring first anyway.
Yeah. Just
Most
between a
likely.
raw
I didn't do
cold
the
chapter
exact
of
math.
Wizards. Okay. So, alumni, do you bleed here? Yep, you bleed. Get the shiny value. 12 patients actually as a student? We need more.
Yeah, unicorn's gone, damage crown gone. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No, not even
protected
shield.
from the
Like
rift
you don't
by
even
the
have to
shiny.
shield a 4-point card anymore.
So even Deckless, yeah, only threat is this Riptide, which the shiny is gonna give her life to protect.
Oh, welcome to the show, guys. If you're just queuing, we are enjoying our time with alumni and some wholesome monster list, but not really wholesome. We've seen how it works out if all the components click and matchup is favorable.
Yeah, you know, wholesome as in alumni is gonna blow holes in it.
Wait, look. There is just... Nequiz just playing 4 provision, 4 power cards. What is there to complain? From hand. It's not his fault that the counter says damage an enemy unit by 12.
What do you do here as well? And do you neck? If you neck her, that's like all your round 3 plan gone. Or do you play a bronze where this Fleder and Witch Apprentice, they're just not set up to their engine value properly, and this Brewers is just 6 points.
I think you are just sacrificing peak. No. Okay.
Okay, you can get card
there is
advantage
also an
this way.
interesting special. Let's see what is.
Yeah.
It's fine-ish. Could have been worse, I suppose.
It's not bad, I guess. You get the Nequiz back. I'll just go to the Shadow Realm.
So you play Fladder, and you are like, I can boost my Fladder to 7. That's, well, great. Not many
Wait,
things. Not many things kill 7 power units.
Nick doesn't even care about purifying the bleeding. Just use the secret servers to purify the doomed on the archer as a student, so it can be necromancy again in round 3.
It's that great. Has AA, so you'll find something.
Yeah.
The only
Okay,
thing
yes.
is,
Nick
yeah, I suppose find in PMP, casting contest, and Mahaka Mail, and mulliganing into the siege ladder and the rune ward. But even like mulliganing into a rune ward would be, and that's the 5-card disaster.
Yeah. Look,
That
yeah, there's
is
also the
not
the
happening.
students without any patience, but there's the Gerhard, there's the Nero, and yeah. Alright. Let's show us the true power of alumni here, Nick. Just what we've all been waiting for. Kungfu has been waiting all day for this. He was telling me
Yes.
all about this before.
Okay, maybe monsters have a chance. They have a 5-power engine that is not being triggered outside of this Witch Apprentice anymore.
Yeah, and this Witch Apprentice is totally gonna get its Sabbath nice and soon.
What to choose? What to choose? Okay, maybe there are not enough things to damage with the full 14 firepower, so we'll just go for the student and learn a thing or two.
It's basically as good as alumni because it's not gonna get answered, it's just going to even more power. 17 boost on this alumni right now. just shields, because denying bleeding value is as much use as shield is going to do here.
Yeah. How many points? Guys, how many points? Is it needing? Okay, there are double student. There are students in the deck with no education whatsoever.
Yeah, the Skirhart is going to be greeted for a casting contest because you don't want a PMP with the current state of Nick's deck having 2 students and no alumni in it. And Myamon is for the next open.
Okay, Nick decides to click. We
Does go for the PMP.
Yeah, decided to go for PMP and even
Rolls it.
all the luck he didn't have in the previous game. This match is just perfect. Look, he got over 100. I was like, will he get there? Will he not? He gets there.
If only they knew.
Doesn't even use the last leader. Doesn't use the last leader.
Okay, GG's. Well done.
Well played. All learned a thing or
And
two
yeah,
from
that
Nick.
that's leading to what we were talking about in the beginning. Like, knowing your opponent and maybe expecting alumni, maybe this mind game of, you know, I know that you probably are taking it, but then you know that and you're not taking it. And yeah, alumni is still getting played, and we are congratulating Nick with winning the crown points and also the Gwent Open #2 title and getting what, $225, 30 crown points. Well done. It was an interesting day. Yeah. Not every game went as we expected. King of Beggars was probably the one stable constant that didn't really change
Yes.
throughout the day. So,
Yeah, and yeah, with that win, Nick now is going to be second in the world in terms of crown points ranking. It's in a very good spot going into the qualifiers for the mid-season tournament, the mid-season challenger.
okay, Matol also pointed out that we had Nick win with all 4 decks. I clicked the wrong button and Nick has 4 crowns for 4 factions, but it works in the end. Indeed, he won the event, so every deck is a victorious one, and Squirtle is victorious by putting that ban onto yourself and onto itself and not to alumni, for example. So
Yeah.
hope you guys enjoyed the, well, 2 opens by now and 1 Gwent World Cup with all the qualies and all the casting we've been providing. And Matol, thank you once again for organizing it. Another smooth event with no pauses.
Thank you, Matol.
Thanks to the players as well, because, well, they are available and we don't have to, like, break the event between a couple of days. People are committed to Gwent participation.
Yes.
So yeah, and yeah, thank you for joining. We haven't casted in a while with ya, and it's always a pleasure. Much appreciated on joining me on your side as well. So good night, I guess, for ya. And guys, spam lemon in chat because that gives you the link you would not want to miss. It leads to the to the best places of Twitch.
Gosh, that's high praise coming from Kung Fu yourself. But yeah, thank you for having me along as a co-caster. A lot of fun as always. Great games today. Congrats to Nick for taking the win. Also to Myamon for making it to the semi-final, but not able to retain the crown this time. And yeah, huge shout out to Matol, not only organizing the tournaments, but doing an amazing job organizing, making sure things run smooth as silk. I think these are the best run tournaments I've ever taken part in on sort of any side of organizing, casting, playing in all my years of being part of Gwent. And yeah, really excited to see what's going to unfold as we look forward to the mid-season challenger.
Yeah, so You can always support Matol, guys. The links are in chat under !crowdfund and also on the screen. I'm not sure, we weren't really asking for the updates from Matol, but hopefully, at least somewhat, we are feeling the goal for the challenger. Of course, there is also some promised fund from the beginning. But yeah, consider supporting. We are thankful we got to like over $500 for the Gwent World Cup. And yeah, Lemon mentioned the community challenger, the prize pools, etc. on the screen, also qualification conditions, but the dates, let's talk about those. So June 8th and 9th is top 4 qualifier. Double elimination with 2 players added to the challenger participants list, and then top 8 crown point qualifier is on June 15th, 16th, single elimination, and 1 player is added to the winner of crown points rankings, and 2 qualified from the top 4 qualifiers. So we are having challenger with 4 players.
Yeah, we have 3 golden necklaces in this lineup, and if you look at Myamon's lineup, it's 3 golden necklaces as well. I don't know what that says about the state of the game. That's not for me to decide. That's for the streamers running Balance Council coalitions to decide. So this means the 2 non-golden necklaces were both banned. So it's golden neck every game for the rest of the tournament. Let's go. I hope you guys like Golden Mecha. Go. So, it's going to be Lerio's Northern Realms. We didn't get to see in the semifinals, so it was banned. And it's going to be Myamon back with their Skellige. So we'll see. The Skellige struggled before against an engine-heavy Northern Realms list. But granted, that was a very boost-heavy Northern Realms list. This one is more damage-focused engines from Lerio, which I think this Skellige ought to have a better time up against, since these units won't have as easy of a time boosting out of range of the damage pings coming out from Myamon.
You want a life of peace and fucking Skellige?
What can I do, please?
The first Alula comes out. I say first because it's likely she'll come back with the Securities, right? Maybe not. We might see the Hyuga come back instead, but the Alula gets locked. No Purify in the deck means that lock is there to stay. And now Lerio is going to try to get this Obelisk to stick against the Hyuga. So we have this Golden Echo. Sir? Oh yeah, no. I think Flotsam is 10 probs now. Anyways, yeah, Mutant Generator is the only artifact in deck. See, nice. High roll from the Hyuga to kill off the first Obelisk. Second Obelisk comes back though. Yeah, Megascope isn't looking great here. There's no great swords with access right now.
What? This? It's but a scratch.
The Obelisk is going to stick for now. Okay, it's just a Golden Necker coming through. Interesting. We see a Baron. Baron isn't great in this matchup because not much in Myamon's units are going to be boosting, so I guess you just take the inspired value here. Maybe reset an allied unit if it gets damaged a bit much. What are we going to decree out? I'm very interested to see how this deck is going to play. It's just a Redanian Archer. Okie dokie. Mission Generator, and the nice thing is that, yes, Decree puts the Redanian Archer to the bottom of the stack, so we'll end up getting an immediate boost onto all the 5 of the 5 provision units in deck. See, 1, 2, 3. There's only 3 5 provision units, but that's already 5 thinning for Lerio. Five thinning? That feels like a lot. Not sure where the 5th came. Anyways, but yeah, one player's already used Golden Necker, and we're barely into round 1. In return, let's see what Myamon decides to commit on blue coin to keep up. It's just going to be the Summoning Circle. Going to pull out a Greatsword. We'll see whether the Summoning Circle will go through this round or a later round. If it gets clicked, knocks the armor off the Redanian Archer. And it gets pinged again by the Drunk Berserker. Already at 2 damage, getting a bit susceptible to death. Here comes a Ship Ballista.
I said steady! I'm an officer and a gentleman.
Yeah, I think Lerio definitely just wants a long round in this matchup. Try to maximize the engine value. Yeah. And if Myamon were to pass here, Summoning Circle would proc, so
What are you gonna do, huh?
quite a good lead here from Myamon. Now the Adrenaline is set up for the Bear Witcher, able to clean up the Redanian Archer. Gonna be really a 24-point lead right now. So, and the other issue is there's no way to give Zeal here for Lerio.
You crossed the wrong sorceress.
See the Yen set up. Deal 5 damage to everything. And I feel like that was a mistake. Meant to click the Arbalist rather than the Yen. Didn't mean to click the Yen twice. Yeah. So that's the Crow dealt with, and that's a 12-point Idaran. That is scary. Now, granted, there are now no longer any non-boosted units in deck. And note that the Yen at 9 power, or 9 provisions, boosted both the Ildiko and the Matahuri. Also, we saw in the previous series that Myamon's deck thinned to 0. And this is not a deck where the thinning is really optional either in like any of this stuff. So I'm a bit worried that if Lerio plays Mata, then that's just free card advantage. Okay. See a Reaver Scout.
But we're broken, shit-headless.
Actually, at front row, it is protected against a Bear Witcher, which is quite sweet. Greatsword at 10 power is quite an answer to the Yennefer Conjurer here, however. Protects this Serenova from being the front lines of Yen's anger right now. I'm sure Yennefer wouldn't want to hurt Ciri though, so it makes sense. It makes sense lore-wise. Well, that's me talking about book yen. I think Netflix series yen is a whole different beast. And yes, the leader was able to high roll a ping onto that Reaver Scout, which means the Reaver Scout is now going to get killed off. There's only one artifact remaining in Myamon's deck, and that is the Megascope. Quite a few specials. So needs to watch out for that a little bit when it comes to playing out the Golden Echo. Lerio, I don't know how the points exist to keep going in this round. Which, yeah, you've established some carryover, but not the best.
You one of us or not?
Okay. Playing these units front row is doing a pretty good job just getting mutual generator value. It's like +4, +5 if each of these bronzes. Yeah. Well, yeah, I think more like +3. +2. Okay, Myamon commits their own Golden Necker, not wanting to give up the round, and not wanting to give up this Unicorn Kyronex combination either. And with that, I think Leo has to pass. And now we can do a bit of a deck count, because you see that Myamon has 8 cards left. We'll draw 6, and we'll thin from the Gwent and the Kyronex. This Matahuri will indeed, like, brick Myamon by drawing an extra card, so Myamon might just need to 2-0, frankly, and has drawn the absolute nuts to do so.
What do you need?
Issue for Lerio is there's no way to kill this Alula. But you can have this actually that doesn't really matter much. It's not gonna cause extra damage, it's just, well, 3 damage in and of its own right. What that does mean is that you need to be a little bit careful with what play. You can lead the Idaran here safely. Then you probably just need to commit leader with the Reavers. I don't see much of a way around that. Yeah, I think Lerio should win the game if they survive this round. Questions I don't know how. Actually, at the same time, I guess the question is partly how many points can Myamon put on their side of the board. Playing it back row is a bit awkward because it plays directly into the 6 damage. Then again, playing it front row would have just played into the Huron Cutter regardless. Unicorn Kyronex drawing out this Praise Blessing, which can replay either a Bear Witcher or a Warrior or a Greatsword. Greatsword into Gigascorp would be pretty decent. Oh wait, no, actually, apologies. Idaran isn't safe. It dies to Alula, Gigascorp leading, which is why you see these Reavers first and then Idaran second. Yeah. I was missing the leader charge. Substantial difference. I don't think the Reaver The Hyun Kaduk might get a little bit of value eventually here. Note that the two highest units are the one next to Hyun Kaduk, so nice heads up play from Myamon by maintaining that. Yeah, and it's just the pass coming through here. So Edarin will be enough to catch up. I assume that's the best way to catch up here. I don't think Edarin's doing awfully much in the future round as well. Although, wait, do you need it? You're getting 2 points from these clicks. 8 damage. There's really... Actually, Redanian Archer would be enough. You can save the Idarin, actually. You don't need to use it. Yeah, it's enough.
For king! For country! For freedom!
By 1, it does the trick. Tricky Lerio. So, And now the problem is that Myamon will be forced to keep the Bear Witcher in deck. And then either they play out the Bear Witcher from Geralt Quen, or they don't, and then the Matter gets played. But, yeah. Regardless, it doesn't end well for Myamon. It's either you end up with a bricked Geralt Quen, or Lerio just draws a card for free from the Matter. It's essentially as if Lerio played mill this game and, you know, played Matter to draw an extra card. Which I think can't tell what's that's Matter. Yeah, and then there's 3 units in deck here. Lerio keeping the Siege Master's Ship Ballista. It's nice because it can give multiple bodies at once, whilst also giving a guaranteed draw. Whereas if you try to mulligan, maybe the Siege Master doesn't go through, it gets a little bit awkward.
This dance, you will never forget.
And yeah, we just see it immediately. I think this is good, because just having more bodies on board makes the leader worse for Myamon.
What do you mean, witch pulley? I pass on
Okay,
every
it's also better point-wise, because the Bear Witcher plays for... having it like this means the Geralt Quen plays for 2 as a brick, whereas if it was the other way around, the Geralt Quen would have blocked 3 damage, so I think it's also 1 more point in that sense as well. Having the Matter before the Quen gets played.
Let's get this over with.
Yep. Sad little Quen.
Let's go.
I'm surprised we're playing Reavers before the Otoko. These pings mean that a Bear Witcher is sufficient to get the kill.
Double the coin and consider it done.
Maybe I was trying to force the Gigascorp, or... Okay, well, I guess... Well, now the Otoko sticks.
Disgusting old man. His mere touch is revolting.
What would you resurrect here? Probably just a Bear Witcher? Bear Witcher for 9? That makes sense, I think. These ship blisters are not particularly great here. Oh, actually, Idarin... Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, you still want to deal with the Odoko here, because... Oh, okay, we'll just... Okay, or that. Yeah, no, destroy the reinforcements, that makes sense.
She's rather hungry, it seems.
Don't think they saw that line. Oh, actually no, Urko doesn't have a seal. Couldn't have boosted it anyways. So Axel's 11 points. That's a 5-point difference.
But she brooks no insult.
Pretty sure Myamon has it here.
Need a hand? Just chop one off.
That was a strange game. Very strange game. I can't help but think about that round 3 sequencing. Trying to play around the leader and the Gigascorp. Regardless, Myamon takes the game on and gets the Skellige through as well. Because the other two decks for Lerio are basically all boosty, whereas this one is not all boost, it's more damagey, so it's probably better against the deck that likes it when their opponents are all boosty. That's my really high level analysis for you guys. But yeah, I mean, once we're through with this matchup, once we end up getting Myamon's movement against Lerio's other list, that's just going to be a engine versus engine solitaire match fest. It's just going to be something to sit back and enjoy. But this will probably be the most involved game of the series, where there'll probably be a lot of back and forth to be considering, different lines of sequencing, and all that to worry about. We do have Golden Echo in the starting hand here for Lerio. Look, maybe there's a line where Lerio might be able to go all in on ship ballistas round 1, get a huge unit in deck, and then just discard all the way with Last Sane win. I'm not convinced that's the best, but it might work. It is the kind of absurd lines that you see in this sort of matchup.
You can run, you can
Another good
I'm
Maxi,
gonna get you.
which that was occurring as the rope was ticking out, so I don't know if Myamon quickly decided to keep or shuffle or didn't have much of a choice.
So many of them, I'd have to aim to miss.
Yeah, notably, there are locks for Myamon, but not much else in terms of the removal. That means that it's pretty safe for Lerio to just stack up these charges and try to maximize that ship ballista value.
Obey your master.
That's going to die, right? I'd be surprised because Myamon has Neca access from the Arcane Tome.
I'm an officer and a gentleman.
I mean, you can't not kill a Master of Puppets. Especially with no Purify of your own. Importantly, the Master of Puppets isn't in Lerio's graveyard here, so for example, something like an illusion. Wait, there's no illusionists in this list. Okay, that's where there were in previous versions of this list. So, okay, that doesn't end up mattering, but yeah, that's one Master of Puppets dealt with. There's, I think, potentially 3 more, really. You have one from Vigo and another from Deck here. There's no real way to interact with the graveyard from Myamon's list. Serena over.
The rat sheet's jammed again!
Would you want to bleed in this matchup? That feels awkward. I would not be surprised if Myamon just passed here. So instead... What are we decreeing for? A lock. Okay.
I wonder what my snares would have captured this time.
Wants to play into this round, but wants to deny the ship ballista value. Okay.
Well,
And with the reinforcements in hand, you don't need to commit the actual ship ballista, just commit the reinforcements and you get a second copy. And all this time, these charge units are getting more charges. There is sort of trading up. Oh, Vilgefort's pulling a Reaver Scout. Oh no.
They charging? Ah, sworn I'll stop him.
You crossed the wrong sorceress.
Can you see a Yenbo commitment? What if there's a change in strategy here? I don't know why you wouldn't just play the third ship ballista. Like, clearly Myamon is hurting to answer these ship ballistas. Or just wanting to get out of the round now. Okay, a bit of a rope there. Okay. Now with the round control, what do? Do you bleed here? I'm a bit worried. Lerio can't play meta back row. Can Myamon play meta back row? I don't. These players are running out of decks. These players are running out of decks because Lerio has 8 cards in deck remaining now. 3 go from the round 3 draws, 3 go from the Golden Echo, 1 from this matter, 1 from the Decree, 1 from this matter. That's -1 cards left in deck, that's a problem. I'm not doing the maths for Myamon because it's a bit harder. Because assuming you play the double Golden Egg, you also have the Arcane Tome. Yeah, it's a bit all over the place. We still haven't had any Bronze Tactics played by Myamon just yet. So you'd probably need to leader before playing the full series, I'd imagine. And particularly you don't want the full series to be at 1 power because it gets super easily pinged by either an Obelisk or a Reinforced Ballista. Here we are going to go round 3, a long round 3. Maybe the Reavers are just enough to win a long round here. We are going to see the Asir used here to put back Vilgefortz potentially.
I shall do as your command.
And I think that makes even more sense considering how much pressure Lerio's deck is under here. Vilgefortz is probably going to be able to kill an enemy unit and effectively not summon a bronze. And there you go, there's the Vilgefortz. Very lucky for the Asir to shuffle it to the top of the deck. I don't know if this Muta Generator is really what you want here up against Master of Puppets.
Order will triumph. It must triumph.
Do you just lead Reavers here? Do you play Ildiko first? You go Reavers into Idar and into Ildiko? Okay, you just go... Baron as a reset is actually super important in this matchup. But it's not like you would have had a chance to delay. It would have been nice to have it in hand, but yeah. Decides not to use the leader here. But then again, I guess you don't need to, really. Maybe he wants to leader the Reaver Scouts later on. Go for the Idar in this turn and then play Reaver Scout with leader the next, and then you can get 3 Reaver Scouts, and then you just board white, basically. Maybe. Here's the Vilgefortz. I think you get rid of the Baron. Yep.
An interesting choice.
So now, Myamon's meta is basically just draw a card from deck for free. What are we watching? This is insanity.
Oh, don't dare cross me, or my friend here.
Here's the Idar. Let's play front row here.
This is no time to whimper.
It's going to be a pretty full front row, I think.
Do not make me
Doesn't
beg.
matter for Golden Necker number 1. And then you have Alyssa to put it back, and then Arcane Tome to tutor Golden Necker number 2.
Abalist at your command.
Here decides to go for the additional Arbalist rather than the additional Reaver.
Let's go.
I thought the Reaver would have been better, but... Because the Reaver's like basically unconditional 1 damage per turn. Whereas Arbalist requires you to actually play units with order. This board space starts to feel like it might be an issue. Okay, Gyambu and Petri's filter number 1.
It's the Grimford Reaver's honor that's at stake here. This is no time to whimper.
We have more Reavers coming through. I wonder if at some point you just discard something like the Matter, because it's not really going to help you. Or maybe you just card the Reaver Scout because it's 2 bodies and you just can't afford that space coming from 1 card. Thing is, the Reaver Scout allows you to play 2 units with order, whereas the other one doesn't. Also,
A rock toppled
Doesn't-
and beneath it a scorpion revealed.
doesn't Master of Puppets just screw you over if your row is full? Like, it moves over and then it steals the unit and then it doesn't move over itself?
A gold chain. Will it suffice to end the old fool?
What was that was killed? I'm not sure. The thing is, Myamon has a lot of points coming later on. There's a second golden necklace. Okay, we have the Matter? Yeah, okay, the Matter got killed. Yeah, Myamon just got an extra card, and with that, last say here. Okay, so you have Pulse here with Sangreal. You have Bruja, I assume, just played on the opposing Arbalist. Chroma's playing Golden Necker. Gets your second Petri's Filter. Golden Necker. Ooh, gets Assassination. Maybe gets Master of Puppets, maybe gets Milton. Oh, sorry. Palmer into Master of Puppets as well. And yeah, now the front row is full. You can always self-ping with these Arbalists, to be fair.
I keep getting caught up on whose turn it is because of the extra card from Myamon. Oh man. Okay. You're really waiting on the full series, granted. Oh no, there was already Bruja in Graveyard. But yeah, I'm not sure what the wait is. I guess... well... Is there a way to proc it immediately? I don't think there is here.
Dozen bolts left. Make him count, boys.
Okay, this is gonna be a big ship ballista. And it has Zeal, yeah, okay. You gotta go click far. Okay, this is why we went for the Obelisk. It was to maximize the ship ballista. Which is gonna clean up this Beyond. Nice. And it would have even boosted something in the deck. So we are 7 cards into round 3, kind of. Yeah, it's something like that. Or 7 out of 11, I guess. No, 6 out of... Anyways, currently Lerio's board is looking a whole lot better. I still don't know who's winning. Because Myamon can just swing it super duper quickly with just Master of Puppets shenanigans. Not sure why Sangreal The
sky'll burn with the eternal fire.
If he sees it, it'll take damage. So logic, the full series would have died anyways, even with 2 Bruhurts. It's past midnight and my brain cannot cope. There is still room for the full series. You can play the full series in Clog. Or you can Arcane Tome in Clog. That also does the trick. Yeah, you definitely Golden Echoing. I don't think it's enough for Myamon. You only have 1 good Master of Puppets target.
In Beauclair, tradition is sacred.
Yeah, you're gonna just go for a single Master of Puppets from the Vigo.
A noble planet, I say.
Typically you'd lock the unit with the Sangreal if you're doing something like this, right? But I don't see... it's not like the full series can get a lock.
What can I do?
Yeah, you may as well just lock that. It's not like anything else matters here. You know there's the last 3 cards here. Any of the Master of Puppets have Zeal regardless. So, yeah, and only 1 click. Well, with the cooldown. Yeah, with the cooldown they're not going again anyways. Now it's the full series.
The good of the Empire, that is what matters.
Yeah, I like this, holding the leader brew hurt, because it would have only taken the full series to 7. Now you're basically forcing Lerio to kill their own full series here. And then they also need space on the front row to play the matter for points. Which I guess it's worth it. Is it? Yeah, it's worth it. You can't give them a second Master Puppet. And just one is not enough here, especially with the Sanvanter infusion.
Connects folk to one another.
What is truth if not an
Yeah, so front row Master Puppets, it will get the scenes,
Dance!
but it won't end up going over. But it is still short, and the 12 damage from the Sun. Yeah, that Sanvanter confused me. Sanvanter confused me. Okay, Leo ties it up, gets the win with the Northern Realms. Alright. And game 3. Guerrilla Tactics. For Myamon, it's the movement against the Pyramid Scheme hitting cash on red coin. There isn't going to be a whole lot of interaction this game. Quite a bit different in a sense to last game. Well, last game was strange because there wasn't much interaction. There were a lot of it because you're worried about the big interaction with Master Puppets right at the end.
You see? You must hold between your teeth.
No sentry for Myamon here is not ideal. Typically the sentry is what you want to lead with here.
This world only two.
Yeah, not really having the bronze movements that combine well for this round 1. You can count early
Hugh's a scum. I prefer L.
Mega Scope. I'm gonna start with the Cat Witcher. This could be the sort of game where Sausage Maker can potentially stick a little bit, although note it is melee locked for the resilience. Vincy's range locked as well.
Operations are people.
So, yeah. Those are a few things that Myamon could take advantage of quite easily. Yeah, shooting this matchup, Vincy's worse than Townsfolk. Like here we're gonna have a Mega Scope for another Cat Witcher. Placement on that Megascope seems a bit off to me. Because I would have thought you want the Cat Witches on opposite rows. So then the Dryad Matron is boosting each turn.
Yeah, I worked it.
So the 2 townsfolk, it looks like we're going to go for the Magpie here. Notably, having the Magpie played now means that Treasure Huntress can get 2 fees, or even 3 with the leader, all set up at once.
What's that? You found another gold.
A bit worried about what you put the infusion on, because these are some low power units against a bunch of random pings. Okay, only goes for 2 infusions. And get some more crowns instead. I like how heads up Lerio is playing with this Magpie. It's really cool to see.
This is already a lot of points for the movement. I mean, no townsfolk in hand. I'm not sure where Lerio's payoff is going to be. Because it's fine to recycle these coins with the Treasure Huntress infusions over and over and over, but the issue is actually turning those into points. Okay, you can get soul through.
I admire the beautiful. What can I say?
And yes, note the placement on the back right of the ranged row means that all these infusions trigger first before the soul, so it should always have Ward 7 active to boost by 3 each turn. I'm scared of when we get to the Adrenaline 3 though. These Cat Witches dealing 6 damage per turn. Treasure Huntress might not be long for this world either. Geralt went quite early. Pretty good mentor. I think that the movement deck has a much easier time setting up quicker, but it has a lower ceiling. If I were to like quickly characterize these decks, I think that would hold true. And with that in mind, I'm a bit worried about how Lerio is going to be able to win this round. And then defend the bleed if they can't. You could use Philippa to steal the Syrian over here. You could use Philippa to steal any of these strong engines. Yeah, steal a Cat Witcher and get a whole lot of coins back easily. Spending to 0, getting 8 coins back. Now it's getting a bit awkward for Myamon. You don't want to play any of these cards. Like Unicorn Kynex is a huge commitment. Gaetan is a pretty big commitment considering a lot of the stuff in this deck is built around this Gaetan, and obviously Golden Echo is a huge commitment. Golden Echo is what allows either of these decks to set up their engines a whole lot quicker by playing multiple units at once. Coming off the infused tax collector though. Unicorn, so huge point slam coming through. And boosting up the Syrian Nova protects it from a Philippa Seize. And yeah, now the Cat Witch is at 2 damage. These smaller units are going to start getting picked off, including that Treasure Huntress, which means that now we're stuck with only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 infusions. But obviously this Magpie isn't going to stick for much longer. Unless you play another unit front row, it becomes a 50-50. It's rough. It's going to be a forced pass here. Hey, if you're on dry passes, you can just play Sausage Collector, click leader, get Burt, and get ahead. I don't think that one's passing though.
Necromancy found. No Neca though for Lerio. It's definitely what you would have been looking for. Because if Myamon plays Golden Neca and you can't answer with your own, then probably you're way behind in setting up. And even then, this draw onto Necromancy means that you don't have a special in deck anyways. Yeah, these round 2 mulligans went super poorly for Lerio. This is...
Oh, that stitching. Zeracanium, is it?
Play Townsfolk, get the boat out. Solid start.
We elves have our paths. Don't worry about me.
Milena. Yeah, with like no Cow Witches, Matrons, whatever, it makes sense just to play the Milena here. Right now it's basically a more expensive, worse Cat Witcher, it seems. Yes, you boost the tallest unit because it's less likely to die. There's no toll punishing with like the Unicorn Kyrenex Scorn. This is completely safe to do. Otherwise, imagine Unicorn Kyrenex into a leader here. That would have been frightful.
Nothing broken? Then have to go again.
Yeah, I mean, if the Golden Neca from Myamon, what special is it pulling? It's either Frogs or Tree. If you get Frogs, location into the gate and here with this Sentry setup, that's basically game. I think Lerio will need to seize this Sentry to not get too low. The question is the timing. Okay, it's going to be Bank here. That's one of the remaining specials. What are we going to pull? Okay, finds the Golden Neca, and it's going to be the sad Golden Neca and a rope. Yeah.
Shit. Map's upside down again.
That last mulligan. Maybe Lerio's good luck of the final mulligan in his semi-final is coming back to bite him now. Good things like that don't last, and now Myamon is a proper Golden Neca. Finds a second Sentry. Finds Decree into... What do you want to go into? Cat Witcher? If you're gonna play a gate in this round, I would have thought Mill would have been more points, but... Okay.
Humans are scum. I prefer elves, dwarves.
Now this is... Like for example, in this next turn it's passively gonna be 8 points for Cat Witcher. That's insane. So... you just bite the bullet, take the Philippa now? I think you have to if you're scared of this gate and coming soon. But what do you see? Do you see this Cat Witcher to stop all this moving? Or do you see one of these sentries in case the gating is more important in terms of the points? Instead we're just going to develop our own counter. To be fair, This is a 4 point per turn townsfolk. It's not too shabby. And it's just the necromancy here for Myamon. Reading even more before the gate, and yeah, taking that and not saying off the Cat Witcher. It's a pretty clear gate and just the final card here. There's not much that Lerio can do about this, I think, barring doing a Philippa. Yeah. And then just hoping these Sewer Raiders, these townsfolk are enough. At the very least you can infuse, and then Philippa you're getting sort of 10 points per turn on your townsfolk. You have 3 more turns, sort of potentially 30-ish points. Is going to be so many points though. For each unit on the row, it's
power, the object of dark desire.
Okay, goes for the mentor. I think that's alright. It's the percentage is the same, I guess, going for mentor or a sentry. Or I think the sentries boost the units that moved before them, right? Or do you need to move them all to the other row first and then gate? Right, okay. That's the actual sequencing. So yes, it's definitely the mentors play for more here.
You really want to know?
And for good measure, gonna do even more damage with this Cat Witcher. Oh. Look, if Lerio was able to tutor this decree, get this Igor through, get more townsfolk, it could have been an entirely different game. But having this bricked Golden Necker, having no options, it's really tough. I think you'd still... oh gosh. You have to Igor here. It's the only way you have a chance at making these points. And then you resurrect the Siege Apple? Oh. Actually no, it's better to spend on another... yeah, you just resurrect the Treasure Huntress here. Or Mag?
Think this shovel big enough?
They both essentially just give you one prop. Ah. That was surprisingly close. That would have... oh, that was so close. But, the movement goes through... oh, Myamon. Which means... Lerio needs to... not reverse sweep, but needs 2 wins now against Master of Puppets to win the series. The problem is these are the 2 Brucey decks that are remaining. Yeah, we're gonna have to see if that can come true here. But look, Lerio decided to ban the Intimidate Syndicate rather than the Master of Puppets. So there maybe is confident in these matchups.
Corporations are people too.
We'll see. Maybe there's a secret game plan. Notably, Conjurer's Candle in hand here has to get Mulligan since it's the only artifact for Golden Necker to pull. Myamon missing the golden necker in the starting hand here. Could pull it with Mata, but that might be a bit aggressive. As long as Lerio plays around assassination, this sausage maker could be quite powerful actually. It's not easy to kill except for the Vilgefortz. I mean, you could try to fork Myamon between either killing the eagle or killing the sausage maker. Really early golden necker, nice pull with the Palmer in, finding the arcane term. That is extremely lucky, no? That could have backfired poorly if, like, say, the Alyssa Hansen was found, but it looks to work quite well. And that's already a 13-point deficit with Master of Puppets set up now to seize a 13-point tax collector. Okay.
Appeals can be filed
I
within
don't
7
think you can...
years.
No, you're not clicking your turn here. You just play your own tax collector for the second time. And try not to cry too much at the impending puppet show.
Praise be to the great sun!
Yeah, Sniff Body and Knight just building up this tax collector even bigger. And, well... like the tax office is going to come around to Myamon and apologize. Because Myamon has paid too many taxes and it's time for the tax office to reimburse Myamon with, I guess, selling a tax collector into service of Myamon.
I am your source of self-destruction.
There's the Master of Puppets. I'll expect it to get assassinated here, or locked. Either or. Probably assassinated by Myamon the next turn. And, yeah, we're like 3 cards into round 1. And we have about a 40-point gap here. Granted. A number of the cards there has played has been really low tempo, aiming to just gather coins, which are not shown in the score tally.
Ah, be ashamed to let this beauty go to waste.
And yeah, there's no treasure huntress in hand here, so you can't try to do any pyramid scheme shenanigans right now, can't get the setup going for the townsfolk.
As good as dead.
But there's the assassination of Monster Puppets, it did its job. Now it's time to cut the strings on the marionette.
Another month's coin gone in an instant.
This lock is quite impactful here from Myamon. You can just deal with townsfolk. Honestly, just locking Sausage Maker screws it over really badly.
I shall do as you command.
You see Asia putting the Golden Necker back? Probably would prefer to use the Alyssa Henson to do so, but doesn't want to burn the decree in this round one. You're not playing triple golden necker, I think, ever here. Like, you just spin way too much, surely.
I really ought to help clear some of this clutter.
Now it's time for the bin C. Okay. This is nice. You store all these crowns. Now you can cash in all at once, or a bit of value with the bin C there. Yeah, I mean, now these look like tempting locks, but the lock could be even better later on in this matchup. Look does get played, decides that bin C is enough of a threat and that Myamon doesn't want to give up the ability to play into this round so early. Not really early, but just yet. Might be time for Sausage Maker to come down sooner rather than later. Will it be...
Do you have a loyalty discount by chance?
A second townsfolk. Now with all the townsfolk out, decides to play all these magpie crowns and able to get ahead. Nicely done. Might not be losing on even. Maybe. Maybe should have spent once more on the Sea Jackal to a little bit further ahead, but alas, it's okay. Sangro doesn't have much to pair with. Mata would pull Golden Neck, which is a card you don't want to play this round. We're just going to see the early Vilgeforts. Crystal Raiders. Ooh, that's interesting. Obviously that now means Lerio basically just has a brick. But, hey, it's arguably better than forcing out a Treasure Punches or Magpie too early. Yeah, now with spending over profiting quite a bit for that Sausage Maker. So we're going to be tied now. With Lerio being a card down at that point. These are two very sad cards again. Conjurer's Candle, gonna break the Golden Neck if you play it now. Or Bank. Like that's your tutor for Golden Necker potentially, just down the drain. You think you could win this? Giving up essentially... Oh, just last say, because you're a blue coin, I guess. It's going to have to be the case. And having a brick Sewer Raiders in deck is doubly bad, because there's a good chance Matahuri is going to draw the Sewer Raiders for Lerio, and there's the Sewer Raiders. And so that's a forced mulligan.
That and a force mulligan on the gold on the Conjurer's Candle. Good pull though, getting the Igor at least. And you won't have guaranteed Necromancy for a townsfolk either. It's Myamon to lead. I wonder if it's possible for Lerio to delay playing golds to deny Master Puppet's value.
Your magic can't harm me. No magic can.
Oh yeah, that Maxi can be nice in knowing what the Golden Echo is potentially going to pull. But otherwise, there's not too meaningful otherwise here. So, with only one form of interaction on a gold being a lock from Vigo, it's fairly safe to double infuse the Sausage Maker here. You pay 6 coins early in the round here and hope to make that back up later on. Note that you do need to still play around Assassination, because it can come from the full series here. And it will kill the Sausage Maker because it's a spying unit. Okay, that's a clean play from Myamon. You gotta respect that. That is very clean. But that probably also means that Lerio has not much chance in this round. That's 6 coins down the drain, basically. There's no way to deal with a full series in terms of like doing self-damage or anything of that kind. The Sangreal will go through. And it's going to be matter for the Golden Echo.
Think this shovel's big enough?
I guess you just go soul. This overprofiting hurts, but there's not much you can do. Here's the matter, will it get the Raiders? Yeah. And yeah, having the Sea Jackal in hand meant that was guaranteed. Very super unfortunate with the Vilga Forts there. In the round 1, pulling the Sewer Raiders. But not much to do about that. I guess on the plus side here for Lerio is that the Master of Puppets from Myamon isn't going to be huge. Okay. You have Bank now. You can bank for Necromancy if you want to get the townsfolk back, if you want to start ticking with that.
Time out. Mop up the blood slick.
Just play the Eagle, hold it. If you start playing the townsfolk, you don't want like the first one to be really much bigger than the second, because that just plays into Master of Puppets. You'd rather have them at the same power level, coming all out at the same time. Some yellow time. There goes the full series. Huge swing.
that smell that?
Yeah, that's such a sad Sewer Raiders. And now we see the Golden Necker from Myamon gonna... Okay, even just gets the Master Puppets just by itself. Sure. An extra boo hurt.
Obey.
Now we'll see what unit will be designated as the Master Puppets target. And yeah, now the Petri filter is set up for the potential later Master Puppets from the Vigo. Already a huge point gap. It'll be a struggle for Lerio to catch up if Myamon didn't play anything more, but there's still the rest of the Master Puppet shenanigans to come.
One man's battlefield is another man's ripe patch for
Get the
harvest.
Sea Jackal, get a bit of horde value. Not sure if it's better to spend on that or potentially the Igor if you end up playing, I don't know, like a townsfolk from the Necro. You can't really afford to spend on the Sea Jackal either because you just play into puppets. Yeah, you'd want to try to spend on the Igor instead. Or yeah, Igor Candle, that sort of thing. There's the Guillaume. But first, maximize the Guillaume value. Not a huge Guillaume, but doesn't really need to be. And that would be a 30 point swing with the 1 power Master Puppet coming out from the Vigo. On top of the current 20 point lead, that's essentially 50 points to make up, or you can just click the Master Puppet now. And then save the second for later. That's the forfeit. Lerio says, I can't make this. This is just over. And Myamon takes the victory. And not just in this game number 4, but in this series as a whole. So in the Battle of Golden Neckers, it ends up being a Myamon reigning supreme. Congratulations, winner of Open number 3. And maybe we did another nickname, something related to Golden Necker, because that was quite a series. Yeah, a very great play, I think, from Myamon. Some amazing bleeds, variety of decks, a bit of point stun, bit of engine, bit of combo, and played it all to an extremely high level and well-deserved victory. And Myamon, I think it has to be said, is probably the player to beat going into World Masters now. Having won Open... was it Open number 1, Mid-Season Challenger, and now Open number 3? I think that out of the 3 main tournaments that were run this year, Myamon was able to win 3 of them. With only Nick managing to win Open number 2. All filled in now, conclusion of the tournament. It is a 3-1 victory for Myamon in both the finals and semi-finals, and taking home that $225 prize as well. And yeah, as said, Myamon has already secured their spot in World Masters by virtue of winning the Mid-Season Challenger. Lerio is looking to be in a very good position to take the second spot with direct entry, since they have the next highest crown point total. In fact, it's going to be a 40-point lead of Lerio over Darren, who is in the next place.
just about does it here for today. We have, I want to, as always, a huge shout out to Matol for organizing these tournaments. He's done an amazing job throughout the year, and it's bittersweet that now this tournament cycle is coming close to its end. Yeah, I cannot thank Matol enough for all the work that's gone on behind the scenes, organizing the players both on the days and also beforehand. The only reason it runs so smoothly is because Matol puts in so much work. And also for all the support putting up the prize pools for these tournaments. It wouldn't be the same without those. And if you'd like to support the prize pools for World Masters for the final event, you can do !crowdfund in the chat and you'll get the link to the crowdfunding page. And I think that will just about do us then. So again, congratulations to Myamon, commiserations to Lerio, to Kungfoorabbit and TGX for unfortunately falling short. But that's what the cookie crumbles, and maybe the cookie will crumble a different way as we get to World Masters at the end of the year.
Crush those vermin!
Mind your words, and who you address, and how you address them. Fancy a game of Kaviri roulette?
Power, unfettered, corrupts both body and mind.
Rubbish in, rubbish out, they say. Pass and forget. Not I.
You've met your match, puppet.
Folks say we live like princesses. If only they knew.
It's war. Severed limbs, blood, and guts.
We need sleep. Ugh. Another test. So soon.
Did you see that? Anything alive would be dead now. Killer spell.
Love to hear him beg for mercy. Not that it helps.
They do not fall! Why do they not fall?
That hurts. Good. I was starting to worry.
Their numbers are plenty. but we shall prevail.
Well, we've not had enough.
The madman Raffard would see us dissolved.
I am here to lend a helping hand.
Could you say? Thought you'd never ask.
We have each other's backs. That's more than most.
You fear me. I sense it.
So,
I smell it.
how are things?
I could be your great-grandfather's great-grandfather.
They do not fall! Why do they not fall?
Ah, I love this job.
man's got the wares, if you've got the coin.
Your wish, my duty.
Ugh, can the use not smell that?
Their numbers are plenty, but we shall prevail.
Officer's word. Make way! Move it! For Skellige's glory!
Your magic can't harm me. No magic can.
It could very well be the deal of a lifetime.
arrows in me arse. A pinprick, that's what!
They think Gudrun ran off in fear of her father Beorn, do they?
Out of the kettle, into the cauldron.
We'll follow you always, into the fair!
An outbreak of the clap at the Hierarch's Palace. Oh.
Living souls in your wake shall ne'er deign forget your seek.
Belly your throat. Got a preference?
Ye who wander on the gale, ye we summon, ye we call.
Magic is a curse, a blessing, and progress.
Officer's word.
Well, we've nattered enough.
A moment. I need to smoke.
Finally. You bloody took long enough.
Visible mutation, rough skin, vertical pupils, horns.
Who are you to judge us?
The semblance of power don't interest me.
May Mordron Freya watch us and keep us.
Show me what flows in your veins. Use it. Not sure for what just yet, but
My knights, I need to be like witches, strong and immune.
Close ranks!
No one is born a mage. The vast majority lack even the potential.
Luce désolé.
we tanned their black-clad hides at Sodden, we'll tan their black-clad hides again!
Morning, Mrs. Frog. How did I fare, Mistress Letitia? Well this time, yes? The water's perfect! Come on in!
So, shall we warm up with a fire spell? Ha!
Lady Esne won't let us talk to strangers.
Hocus pocus. Bang. Kaboom. Shit, how'd that go?
life of a source isn't a bed of roses, I tell you.
Blindfold! Whatever for?
Bloody Karakini!
I'm a medic. I tend to know what I'm doing when I prescribe something.
You've met your match, puppet!
Pride is all we've left.
Whoops a daisy. How utterly inept of me.
The day is nigh when all shall behold my beauty. Rubbish in, rubbish out, they say. Pass and forget. Not I.
Leave no trace we were ever here.
You are no lunet of mine.
They do not fall! Why do they not fall?
The madman Raffard would see us dissolved.
Naturally, of course.
Stay back! Or I'll...
How would I even close my ears? That's just stupid.
Their numbers are plenty, but we shall prevail.
We have each other's backs. That's more than most. They do not fall! Why do they not fall?
Right-head Sparley!
Novigrad's a real beaut, excluding the folk, of course.
Keep a stiff neck.
Does this dream?
Premium grade won't find any better.
The anatomical changes slightly exceed my expectations.
Right foot, left foot, right.
Right-head Sparley!
It could very well be the deal of a lifetime.
They ain't over here.
Only one of us will still stand by the end of the day.
So that's why there's no horse in the third. Ouch.
You see anyone? You make sure they don't see you back.
Feign not ignorance. Remember to whom you speak.
The time of sword and axe, the age of the wolf and storm is nigh.
Death to Old One!
I only loot corpses, except sometimes they're quite fresh.
Best commodity in town, I swear it.
Who do I spy?
Pride is all we've left.
Abandon your false gods!
One man's battlefield is another man's ripe patch for harvest. Onward! Attack!
Asking me for help. Now that's smart.
Ever had your kneecaps broken?
This is elven land, Dwan, upon which your kind dies.
Your breath will avenge us, Dwan!
Can I do the pendulum? I'm much better at that.
Yield and save me some time! Your magic can't harm me. No magic can.
Dance! Dance! Dance with my death!
You fear us. It's good you do.
Never ever whistle in a mine.
End this battle already. I've more important things to do.
Don't you fret about me. Can take care of myself.
The wonders of projectiles and ranged weaponry. Can't see it getting any better than this.
Act your age. At 2 centuries, you behave like you were barely one.
Can I come down now?
Come on now. One of you must know the answer, surely.
Can I do the pendulum? I'm much better at that.
Lady Ailerin will be pleased.
Retrieve the bolt. I know. I'm on it.
The windmill. Its sticks spin around and smash you.
only be asked.
Always going on about this Mark fella.
If you're not fast enough, the windmiller hit you. Hard. Can I do the pendulum? I'm much better at that.
Climbing's the easy bit. Getting down's another matter.
Let us begin!
You've got to dodge! You've got to have the...
You'll join in your blood! Onward!
Abharan Anis. Never bend, never kneel. On that, we find ourselves in agreement.
Officer's word.
Onward, sons of Nilfgaard! Es Krise in Seifelhörsöhnen!
Psst, how about this one? Gloares fuérejame.
Bilge rats? Not on this ship.
Premium grade, won't find any better.
blabbing already, but I was just getting started.
You fear me. I sense it. I smell it.
The simplest methods yield the best results. Nothing turns my guts more than a filthy mage.
For you, a very special item I have. A surprise.
Allah bin Allah!
Watch close. Are you?
Shub madly meg! Shub rock drop you!
I'll scrub the decks with your face!
If the ring won't come off, just take the whole finger.
Gloire ihr Herzen!
It could very well be the deal of a lifetime.
Magic is a curse, a blessing, and progress.
Slow, ain't ya?
As good as dead, that lot.
Hello, with Mandrake, you must always... Wait, where are my gloves?
I forgive you. This time.
I shall not repeat Emir's mistakes.
Elven blarney.
To thee, Nicolor!
Another little thunderbolt. Charmin.
Rig the sails!
Abharan Anis.
Oh, Melitene.
I trust no one. Never have.
Hail, Kerzer!
Beat the Lordling dogs until they
Gloire,
beg for
ihr
mercy!
Herzer!
Bilge rats? Not on this ship.
It'd be a shame if they were to have.
Don't you fret about me. Can take care of myself.
conquered Gesso! These Nordling scum are no better!
Humans above, beasts below. Don't know which is worse.
Reality is that which, though you believe it no more, does not go away.
Neath the ground rest countless riches and corpses.
Shoop madly make! Shoop rock drop you!
any illusion.
Why should I, an elf, a sage, converse with an ape?
I bring death, quite literally.
I value adventures only independence can provide.
Beautiful is of fear, but of dangers full.
Ach, I can't be arsed.
With our forefathers!
Enye, Evgliana!
Your magic can't harm me. No magic can.
Pretty as a pond.
I kneel to Svalblood and Svalblood alone. The only good human is a dead human.
Mother Earth, I grant you my life. From you it came, to you it returns.
Oh, let me sing you the song of my people! They know here. Stay back, or I'll...
My home is wherever the road takes me.
Keep a stiff neck.
Glory to Svalbard!
Sweats.
The moment. I need to smoke.
Why should I, an elf, a sage, converse with an ape?
What's 3 arrows in me arse? A pinprick! That's what! I'll smash your mug! Shut it the fight, you bastard!
Getting to work.
The goddess protect you from all evil! Yield and save me some time. Bloody crackiny.
Soft does this dream.
Scoia'tael! Attack!
You can run, you can hide, but I'm gonna get ya.
Kiss bar in there.
You are no Luned of mine.
Want a whiff of my axe?
This is our line.
Never had your kneecaps broken.
Humans above, beasts below. Don't know which is worse.
Don't worry. This ought to smoke him out.
Mother Earth, I grant you my life. From you it came, to you it returns.
I trust no one. Never have.
Right-head Sparley!
Enid and Glenna!
Morning, Mrs. Frog.
Who am I to kill?
The water's perfect! Come on in!
Onward, Fryhead! Don't you fret about me. Can take care of myself. Lady Esne won't let us talk to strangers.
Only one with no sense would trust the word of a twat.
Maybe it's an axe to the heat while I'm at it.
Getting to work.
Pride is all we've left.
Hewland Pavia and Alea.
Wise as a waterfall.
Fool me once, death on you. No one gets to fool me twice.
Listen for other ponds later!
I'll get it done.
Oh, let me sing you the song of my people!
Don't worry, this ought to smoke him out.
I trust no one. Never have.
You want revenge on the Dwan? Start by surviving.
Pride is all we've left.
This is our line!
They know me here.
I can't be asked.
Never ever whistle in a mine.
Uh-oh.
Wind whistles, Willowsworth.
Scoia'tael! Attack!
Oh, how lovely it burns.
Gonna wave to her.
Only one with no sense would trust the word of a dwarf.
They can hide, but there is no escape.
Death to Old One!
Picker, flicker, boom!
Don't you fret about me. Can take care of myself.
Act your age! At 2 centuries, you behave like you were barely 1.
Ested esa crisa.
Inarin Yalde Crowfair.
Nilfgaard's iron might!
The senses can be fooled easily.
Barbarians.
Out of the way, rabble!
The good of the Empire, that is what matters.
Enough! Let us finish this.
I warned you.
A clever maneuver.
Corpses overboard. Live ones to the cage.
What is truth, if not an illusion?
Rubbish. This one has the life force of a cockroach.
warned you.
Share the night, share the love. Satisfaction guaranteed.
Control the docks, control the city.
Sewers remind me of the fjords back home.
Bloody hate mages. Cheating's second nature to them.
Our knee's supposed to bend both ways like that.
It could very well be the deal of a lifetime.
Touch it, go on. Feel the craftsmanship.
That hurts. Good. I was starting to worry. You fear me. I sense it. I smell it.
Best commodity in town, I swear it.
Hold now! We must negotiate.
Your facts, good sir, are false.
Do you think this situation a jest?
The eternal fire casts a long shadow. And steered. Blabbing already, but I was just getting started.
The good old smell of seagull shit.
I'll show you, delicate.
Soon you shall transform and receive the gift of life.
Nothing turns my guts more than a filthy mage.
I want to see corpses! Corpses everywhere!
Could you say? Thought you'd never ask.
Ah! Where better to plot than in one's own lair?
Officer's word. Lay down your arms! You have no chance!
Man's got the wares, if you've got the coin.
You shall die, worm.
Only one with no sense would trust the word of a Dwan.
This is our land!
Keep a stiff neck.
Rough foot left wise as a waterfall.
Enid and Glenna!
Taste it.
Other ones later!
Blindfold, whatever for.
not taking souvenirs.
Bloody crackine.
You're one sexy witch, and I'm here to please.
The only good human is a dead human.
Oh, let me sing you the song of my people! Stay back, or I'll...
Interesting, we get into the spicy matchup immediately.
Yeah. I just want to mention the clear skies here is a nice little touch, boosting all units on allied row. It might be able to give a bit of help getting Reavers out of range of the Svalbard.
But yeah, let's go. This is first semi-final best of 5 series. We have 2 of those and then the final all today, all brought to you by Matol. Look at this beautiful combo. Nobody expected Troubadour at the start of the year, I guess, in the tournament, but here we are. Although maybe Myamon was experimenting with them in the CDPR cycle already last year, but
in case you didn't know what Self-Wound was running, you can click the vial to see what is in Archie's list, but it's kind of pointless because this is open deck lists anyways. So Drakar is a nice unit here against the Reavers. Its armor will be able to counteract a bit of the damage as long as it stays as the highest unit, which is likely to remain the case. So you see it's already counteracting the damage coming out from the Reavers. And no, this time it's not a vial. This is going to be a maxi. Very quick choice on the maxi.
Yeah.
Did you get look at that?
Nah, I think I seen Knut at the top, but not many golds. I might be mistaken, but yeah, that was also very fast, so didn't really register with me either.
Yeah, a lot of the golds are already in hand here for Archie, which means if they want to contest the round 1, they'll likely need to start committing some higher value cards quite early and card 3 in round 1. We're already going to see a Clear Skies coming out, and it's playing a solid 6 points. 6 units on the front row, it's doing the job pretty nicely.
Yeah. Okay, so ship is getting bigger, being the target, but Maxi already got damaged 3 times. So it's awkward for Archi. Yeah, you mentioned that he has the golds. So Myamon just played some reversed into one of the secret services out of the deck. Like, he doesn't really need the purifies in this match. Self-purifies, I mean. Clear Skies is also a throwaway card.
And importantly, the pellet is the only bronze in Archie's hand, but it has quite an important role in this matchup in being able to get rid of one of the 2 locks that Myamon's deck is running. And so we'll see how the players want to progress here. Gonna be Arcane Tome. Are we going for the Neomancy? What is the poison that will be picked?
Okay, so this is a nice way to get an hero for Archie, but he doesn't take it and slams the space button. So he has his game plan. He was in Twitch chats yesterday mentioning that they were prepping and testing. I don't know exact results, but yeah, might be a prepared strategy. Of course, against Reavers, when you have okay, they have armor, a little bit of it, but theoretically with Swole Blood exploding 2-3 times, you start damaging them, even if they are protected by Garrison as well. At the same time, yeah, look at those. Lock, another lock, a sword is here, so how much can you do of a board setup can you do to actually profit from the Swole Blood?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see a bit of a push coming through here. Reavers do enjoy having the first say, getting to go first, set up your Reavers, set up your engines before the opponent has a chance to react. Can be quite nice, and we do see Reavers coming out already. Avalok bringing out the Mushy Truffle. When you can travel anywhere through portals, not sure why you would go to the Mushy Truffle. Would have thought you'd choose a bit of a fancier tavern, but maybe nice.
Yes, here he wants to be among the common folks. Occasionally elves just get so tiring, and yeah, we see the control setup. We also don't see the River Hunter click here.
Yeah, so probably saving the Reaver Hunter click for the Idaran, I would imagine. And yeah, offensive verification. Getting rid of the Chaos Troll is quite important in this matchup because that is one of the key ways for Self-Wound to deal damage. And if the Chaos Troll isn't there, well, Myamon's threats are going to be that much safer. And also means the Sigvald and the Olgierd have less things to combo with to get value.
Okay, so answering that with the totem. Archie has a nickname of a bear in the community, so putting a bear onto his side of the board, and now the totem potentially creating the bear abominations as well. It's all symbolic. Okay, we see Idaran, now the click comes. There was of course a line of just killing it, considering Archie did get the Raiders on board, floating 2 damage. It could have been combined with the Knut, but that kinda ruins your overall game plan and Knut usage, so yeah. We see that Myamon is capable of establishing 3 of River Hunters on the board now, which usually, yeah, just becomes 7 of them, considering there is Idaran and Redanian Secret Service on the board at the moment, of course. Some spots are taken, but here we are. First big explosion, second big explosion, another one, and...
Is it?
Yeah, I guess he wants to eliminate and board wipe everything. Okay, aggressive, prepared.
So, yeah, huge commitment there, but hey, it means you have likely card advantage now. It means you'll have first say in a future round. And if you're able to get an Olgierd or a Sigvald onto the board and have them actually stick, it means that the Reavers aren't going to be getting a whole lot of value. Because they'll just be hitting a unit which likes to get damaged. And this is going to be Skrull coming out. Going to get rid of the Neuromancy here, I imagine. So Myamon, in a sense, playing for carryover here by removing Archie's carryover, but as a tutor, the only thing missing for Archie right now is the Sidreafer's Right deck. So, not going to be the most impactful Skrull in the end.
Yeah. So since Archie went all in, he is without the leader now. At the same time, Myamon still possesses his mobilization. But yeah, need to be mindful of, say, that Olgierd Immortal. He deals with the Sidreafer's Right onto the Svalbard. Now the Bear God is... its soul is inside of Hand-Guided Sword coming out in round 3. Can't see really much of a benefit it can have against Self-Wound deck, especially the one that already played Totem and flipped most of the culti, like Bear Abominations. Leader is out, so there won't be much Swarm.
No, but hey, at the very least, you remove it from the opponent's graveyard with the banish on the Handgate Sword, and hey, if you can set up enough Reavers to do 8 damage per turn, the Spellblood will spawn an extra 4-point bear each turn as a result. And a bit unfortunately here, since the second Redanian Secret Service was already thinned out, I don't believe this Troubadour will have a way to get rid of the lock on a Reaver Hunter.
Yeah. Okay, so another Drakkar Reaver Hunters interaction, and there he is, Olgierd Immortal. You just lock it, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Heatwave.
The thing with the lock is it would mean the Reavers would be able to actually hit it, damage it, so it might not be the tallest unit anymore. Though in saying that, the Hakam will do a pretty good job at removing the lock from the Olgierd and boosting it before removing the lock so the boost actually goes through.
Yeah, true. So the alternative is of course to just heatwave it, but you never know. Might want to do that on juiced up Sigvald rather. So lock number 1, and the beautiful thing here for Myamon is that he doesn't care if Olgierd is unlocked on Archie's turn, it's just that it needs to be locked during Myamon's turn, so another lock can be invested. And the damage will go through, but yeah, decides to heatwave here, maybe expecting that Peller might be waiting for his turn.
Life's one never-ending fight.
But now Sigvald is free to go with the Peller present. It's just what he can actually achieve. Only Martram is there.
Yeah.
Mankind is a
We do see the lock coming out immediately.
It also puts
The
him at
Sigvald
5
here
power.
doesn't have that much to combo with. Can get a bit done with the Martyrum. I guess hit the Drakkar on maybe the... Actually, this Drakkar's never going to have armor.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm not sure how you really turn that bleeding into actual points on this Sigvald.
This Svalbard coming out will be, yeah, not really helpful here.
Yeah.
Decides not to deal with the Sigvald, by the way. This never deals with it, right? So, okay. He couldn't. For some reason I was like, oh, 5 damage, nice. Like, expecting the sword actually work, but yeah, that's me speaking nonsense. Never mind. So Sigvald is actually free. Well, this is beautiful for Sigvald. Getting the damage in.
If there's enough bleeding, it can get a decent kill on the Pella, turning that into points. So might want to kill this Pella with the sword as a result, to really force this Sigvald into hitting this Toll or Drakkar. And not even gonna use this Redanian Knight ping either. Redanian Knight? Kedweni Revenant, gosh. Verification is 10 points, cute little Sigvald, but still going to come up short. And the Reavers are able to slay the Self-Wound deck, and they're going to force Archie to take Self-Wound for another spin later in the series.
Okay. We had Myamon Lucoin, right, and Nilfgaard, as you mentioned, was banned on both sides. So let's set up this beautiful ban screen between the games. And also mark that, yeah, the first game of the Grand Finals goes Myamon's way. Okay.
So might be able to directly outpoint the Death Wish pound for pound.
Deduction seem to have waned, not one bit.
Yeah, okay, interesting. So for control and toll punish, what do we have? We have rebukes, but rebukes against Death Wish don't achieve too much. We have Moran. Her lock, it can be countered with the Pellar. And then you mostly just play your own stuff. So yeah, Archie wins the control war here with 9 power. Lure Triptide, still a powerful tool. Has double Cyclops, has Irondite, Heatwave, so...
So I think round control will be important here, I would say, for Myamon. Because when you lack the direct control tools, what you can instead try to do is go for a bit of a tempo bleed in around 2. If you're able to force out the Succubus, force out the Detlef before the AQ comes out even, or just not give them time to get consumed, you're able to disrupt the Death Wish's plans to a decent degree. But it's going to be both players committing some gold to begin with. The Brewers Ritual coming out for Archie. Notably, not committing the Dagon yet. Does have access to it with the Decree, but since you're up against a list that doesn't have Heatwave and the lock can be countered by Pella, you might be wanting to save the Dagon for second form instead.
Yeah, that would be spicy if we'll see that going through. Of course, Myamon could have something like Seamless into double rebuke, but we do see double rebuke in hand. And Seamless lacking from not present in the hand at the moment, although there is a Telealin. But yeah, Dagon is definitely being kept here by Archie on purpose, as you mentioned. Royal Decree is there. Also has access to AQ, so it's not like he's missing everything and needs to keep the Decree.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's quite unfortunate here for Myamon, this Lord Riptide cleaning up the Frixenet, but the Frixenet was always sort of going to be the tallest unit. They just had to hope the Riptide wasn't found, and unluckily for Myamon, Archie was skilled when it came to the draw. But Myamon does need to respect the tempo here, and that's why we see the Zungrim's Council coming out for the Philovandrel. Contesting this round means you need to commit big to catch up to that Bros Ritual tempo. And the thing with the Death Wish here is their points are going to sort of taper out, since you see they have one more active Death Wish that can turn into points, but then it's going to turn into a lot of a slower case where they're going to have this Succubus, which they don't really want to play now. Takes both Slainer Hobbies being played to get the bonded value, so it's going to be quite possible for Myamon to contest. And with the frogs on board, you can actually go for the Vitality option from Shaping Nature, and moving these frogs front row to deny a little bit of fog value, make it do 1 damage instead of 2.
Yeah. Look at those small little cute frogs just doing their job of allowing one of them thrive, and they work as a community. But Death Wishes also work as a community. You eat something, but at least the buffs are coming for other units. So Sidana Harpy number 2 will produce an egg. There is still Endrega Warrior to consume it, so things are looking okay for both players here. This is a fair round 1, I think. Nobody's really sitting there like saying I didn't find anything. Where are my cards? Like you might prefer presence of some of them in Gwent in your round 1 hand, but here, yeah. It's so funny. We see once again Myamon being this person preferring underused cards like Shaping Nature. Seeing Play is not your everyday occurrence. Of course, it has a nice synergy with Frex in it as well, as it gives vitality and buffs. But yeah, love to see a new card in the tournament for the entirety of 2024. I don't think we've really had that Echo in action.
Yeah, but hey, it's done its job here. It's given a good amount of points, and it's helped Myamon maintain the lead. Enough so that Archi is feeling like they need to commit the second succubus here, and even a leader charge in round 1, and that's not something you usually see from Death Wish. Part of this might be because the Dagon wasn't played in this round 1, so Archie's lacking perhaps some of those points that he would have had otherwise if that Dagon did come out. But with a second rebuke here, Myamon could get another Symbiosis proc, or just go for Foul into. Is it going to be another Frogs? It will be.
Okay, yeah, we
so yeah,
we frogging in this round 1. So do we actually see AQ committed on the succubus? Yes, leading into the Endrega Warrior consume next turn.
We're not done if you can still walk.
It will be a lot of points, but it's also, well, a commitment now.
Yeah.
As we got accustomed to Detlef, Frog, 18 Detlef, and then AQ being played on Detlef in the qualis. Yeah, this time around it ain't happening. Okay, Lock committed, but doesn't matter. There are 2 Deathwish units of like more or less similar effect anyway. So yeah, we get the Harpy spawn from a neck and Succubus. So while we were talking here, Iron Knight grew to 9 already, and Archi has 10 cards in the deck, with 1 tutor, so hopefully gets what he needs. For Myamon here, only 1 board space left, and you have to play Telealin if you want to still be in it first, because otherwise you will be clocked. And we see Circles of Life getting ahead by 1, but at the same time not really producing any carryover.
This is, yeah, Myamon just really wanting to trade for the final card here. It ends up being the Decree, which will play for a semi-decent number of points here, and without room for the Symbiosis procs. Well, okay, it will be enough because we have a backup plan.
There is 5, there is a backup plan damage, and then you just leader if necessary. So, but yeah, also gets the dead blow, so don't really need that leader commitment. But with procs you get your plus 2 points per leader charge quite easily if he needed 1 extra. Okay, so that's not the round 1 I expected.
No. So expensive for both players quite a bit here. And now the question is, does Myamon decide to bleed? Because with Dagon not being played yet, I don't think you want to face that in a longer round 3 here. We see the Dagon being mulliganed straight away because yeah, Archie hasn't won a round yet, and you don't want to play Dagon phase 1 in this sort of situation. On the flip side, Ethne, the 3rd form is quite powerful, but I think it pales in comparison to the Dagon.
Okay, so Archie Archi removed the Dagon as you pointed out, Myamon wants it out now, so this is kinda a weird situation where both players have this one common point, Dagon, but it's not coming out. Yeah, the problem here for Myamon is that the frog with the giant poet was in the graveyard, so that's quite a bit of tempo. Sure, you have your oak creatures, you have a little bit of damage here, but you're not really getting anywhere with it, with Cyclops basically being a consume unit here.
And considering how aggressively we saw Myamon play towards the end of the round 1, I wouldn't be surprised if the Gourd gets played here just to try to trade out for the card, but then again, maybe you're worried about actually needing a finisher for round 3, never mind just going for the trade.
Not
Gonna be
disappointed
seeing this Cyclops.
Not the greatest trade, so Archie will be seeing, what, 5 cards?
I'm just a sexy little cog in that fucked up machine called life.
So be getting...
Yeah. So, guaranteed to draw 3 of these 4 golds soon. Yeah, the Dagon doesn't have that much time to progress its counter, but should still get pretty decent value. And the problem for Symbiosis is in this really short round 3, when you've already played most of your good natures, I don't think this Ethne is going to have enough time to really get that value to contest the short round power and tempo that Deathwish has.
Forget about the Dagon, he hasn't risen. He decided to chill as the bottom card. There are no more consumes anyway. I think the frogs are depleted now. Okay, so we have Aetna. And the nice thing about her, she is immune, but at the same time you cannot deny the Irondite value, unfortunately.
No.
Like, you'd prefer to just drop it from hand, discard, but then do you have enough points? No, so you kinda need to play everything out here.
Yeah, sometimes you could hope that the opponent missed cards, but when the Deathwish players thinned this much, that's extremely unlikely to happen. So with that, Symbiosis, I don't think I'm going to be able to stack up to the Deathwish here, and that's with the Deathwish not even playing Dagon at all this game.
Yeah, okay, the treant is big because of Symbiosis 3 on Aetna, but not big enough. And that's a close, not standard match, but yeah, a close game. Myamon tried it. The bleed didn't really accomplish much, but yeah, it's 1-1. Great job. And decks are winning from blue coin. Seems to be the story at the moment. And do the switch.
I had your help and inspiration for this prediction, so I can't take all the credit.
Yeah. Okay, so we have Open Sesame. We have Bare Knuckle Brawlers, but the problem with those against Self-Wound is that the things you hit are maybe not the things you'd want to hit.
Yeah. I mean, that's the issue. When you've been drinking too much, you can't punch straight, and you often don't punch what you want. Not speaking from experience here.
I expected you, yeah, being a student, just a few exciting nights with some brawling, Fight Club running. And yeah, there we are. 2 half-naked men just posing against one another, but I don't think Brawler's monetary investments will bring him any joy.
Open Sesame might pave the way for this brawler to maybe manscape so it can actually face up to the Sigvald, but with Spablood Priest being Sigvald's wingman, I'm not putting money on the brawler either.
man's got the wares, if you've got the coin.
Okay, you've got the coin in your graveyard. 2 open sesames now.
Yeah, so Sigvald here is quite early. Yes, you want to play it to disrupt the brawler, but it is still significant commitment. Problem is here for Myamon is that you have a lot of coins generated already, but how are you going to spend them? You can use the Oxenfurt Guard to spend as a defensive spender by doing boosts, but does require 2 adjacent units, which won't be available until a couple more turns' time. With the spending there, so you will have to get on the brawler.
Brawler, no! Nice try, but only 1 out of 3 were successful. Well, only 1 of the 2. No, brawler, stop it! So, we see the second Shady Vendor, second Sesame created, 3 in the graveyard now. They are staggered by 1. While Archi is just doing like cheap self-wound thing. So okay, he committed Sigvald, but at the same time that kinda is investment for the Sigrippers right anyway. And helps tremendously against the Brawler. Well, now Brawler kinda has a few hits to make before he digs into the Sigvald, unless we see the Martrom committed here from an hero.
And the problem here for Myamon is that, yes, he set up a lot of carryover with these open sesames, but when you're playing quite slow here, you're not setting up any engines. It's going to make it quite tough to contest this round. Whereas all 4 of these turns, Archie has been putting down basically an engine each turn, and now with them all working together, they're almost going to be able to counteract just with passive value any card that Myamon plays here. Yeah, you can click the Tiger's Eye here, get a bit of value here by spending out the rest of your coins here, but maybe roping out too.
Yeah, at least Corsair, the Armor Drakkar combo is not passive, so... well, not like Archer was passing anyway, but yeah, it would have been just a lot of points generated, and if you are roping out and not getting ahead, that might have got you in trouble in a different situation. But yeah, we see second Drakkar committed. Sigvald is getting clicked as well, and Golden Necker committed in round 1. Oh no, the expensive the most expensive card of the deck flying out just like this. Oh wait, you tell me he can do that again?
What?
No.
Really?
Man, we need to like Golden Necker. If it can be played twice, should cost 22 provisions. That's just simple math. Here, I don't know.
Yes. As a person very into maths, I can back up that claim, and definitely that's how the maths works out. So, yeah, and due to being so far behind, that is why this Golden Necker needs to be committed, but Smerald is potentially going to get cleaned up by Knut. We'll see if Archie thinks that will be worthwhile, because whilst you would get rid of a poison from the morale, there's still another one sitting on that failed experiment. So you've got to wonder if there will be 2 units getting cleaned up. But Squirrel for the Golden Necker means that for all our joking about Golden Necker being played twice, it won't be the case in this game. We're only seeing 1 Golden Necker, and that card is now gone.
So I suppose Squirrel knows what it's doing, leaving all the money, all the safes in the graveyard, but yep. Golden Necker. That's maybe why we never got the project Golden Necker released by CDPR. We only got Rogue Mage, because Squirrel actually, all the coding, all the resources that were ready for a bigger game just got squirreled away. I think we solved it.
A year late, unfortunately, but Yes, the mystery is finally solved.
Okay.
And scrolling the red sword means Myamon now has access to a bit of graveyard punish themselves. Could be Sigvald getting banished in a later round, since that's really the only gold that will be heading into Archie's graveyard at the moment.
Okay.
But
Archie
the downside of the tome is that you can get a huge modern value on the Sigvald combining with this Canute, and also the Canute won't have Berserk set up here. It's got enough value immediately that Myamon is likely just going to lose on even now.
Yeah, at the same time, yeah. Bad for Sigvald, he already got into a fight, so that was a bit prematurely. He didn't know that his body is coming in, generating extra bleeds on him, and also an opportunity to purify himself. But
true.
Yeah, Feller is here to save the day if necessary. Ah, wait, yeah, there is the failed experiment with the poison. Missing important components might be devastating. It's good that I'm not playing.
Me too. Because I saw that failed experiment 3 turns ago, and my mind kind of slipped and forgot about it, but it was just laying there in wait. It's gonna be matter. Drawing the Serenova for Myamon could be a nice chance to establish a carryover here. And a second Corsair ain't too shabby for Self-Wound when they have 2 Dracars sitting on the board.
And I mean, as the Self-Wound player, you probably click in that Arcane Tome. Still Kyre Troll there, Swollblood Olgierd in the deck. Yeah, okay. Makes sense.
And at this point, Myamon only has a single Open Sesame left in the deck in terms of specials. So I'm curious to see if it will be clicked. It will.
Yeah.
So this is the last chance for Myamon to use the tome this round.
So 10 into 8 with 1 decree as well. Will be finding most of his golds, and just the order is the question. By now Archie kinda knows, if he's keeping the count, that Royal Decree is the only special. I don't think there is a big finisher in terms of the cards. Spenders are already on the board, so yeah, no reason not to click it yourself when you need to catch up, and you're kind of running out of cards anyway. So
yeah, and at this point the tome order is read, so Archie is able to see that there are no specials left in deck for Myamon. If Archie's been counting, checking the deck list closely, it would be clear that the decree is in hand for Myamon. It will be spent here regardless. We're going to see the Alyssa Henson shuffling back the red sword, so it can be played with tome immediately.
Yeah, okay, I get. Wow, okay. So something we didn't read the manual for. There we go. No Neuromancy. Although this Neuromancy, once again, yeah, a few things happened already, and I suppose Purification you cannot play, so Spores are not that amazing here either. Maybe Archie, yeah, cannot really click it anymore to thin the bad bronzes, but yeah, the play worthy of a round win with the side dish of Neuromancy removed. Why not? So Alyssa,
cherry on top.
Yeah, Alyssa felt like maybe she's not really doing much with Golden Neckergan, but yeah, reactivated the dome. Nice little play there. The cards that are coming for... Okay, so the Svalbard is here. Purification, I guess it is points, but... Yeah, with all the thing in, 4 big golds are still in the deck. And Maxi is a card that, well, occasionally her job is just to show you the cards that you missed. You don't need, you can sort them all you wish. Yeah, look, 4 golds. And as one special behind them, then you are drawing your golds. It's just that a little bit behind. What was the hand-guided sword used second time on?
I didn't quite catch that.
Yeah, I was
I'm
trying
curious to see how that resolves. Does it still have the scroll stored in it? Or does it reset if you kill a new unit?
Yeah, I think so. This is Katana. It stores the souls of the fallen enemies inside itself, so let's see. The hand-guided Katana. I guess it's getting... Yeah, there we go. The squirrel is the survivor in it.
Knut says goodbye. So, yeah. There isn't like a big unit finisher for Myamon's list. However, the Open Sesames can provide a lot of points in a short period of time. And notably, the lowest counter Open Sesame is 0-1 counter. So, not wanting to proc them here, I think, for Myamon, unless you're really pushing for like 2-0 pushing to get a lot out. But with Brawler being the spender here...
Can he board wipe with all the money in the world? So
you need like 23 coins to do it. I think you'd be a bit short.
Nah, you have exactly 23.
I would have done it perhaps then, yeah.
But the problem... Well, the board wipe is kind of not... Did you count the flip on the Bear Abomination? Okay, if you did, then you board wipe completely. And then it's Purification, Heat, whatever, yeah. That wouldn't be.
I think it actually would have 2-0'd.
The leader was fully unused by Archi, so that's kind of playing for too little. Okay, but okay, we have the Izora here. Very nice card to have when you have a graveyard setup like this. The problem is Heatwave was preserved by Archi, so...
Even worse, Chaotrold is here, which means that probably as soon as the first unit gets played here, it just gets clashed with and killed off. So you're going to need to try to use Conjurer's Candle to take things out of range, but if you do that, you just play into this Heatwave.
So yeah, maybe I'm a bit crazy, but I would have liked the full spend on the Brawler last time, last round. Maybe there was just a simple way to see that, yeah, if your opponent has 2 cards that play for 5-6 points. Okay, Draka Turtle Leader already takes your hat, so that would have been too risky. We have bodies provided. 2 extra bodies provided to the board with this purification.
Gonna help, but the problem is Suxenfoot card needs to live for this Ixora to get value, so I'm likely gonna see the Ixora getting floated.
Okay.
And it's all gone wrong here for the Syndicate. Their trade routes have been intercepted by those big turtles of the sea, those Draco turtles, and Ixora just doesn't have a chance to get any plunder going here.
So players see that both of them tint almost their decks almost completely, knowing what to expect. Myamon most likely, yeah, knows what was waiting. This is Aura. Now there is a big bank to spend, but you only have one friend to spend it on. Was playing into spores as well, but spores are not present. What's the best? Sigriff is right. We have
surprising amount of points here.
Yeah,
you can see how impactful this would have been if there was just a second unit living here.
Yep.
Which maybe if that bleed ended a turn earlier, that could have been the case, but Self-Ruin does take it by perhaps narrower margin than expected, but still a win for Self-Ruin nonetheless.
Yeah, crazy amounts of money, but only one recipient of those boosts. And GG to Archi, taking it.
Looks like it will be. So, it seems like Myamon enjoys taking the gift from the red coin. Likes the red coin tempo can provide. And yeah, Syndicate sometimes can struggle a bit in the round one, particularly if it is an open sesame list, which the list Archie is playing here, it is. And Rebukes are perfectly situated at 5 damage to kill off Witch Hunter Executioners. So you might like to protect them with a candle, but you often don't like playing that candle round one, so it'll be interesting to see if Archie's going to be able to set up a damage spender here. Or even just a spender as a whole, looking at this hand, might need to commit the Scoundrel in the end.
Yeah, think about Scoundrel is that you can tribute the card to see the bronze that you're pulling and bounting, and with the presence of Dual Canal Guardian, you kinda have to.
Yeah.
So yeah, we've seen Archie not do it once in the qualies, but here goes for it, and we see that Scoundrel is very good at picking at small adepts of Cat Witcher School. He fought something that he was certain he gonna collect the bounty on. The Guardian, yeah, I'm not sure if he can pick on that. We see the lock coming, so his job here is done, right? Nothing to purify with. No location.
So, essentially just playing as a 12-point body here. It's gonna be the first Rebuke used up, but unfortunately no Treant on board to get some of that Deathblow value. And also going to be a later charge on the Morin.
Yeah, the Hysteria was set up to 3 and the instant kill, but Myamon is playing around that, I guess.
Could you say?
Okay. Open Sesame found. Both these players seem very good at getting Open Sesame.
I don't think we've seen
shady vendors.
I don't think we've seen a single. We've seen 3 rolls, 3 successful rolls.
That's just why these players are in this tournament. These are the best of the best. They know how to play well strategically, and they know how to high roll when it matters. So, this is a very bronze-heavy hand here for Myamon, and with the only special with bronze special with 2 copies in deck still being the Circle of Life, I'm curious whether the Simless will end up just playing these Circles of Life similarly to the Deathwish game. Will be Fav tutoring the Frogs mating season. This is quite nice with that Viper Witcher Adept here, can get quite a bit of synergy with already having 7 cards on this front row, and Frogs to make that Vitality tick super quick. But you got to be careful for Philippa if you go for such a large amount of Vitality.
Actually, you mentioned her and she flies out immediately. Well, they even tried to recreate poses of one another, the Wolf and Philippa. So, like, being caught up mid-air here. So Archie decides to not wait for, say, Frexinet to land. To wait for the Cat Witcher adapt target. Goes for it immediately. Well, the bank is full, you don't have spenders, so it makes sense. You have 2 bronzes that give you coins as well. What was that movement?
You've beautiful green eyes. Beautiful.
A setup for leader charge. But that's... okay, double leader charge. Okay, that I can see, I guess. But yeah, frogs are not really helping, and you still don't really achieve anything with the junior coming and killing your 9.
And yeah, is that young dryad getting added to Horson's bathtub, unfortunately?
No. Well, the card is kinda black and white and red, so... although the overall tint is like green. So I guess she will be not breaking the overall composition of this. So this actually activates the Hysteria once again. You can click the junior, although you need coins for that at the moment. Yep.
And it will be the Simless Found. Might be one of these circles of life. Yep. Perhaps adding Horson to his own bathtub at this point. And the other...
No, opts not to.
Decides not to deal with the Horson. Which... okay. If you kill the Horson, you don't get ahead here, so I guess that's part of the reason.
Yeah, maybe.
And we will see Leader to get the coins to clean up that Hysteria. So... yeah, taking the maximal points in the short term here for Myamon, it left the gate open for Archie to make this play since the Horson still had that fee active. And 7-point margin here, it's not that easy to make up with one of these natures, especially since there's no symbiosis units on board to help with that value. This Cat Witcher Adept can play for quite a few points. We might see these frogs being moved back row to get that play going. But the issue is if you boost a 1 power unit, then it's vulnerable to the horse. So you're going to have to leave it as is. You lose a bit of vitality value to ensure that this Treant actually stays alive.
Yeah, so... and 8 is only vulnerable to morels, I guess. We see a bounty on this Wandering Treant. Maybe it was bounty on, I don't know, one of the Witchers. They tend to become Treants throughout the course of their Netflix life, so...
yeah, this... in the Deathwish game we saw Myamon playing shape the Circles of Life to not boost any units in hand. Now we're seeing Bountiful Harvest being played, again not boosting any units in hand. These nature cards are really losing out on those additional effects here, and it's potentially going to come back to bite later. The Scribe is decent, will manage to boost by 6 if this round goes all the way. And
okay.
Or else collecting the 1 coin bounty on a Treant. King of Beggars out already. Open Sesame at 3 charges in the graveyard for Archie, but only 1 Open Sesame is there, and the only golds left in deck are the Akarontia and the Novigrad, so quite a bit spent from Archie here. Whereas half of Myamon's deck is still gold. Thing is, I don't think it's possible for Myamon to get ahead anymore here.
Yeah, not sure what you're supposed to high roll. I guess nothing really to play for 11. Your Elven Scribe is nice, but yeah, as you mentioned, you need to play this entire hand to trigger it.
Gonna give up the round control, actually. So, basically this round was just Myamon saying, if I can't win on even, I don't want to win the round. It's either win on even or bust, and it ended up being bust.
Yeah, that puts him into this precarious position, though. Like we mentioned, that control is not really the most powerful part of this deck. Nature's Gift. Archi is missing Novigrad, only has Bank as a tutor for that, but yeah, we're also at 5 cards. Let's see if he wants to deal with it in round 2 at all.
So if you want to bleed here, you're gonna have to lead Candle here. It will help this Executioner get out of range of Rebuke. And then I don't think it will really be all that easy for Myamon to deal with that Executioner. Bountiful Harvest is usually a bit awkward proactively. The Sentry is not going to be doing much with the movement effect. But hey, this time you're actually boosting a card in hand, so yay, Talianon's now at 10.
Hey, those Circles of Life in game 1 didn't boost anything, but we've seen a big adept at least in game number 2, so there is some boosts occasionally land on the units. But yeah, okay, so we see a bank into a bank robbery card, which is
pretty nice.
Poetic.
Shaping Nature, yeah.
This is... well, this is a bleed, so you don't always expect to keep your card or get much out of the cards you play, but yeah, this is kind of not the round to sell the power of Syndicate on. Like if you have any new viewers, first of all, get us know that somebody is watching Gwent Masters without the prior knowledge of the game, and second, yeah, this is not the power level of Syndicate. This is the basically push with the worst cards possible, so to say, trying to establish your carryover. Since Archi has a lot of coins, he decides that, yeah, if you want to hero pass, you can, but that might backfire for you.
Notably, if that Eventide Plunder rolled a failed experiment, that would have been a slight chance for Syndicate to catch up here. You could have ended up poisoning the Super Tall Sentry. There maybe was an argument for Myamon to instead take the Veil option from the Shaping Nature just to play around that possibility, but going for the pure points ends up working out here. So yeah, you get the card advantage, but what Archie did manage to achieve from this bleed was there was a lot of natures used up by Myamon, and there's only the nature created from Vandal, Acaress, and this Echo Shaping Nature for this Ethne to get Symbiosis value from.
I don't know how I feel about this Shaping Nature. Clog in the hand. Well, I guess it stays. It is, after all, the nature card. So Telealen is interested in the elves with deploy ability. We see that, well, the Baligant face kinda locked, so we see Philovander still there, but he's actually not there. Acherontia arrives into Archie's hand, but apparently the hand is not Novigrad, because Novigrad is somewhere at the bottom of the deck already.
Yeah. So yeah, Acherontia sailing to some other ports, not docking in Novigrad this game. But the lead from Myamon here will be Cole into, I assume, just a Dwan Canal Guardian.
Yeah, just setting up
This
the Veiled unit.
is solid because it can't be bountied. Oh no.
Any reason for that?
Playing around Brawler, you don't want Ethne to die to Brawler. So just trying to get as many points onto the board here before you play out the Ethne.
Yeah, I guess
So yeah, that's why you don't lead Ethne. Brawler is a thing in this deck. We just forget about it because it's not in hand. We see the hand, but players don't know the hand, so they have to play around all sorts of things that could just be lying at the bottom of the deck.
I guess the Gwent Canal Guardian is indeed 1 point less on the board. Okay, so now Aitne is there. Well, yeah, there we go with the pulls from Acherontia. Could have been anything, but ends up 1 profit, 4 point body Shady Vendor with no coins. Well, there is Telealin. There is Big Gorge. Shape in nature triggering the symbiosis.
And
also
these
bleeding.
vendors.
1 point token allows to just take full value from Telealin.
Pride is all we've left.
Oh, look, hand buff.
What role are we gonna get?
Yeah, that's just 5 points.
Too crazy.
Okay, backup plan is sort of an unobtainium here as Teleanin dies.
Having such a high base power unit being killed off with that bounty value here is doubly bad because of this Acherontia getting additional value, but I'm not sure the Fist Tech is the pool that you wanted here.
Well, you can you trigger?
There is another Sesame,
you
so you
trigger
can
Acherontia
trigger again.
quite. I guess you still had enough coins to Acherontia anyway, but you trigger it on the same turn. Okay. Archi definitely can leave with that, and another poison that you are not really activating. But the point,
So shaping nature,
such a big point gap. Like, yeah, this provides Veil if you are afraid of the poisons, although, well, it might be. It is boost 7, but yeah, Myamon goes for just buffing this force here.
Makes for the best buyers.
And now just spending through bleeds. This is the end, this is the tally, 52 points. Gortys tall enough to kick your ass, but the bleeds go through, and we have first participant of the Grand Finals, and this is Archi. So yeah, a very close game here, but in the end Acherontia carries him to victory, and Myamon falls out of the competition now. So, Matol Production presents episode number 2, Lerio. It is the second semi-final, and we see that NR is here with Yennefer leading the rivers. I don't know how well into lore that works, but it is what it is. She kinda didn't like them much.
Yen was a part of, Sirius the leader who wasn't around, but Yen in hand here, she was part of that hunt, the short story.
Yeah, I mean, it's just that she probably didn't like them much.
Yeah, fair.
Okay, so bans were correct, didn't have to change that. Score is 0-0, and this Archi goes by the Babka in this in those times, and this is Death Wish against NR. So Lerio was successful, if I'm not mistaken, in this match previous time.
Yes.
Let's see if he can deal with Archis. Archie has Riptide, unlike Daurian, has double Cyclops. So does he have, I don't know, the Crown, the Deathlove? Has Royal Decree, and now Dagon. Oh, Dagon, yeah, Dagon is here. So draws improving while taking mulligans. AQ as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so I like seeing this queue. I think the standard queue would have been the self wound from red here, but we saw the Northern Realms struggle a bit in the previous series, and it managed to get the win against Deathwish. So we'll see if it's able to repeat that story. It's going to be Dagon off the rip here for Archie, infusions onto the Giant Toadstool in deck, as well as Bridge Trolls, Deathlove, and Succubus. And there is the access to Brew's Ritual via the Decree, and we'll see what the Earnest Shadows and Brew's Ritual conjure up in their unholy rite.
I'm an officer and a gentleman.
Okay, so draws are here, but we don't see Mata, we don't see Golden Necker.
Well done.
Bravo, well done.
Archie giving a bit of congratulations to Lerio for drawing both Siege Masters so early. And this is especially potent if we were to see this Yennefer Conjurer in round 1. And Voglet coming out now could mean these Siege Masters aren't long for this world. We'll have to see.
Okay, so Succubus developed from that Brewers. You get one Toad that you missed as well. A weird round, like what do you even do as Lerio in this one? Like you're not achieving carry over through motor generator, no nothing.
Yeah, this might just be a pass at 7, defend the bleed, but that feels a bit strange for this list. Because your short round is almost non-existent. Also strange, didn't use a ship ballista ping that turn. Sorry, ship ballista. Reinforced ballista just sat on it with the cooldown available, I'm pretty sure. So
yeah, there is no Hubert to save the clicks on. So was unintended. We've seen Lerio like roping in the at the end of the last series. So.
That wasn't a rope, that was just clicking the button too soon, but if it is an early pass, it doesn't really matter here. That may give us a bit of an insight into Lerio's mental here.
You know, I'd really prefer not to spend eternity waiting for you to move.
Archie is enjoying the match against Lerio a bit too much. Finds his way to the emote wheel quite often. That might be the mood for the entire series.
I dig that. It's nice to have a bit of that personality, you know?
And of course we are, since this is the final, this is the last match of the entire year for this master cycle.
Give me it.
We expect a 5-match series, 5-game series with double tie somewhere, surely. And then 1 point victory in game number 5 to make it as spicy as possible. Or maybe, I don't know, maybe Lemon wants to get out earlier. to go and rest, maybe.
I'm happy whichever way this series ends up going. I'm just here for the good Gwent. And this Fogler is here to develop Fog, which ends up killing off some of these Siege Masters. We do get a ship ballista being developed. They're still playing into this round, still contesting. Which, yeah, I don't think this is the sort of matchup where you can afford to give up that round control. And look, there is 2 ship ballistas in hand. There's the Ildico. And if need be, you can commit that Baron to help secure the round control.
Ah, look. Where is the emote?
Yeah.
Hitting the arbalist that was enabling the ship ballista out of 4 targets. Well, could have been ship ballista itself as well.
Yeah, I don't know how you have the points to win here. So yes, it is going to be the pass from Lerio, just mathematically impossible. And standard, you know, Dagon, Brewer's commitment in the round 1 here from the Death Wish. Able to set up both Toads in the graveyard. Does commit the Lord Riptide and the Cyclops, but I think round control is a very worthwhile reward to have to commit all that for. So Decree found for Lerio can give access to the Golden Echo through the Matahuri. And it is hearing that in hand for Death Wish as well here. Gives a bit of control potential on top of this Cyclops.
Okay, so Archi has Succubus in graveyard, decides to mulligan 1 in search of Heatwave potentially in deck. Gets Squirrel instead. Squirrel in this match not doing much. Right, there is no Necromancy, so we see Squirrel out. Not the most tempo you can produce with one play of a bronze, so let's see how the round progresses. You mentioned that Lerio's deck kinda lacks for a short round. But how much of a bleed do we see here? Because yeah, it looks like a 4-power Squirrel, but there are Toads in the graveyard, there are like infusions on Deathlove, there is AQ, so
yeah,
might have been great, but we do see Ironite dropped already, so no Ildicon.
So again, it's back to square one for Lerio. The Ildiko, as you say, dying straight away. Wonder if we will see Mata for the Golden Necker. You probably want to commit the Golden Necker as early as possible here, because either the opponent passes immediately and then you get a long round 3, or they play into it and you're able to develop the Mutant Generator carryover, whilst also hopefully getting that card advantage with the big tempo that the Golden Necker can provide.
Yeah, so alternative line is lock-in with Margarita, but well, there is a Peller as we see, and that doesn't really allow you to gain passively points through your engines, however many of them are left, so wouldn't be surprised. Point gap is also justifying the commitment of Golden Necker. You cannot continue playing too slow, but Lerio says try me. And we see River Hunter's plate with no leader commitment, no nothing. Asking Archi what is his plan. Archi plans to drop Raha's Queen into the media row. A Toad was ready to consume, but it's too early for the Toad, says Archi, and keeps it as a carryover for now. Also can be triggered by Doldolok Succubus if he goes all in here.
Yeah, and I think one thing to note is that there's one more Dagon infusion that needs to be consumed for it to come back. But if that infusion gets locked, when you go for the Purified, the infusion goes. So you would need to eat that infusion straight away, and maybe saving Toads for that a bit. Here comes the Golden Necker, able to find Reavers and reinforcements and the Mutant Generator. So there's going to be a lot of Reavers developed now, and all getting boosted up quite a bit too. And this could develop a quite potent Yennefer Conjurer, able to zap potentially 3, 4, 5 units all at once here. And this is also pretty big Baron too. This is a 9-point reset onto this Dragon Warrior.
Okay, so Lock finds its value. See, Margarita, 6 provisions. Whoever buffed River Hunters to 6 power. This finally backfires for people. River Hunters are profiting from being 6 provision cards. Just synergizing insanely with the locks. Okay, so we have a bunch of 8s now.
Living souls in your wake.
My problem with this is that, well, yeah, you need active pinks as well, because at the moment we do see a 9 on the board, and your Yennefer Conjurer kinda wants to strike that.
You can use Decree for ordaining Archer to try to fix this a little bit.
Yes, you can wait a turn. And
So
now-
I'm curious why this front Reaver split is being held on to. Is it because of a
Potential
space
Idaran?
restriction?
Potential Idaran, I don't know. Doesn't seem to be influential enough when played now from the decree. Lock might have been better.
And the other issue I have is by holding onto this Baron for so long, you've lost a lot of the reset value because of these Reavers who have just been pinging away here.
Yeah. It seems to be close enough for Lerio. So that...
Like you catch up here, but now you're in a short round with Dagon coming back, Succubus access, and also a 15 damage Arendite, which is going to be even more damage by the time we actually get to round 3. So it's going to be quite tough to contest. You are getting a good number of points passively. You can get a little carryover with this Ship Ballista.
Have a look at that. Like falling stars.
Yeah, there we go. 2 points of buff, I guess. Is more than 0.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's not like Archi is missing many cards here. Okay, he is getting one of the draws into the Ironite. Also Ironite, it was funny you pointed that Ironite will be taller than 15. Would have been a problem. As soon as Ironite grows, Lerio kinda loses the game, I think. If it grows in between. But yeah, we see the Succubus. Archi kept Whispering Hillock, has the Breach Troll for that, has Leader Charge and Doldalock for another consume. While Lerio, well, there are archers.
Yeah, so we're gonna see Idaran on the lead. This is nice because if you need to use the Arendite to answer for Archie, there won't be unit to boost, they'll be hesitant to do that. What this means is that when you use your leader this next turn, you will manage to get the value on the Idaran, but it doesn't mean that the Idaran isn't doing anything else now. Like, it only spawns this one additional archer, which it doesn't have much time to get value.
Yep. Ping, ping, ping. Is nice and all. But Dagon's coming. Yo, Dagon's coming.
Be gone. Here comes Dagon. And you see it getting consumed immediately. You do not want that getting locked up, because that would mean no Dagon. Playing around it, and already a 10-point gap in favor of the Death Wish. This Baron isn't even looking good against a consume deck like Death Wish.
Yeah, I do agree. Okay, so the consume on Dagon gets locked. There is still one from Doldalock, and yeah, Baron might have been dropped in the previous round. But as I mentioned, I think during the first game, yeah, against Death Wish you rarely get a very good reset. You get a decent one, especially with Entrega Warrior being played on 2 Death Wish units that maybe might have been buffed a little bit, but usually, like, okay, there is a 15-point Chimera, so
9-point reset.
It's decent, but it's not game
even
winning.
then it's not game winning. And that'll be the forfeit, and game 1 goes in favor of Archie. And we saw Lerio win 3 times against the Death Wish in the previous series, and straight away Archie gets win with the Death Wish. So that has to bode quite well for Archie.
Yep.
For Lerio, and I think historically this is a pretty decent matchup. With the Golden Necker Bounty, they're able to combine poisons to quite good effect. But
look, we're not starting with Evelyn this time around. Interesting. Setting up some potential damage first. And I guess consideration is, do you buff it? Answer is no, no 5 damage from hand.
I think, yeah. The reason for this is to have the 6 damage reach to kill something like a priest early, I imagine. I don't think you'll be able to kill a Drakkar because with the armor and then it getting boosted, it'll get out of range.
So
pretty decent maxi, a lot of gold.
Kinda decent. Most of stuff is available, and yeah, there we have it. Nice hunt for maxi, and you get your Ignatius buffed by 6 immediately. You get your money returned.
Since the Tunnel Drill is also a more efficient than 1-for-1 spender, doing this sort of trade, it's just giving you more and more coins.
So Priest is offered as a sacrifice, and Lerio says yes, please.
So much over profiting already. With no access to a blacksmith, you're not going to have much of a choice there, since Archie's not playing that many points. And, well, with the Priest gone, it's going to be a bit tough for Archie to really establish here. There's not many great proactive units here. It's going to be the Pella coming out.
Sometimes
it's a unit to play.
Sometimes you play this game where your bare knuckle brawler is the same. Like, okay, you have this. Would have, like, not in this case, but in general there are sometimes those situations like my hand is not that great and opponent put this unit that I cannot really deal with at the moment, so what gives? Actually, yeah. Pass is coming, Lerio just threw Executioner onto the board.
Sometimes what you can do there is just try to play low to the ground, picking away at the opposing unit with damage, and then once they pause you can catch up with a bigger point play, perhaps something like an Olgierd, but with the second unit coming down and the boost from the stratagem, point gap got a little bit too big for that strategy to be a consideration. So it's going to be round control for the Syndicate here. I wonder if Lerio is going to bleed. Has the Salamander hideout in hand? Has access to the candle via Necker, although typically you prefer that to be other way around. Historian finds a blacksmith, so nice to find a defensive spender here. And you do have Furco to find the Novigradian Justice anyways.
So what's the plan? There are lots and lots of poisons available. So things that Skellige is playing, considering the Peller was thrown away as well, they will get poisoned. I have no doubt, at least some of them. So does Lerio need to bleed here? In a sense that can he actually have board present himself, or is it just I'll poison all your units, but in the end my only power play is Ignatius Hail. Let's see what he decides to do. We see the opening with the blacksmith, it doesn't die, and then Evelyn is following with the full spends.
Yeah, this can't be one turn killed by Draco Turtle here. So it forces out the heat wave.
There is no there is a verification. I was just missing. Archi without verification would be weird, considering he even uses the appropriate leader skin. So here it is. I was thinking, is the candle somehow safe, but it shouldn't be, and it isn't.
A problem 4 inches of steel could be solved.
I'm gonna get the second blacksmith out here. So this is one of the better proactive plays, but they're quickly running out. And you might be forced to go for, say, the Salamander hideout and just float a failed experiment. You might be forced to play out a Salamander Assassin, even though it feels a bit suboptimal to play it this early on. It's better to have that be potentially answered than a Menge or a Morale.
Yeah, playing against Golden Necker, it's also nice to know that you can keep Dwimbiandra in your hand, completely unpunished. We've seen some disastrous Dwimbiandra situations when you have 2 of them at your locations getting hit waved. Yes, it's nice and all. But for now, location is being preserved for later. Players just throw some... Not the most crucial bronzes, so to say.
Yeah, Archie's really under no pressure here. Just able to slowly develop. Oh, okay, I guess I'll play my Chaos Troll and have it set up. Oh, okay, I guess I can set up my Drakkar Corsair combo. That's fine. Now it's finally a bit of a threat coming through with this Salamander Assassin. This failed experiment can be used to help follow up on this bounty with the poisons. Though I'm a bit surprised that Corsair was the target and not Drakkar. Because Drakkar is generally more worthwhile since it has other synergies, or maybe he's more worried about the threat of a Draco Turtle coming down and then the Corsair being used with that.
Maybe. Okay, so Draco Turtle indeed is coming out and says to failed experiment that, yeah, you cannot poison me, I challenge you to a fight. And now we have been poisoned.
Without Gellert Blindheim, this Salamander hideout isn't really able to do very much with the transferring of the poison. We could see a morale commitment.
Yeah, shouldn't be leaving for long unless bucked into the Oblivion.
No. But it would at least force out a Canute.
Death can come where blood does not.
Okay, you get a poison, you get a poison.
Okay. So at 10 power, this requires quite a commitment onto the Draco Turtle. The Draco Turtle needs to go up to 20, but it only has 7 armor. Sorry, up to 19. So if you fully get rid of the armor here, Canute would be able to kill off this morale.
Maim, kill!
Boop. Boop. Not enough.
So yeah, so they would just still get a bit of value, even if the Draco Turtle ends up dead. Still gets a decent job done. And now it's looking a bit questionable for Lerio. This is quite a point gap. I know you can finish the poison, but you'll still be, I think, tied once the poison resolves.
Alternatively, you can slam the Golden Necker. You have 0 coins in your bank. Yes, you still will overprofit maybe, but just slam the Necker. The problem is that the Swell Blood has targets. Okay, we do see the strat. Bam.
Can't smash it.
Doesn't
No
have a
over
profit.
profit. No over profit, I repeat.
And this Ignatius will still heal
Yes.
once this 4 base power bounty gets collected on by Morale.
Bam.
So very nice point gap achieved. That was a huge swing. And is even going to be the Canute being cleaned up as well. So pushing the envelope even more. 41 point gap. No access to the Svalbard totems. This Svalbard itself is looking a little bit sketchy. Able to use the Doom Beyonder to reset the KO Troll. Gonna have access to the Olgate Immortal. 10 power body and turning into 10 damage with that clash. Then can follow up with verification for another 10 points. Altogether that's 30 points in 2 cards.
Still short.
Look to need...
How is it looking in the bank department?
I think would need to commit all 3 cards potentially still.
So
to catch up, and maybe this means you keep pushing here for Lerio. Not sure how
you can bounty the
the
Dream Beyonder, by the way. She's definitely dying after this wall blood. Like, if you go all in on this wall, oh, definitely is maybe not the right choice of. Nah, if you need to spawn Abomination and flip the one that you spawned as well.
So you could Svalbard the next turn, float it, and then flip. That would get 3 damage.
It's not like you're achieving much. You have a candle to spend with anyway. It would heal Ignatius a little bit, so.
Give you a bit of leader carryover too, which is nice. Okay, I guess you take the Siri Nova here.
Don't make me laugh.
Okay, so asks
protect it.
Archi, do you have the cards? Spends everything, 50 points. Wall Blood did wreaks havoc on opposing side of the board. Nobody's doing this math. Just points. Yep.
That's how I play Gwent. But Archie might need to be a little more disciplined. Goes for the proc this turn. I mean, you will be dealing 10 damage next turn with the clash. Probably clashing with the Siri to remove her just about.
A few units that actually eat the damage on Archie's side of the board here. Bam bam, and this is enough. The problem is you only have like Totem and Sigrifa's right. And Sigrifa's right is not even amazing points. Lerio's carry over.
I mean, Totem at least is good points. There's the Blindham brothers for Lerio, and they're not so hot in a short round, but hey, if you can get a bit of poison set up with the Salamander hideout still on board, it could do something quite nice. It could clean up the Sigvald, but running into Sigvald and Sigdrifa's right for the Canute, I think Selfwound is looking scary here.
Yeah. So
especially with the Nero giving access to either Martyr or Totem, whichever you think will be more scary.
So I don't know. Just don't do the math. This wall blood will catch up. As in, Archie showed us the power of the bear. Didn't matter that it was 50 points. He had the reach, so well done there. So we do see the totem drop in here. This is safe for now. Or in general, with no more trumps, not all units, Knut cannot hurt you too much.
I mean, this Salamander assassin just dies to Sigvald Canute, no?
Oh yeah, I meant the Blindheim brother.
Yeah, Blindheim is fine, but it doesn't matter. I don't think Lerio even gets enough coins for a candle spent here.
Okay, we to see.
Okay, oh, never mind. We're going Svalbard. Okay. Doesn't get a bear spawn here. 1 damage sure. Svalbard gonna get poisoned, and this Sal Assassin is going to stick.
This is not the most exciting finisher in 7 points Svalbard. But
way over profiting though.
Profit is
yeah, it's
giving
not...
you 14. This is what, 14 points in total, right? Ah, okay. Oh, yeah.
Okay, this.
Yeah, okay. We forgot. Don't mind us. And you get
Salah hideout coming in clutch. Oh my.
Yeah, so Lerio solves this single player game quite easily by the end. We forgot the... I was about to tell somewhere there that Lerio's carryover is not that great in terms of points, but he has a spender and like 2-point city, but in the end the Salamander hideout is the clutchiest card ever. That's, well, casters managed to forget about. But this is our job description, guys. Don't you mind. We reached the goal. Oh, like I named a random number and that was the goal. Thank you for the crowdfund. We hit $250. Great job, guys. We are going into game 3, but people donated what? $180 today. We appreciate everyone's contribution. So on this screen I can update as well. This is game 3. We needed to sign an agreement with you, Lemon, about with Matol, that all the contributions above some go for the caster salary. Let's go.
An infinite % increase to the caster salary.
I also changed the crowdfund goal. It was like some dollars out of 250. Now it's 250 out of 1 million. So let's see if we can hit 1 million as the next target. But back to Gwent. Archi on blue with Syndicate against the Self-Wound. Sounds familiar. Different leader though. Different Syndicate in action.
And yeah, this is the sort of thing where we kind of see the same matchup. I know it's not exact as you said, but we see the same matchup twice. If a player is able to win both of their games in that matchup, they're put in such a good position in that series. By just, I guess, knowing the ins and outs of that particular matchup from both sides. And it's going to be a brawler to lead. Often brawler can be quite awkward in this situation if it were to face off against an Olgierd against a Sigvald, but with those both seeming to be missing, it would do quite a good job cleaning up a Drakkar. It's just going to be a Skrull to lead here to develop a few points that, yeah, the brawler can take care of, and it probably will. But
there is a slander that you can apply, but your problem is that you still have this Tiger Eye and your bank will be full and your Executioner, almost full, and your Executioner has profit too, so for now we do see that Squirrel is deemed not worthy to collect a bounty on. If you are a good hunter, you can bring like tens and hundreds of them in one go, I suppose. So this is a Neuromancer.
Totem and Nero at the bottom of deck here, they wouldn't be found, but being able to find Sigvald, Dragoturtle, Svalbard by the round 2, K-Troll, Heatwave, Olgierd by the round 3, so I don't know if you want to go without Totem.
I don't know, I'm always greedy. Whatever Maxi shows me, I'm like, okay, you could have done better. I could have all the golds in one card.
Yeah.
On the first position, so I draw all of them. There is one 6 provision gold missing at the bottom of the deck. Reshuffle. Maxi deems quite a target, becomes quite a target for those bounties. People are really hunting for her. Okay, so Drakkar tried its best, but goes into the bottom of the ocean. I know, how do you fight a ship? With your like bare hands, you need to hit. I guess you need to hit one time very hard at the bottom.
I assume that when the ship is docked and all the sailors go to the tavern to drink, that's when the bare knuckle brawler catches them on the brawler's home turf and just gives them the what for.
Okay, I see. So you fight the crew, not the ship. Smart.
Yes.
And then it becomes a flying Redanian. Ah,
Yeah,
another ship.
it goes fleet. And another trip to the bar, another trip to the fight club. And
there's poisons here. Quite the variety from Archi. One just brawled to death, the second was poisoned. And there we have it. Nothing to do here for Lerio. Doesn't even get to use his vial or anything.
And the important part about playing deep in that round one is that yes, even though Syndicate manages to get the round win, there's not going to be a chance to play sort of above 7 cards here and just develop the Novigrad, develop the Candle for free for Archi here. If you want to develop them in round 2, that means you're bleeding. If you just dry pass here, it means you're going to have to start round 3 playing Novigrad, playing Candle, and you're not developing sort of your own units, you're not developing threats in that sense. You're getting coins, and that can be good, but sort of give the Self-Wound like 3 free turns to develop in that situation. We might just have to see a bleed begin, but this is quite awkward hand when it comes to a bleed anyways. A complete lack of spending in terms of non-candle spending.
Yep, might roll one from the Shady, but not ideal.
Yeah,
we do see instant purification.
Yep, and there goes one of the other shots at rolling a spender as well.
It's sad that we can only play one purification. People would have played like 5 of them.
Only there was a seasonal mode where you could play as many bears as you liked.
Ah, okay, yeah. Maybe those seasons where Archie is not participating in competitive Gwent scene, he was just jamming that one. But yeah, he definitely would be happy getting gifted an Elder Pair here. Well, not exactly, Novigrad would be good to keep, but...
Notably, both the Totem and Caretrold are missing here for there, and those artifacts are quite important for Self-Wound because they enable you to smooth over a lot of your game plan. You need the Totem to make the Spellblood work cleanly, you need the Caretrold to make this Draco Turtle get a lot of value easily. So we're going to see a bit of a leader commitment. What is this, to play around? I guess to play around a Philippa?
Yeah, Philippa is there.
Okay. Open Sesame has been found. And just full spend. So might be seeing a tempo pass here, and the fact that we had Draco Turtle on the lead here rather than Caretrold might be signaling to Archie that there's no Caretrold access here for Lerio, or maybe at worst it like from the Aneromancy, but didn't want to commit the Anero just yet. Now it's the Sigurd, and yeah, this is not how Self-Wound would like to defend typically.
Yep. But not much you can do with no access. So we didn't see Anero, we didn't see Totem. Was the Maxi confirmed choice then? Not the shuffle. We see Swallblood that was on top as well, but yeah, I'm bad. I need to take screenshots, but not while I'm the one sharing the picture. It just messes up a lot of things if you start clicking buttons left and right. So.
Yeah, I think it might not have been shuffled.
Whoop.
It's a value sequel to get ahead, but there is somewhere else, and it's going to be taken.
Why the nose straps? Anyone know?
And now, even if you bring it back, it's quite small, so hitting it with Knut is not that exciting.
Yeah.
But I guess Lerio felt that he'll risk it and try to get ahead and get the CA.
Yeah, I think it's such a weak hand. It feels weird to call this weak when you have 4 pretty good health and golds, but it's just, I guess, lacking the true enablers here to really make it click. And yeah, just hoping the morals is gone, but Archi passed the skill check of drawing the morals. Now we're going to see Svalbard before Totem. And see bear coming out here. Can be Canute to trigger the bear, and it'll be in a very awkward short round 3 now. The possible win con here for Lerio would be to deny all the spenders. In round 3 it will be probably Boat plus 3 other cards, and depending on what is found, we could be lacking spenders.
Yeah. That's one line, so we expect card rolled with Wimviandra being drawn in the next 3 cards. Yeah, they're there, so Maxi, I don't think shuffle the deck makes sense.
Yeah, I don't think so.
You do need a target for card rolled to use as a clash, so hey, there we have a heat wave as well. So is this a keep?
Olgit should be soon if the Maxi wasn't shuffled, I thought. But we do keep. You can use Sigdrifus right on the Sigvald, I suppose, and with the Moral Scorn, that should be safe. Okay, well, there's Philippa to worry about, but
yeah,
you know,
so
Philippa's a myth. Philippa can't hurt you.
Olgert was like a perfect card here, wasn't it? Cannot be like Morelst anymore. Cannot be brought down to get Philippa. Junior is dead against it.
Do we take the Greatsword or do we take the 5? It is the Raiders. With the extra damage gives you effectively 7 reach of damage with that KH rolled.
Greatsword is so awkward with the Hysteria.
Yeah, oh, that is true.
Okay, a spender. And I guess that was one of the Sesames triggered.
Yes, the second Sesame is at 1 counter here. So if you want to protect the King of Beggars a good amount here, I'm not sure on that last spend. Spending it to 3 means that the Raiders click isn't enough to kill it, but I don't see what you protect by putting it to 4 here. Or I guess if you're playing Burt next, then you may as well just get 3 coins in the bank. That's probably the thing.
Just to empty the bank, I guess.
Yeah. So...
Does it feel like Syndicate is just winning it?
It feels that way. I think the only win con is you need to deny spenders. So I think you need to just clash the King of Beggars here and do him to have the clash ready the next turn.
Yep.
If they want to play Boat, you can just Heatwave the Boat and then try to win with other points. You can resurrect Draco Turtle and then use the KH roll again for good points as your finisher. We're gonna commit the Uncrate Raiders here. Maybe scared of Philippa?
Yeah, maybe scared of Philippa. Hysteria Scoundrel is what... get 1 coin from the crime. Yeah, would have killed it as well. And it happens anyway. It's just not wanting to waste.
So now the question is, do you play around Philippa? If the answer is no, then I think you just resurrect.
Okay, so we have a rope from Archie. Is he considering to spend?
I don't see why.
Well, there was nothing else to do, so maybe he once again,
Yeah.
because maybe if you play a Chirontia, then you overprofit and you don't believe that your spender will survive anyway. But yeah, no reason to do it this turn. Like you have another turn to decide between the Plunder, a Chirontia, and the spend.
Yeah.
Although we might end up with just an Chirontia being the only thing played. So Sesame Sagan ship is not that great anyway. We have Candle removed. Depends on what spender you roll, but you just spent everything into that. If
doesn't get the spenders.
Yeah, okay. Well, you can still spend everything with the same casket.
Yes,
he doesn't
but
care.
It doesn't turn into boost, and these are going.
Okay.
Now, the question
is enough points, though? Yeah.
What do you need?
What?
6, 12, 15.
So,
I think it's still short by 1 if you go Draco Turtle.
The result of this game was sponsored by
no,
Lemon Math.
It's a tie. No, it's a tie. It's a tie. It's a tie.
Okay, we got correction here.
Or can I do maths?
Why would you?
Oh
need
no, you
to
hit the scoundrel. I can't do maths.
Did you count 6 on 6 action?
Yeah.
The scoundrel seems to be like a bigger body.
No, it's self-win-win. I cannot do maths.
Okay, don't see any emotes thrown in this match, but what an awkward situation and what the role for the spenders. Complete disaster there.
Going into round 3 with so much going for there, that was the win con. You have to get rid of the spenders, make the Acherontia awkward, make the round 3 awkward for Syndicate, and with some nice removals, with a bit of luck on the Eventide Plunder for the side of Lerio. Very unlucky there for Archie. It just means that, well, now Archie needs to beat up this Northern Realms.
This is Lerio's deck, the last one that he needs to win with. And it goes wide against Self Wound. It has pings with Yen against things that are tall and don't take damage. But it has locks.
And unlike, say, Myamon's Reavers list, which runs, say, Garrison, which can protect up the Reavers, there isn't really a similar sort of thing in this list. Okay, maybe you could play Mucha Generator to boost up the Reavers, but that seems a bit awkward to sequence, especially if we're going to see the Mucha Generator coming out in this round 1.
So, attack!
Your command.
Slow Arbalist play. Kinda makes sense to develop Arbalist onto the board anyway.
So this is a pivotal turn. I think you'll either go just develop, say, the Redanian Archer here, which means they're probably saving the Golden Echo for later on. And Selfwin is one of those decks which they either just give up the round 1 very easily, or they'll contest quite hard.
Can you give up a round against this deck though? Like, sure, you have a Swellblood, but if they just play round 2 out... Well, we just seen short round from Self-Wound against Syndicate of all things. I do not make any predictions when Self-Wound is in play. It sometimes just crumbles against Nilfgaard usually, but we've seen against Deathwish as well, but usually.
I think it's maybe why I've seen so many Nilfgaards banned, because they typically tend to have good matchups into your Self-Wounds, into your Deathwishes.
This is a control setup.
Makes sense. You have this doing Viandra in hand as well to get the extra value. And you don't really need super tall units here. You're going to need like a 5 to really kill off anything that's on Lerio's board right now.
Okay, so
With me, you forget
goes
your
for
sorrows.
Mata, bringing the Baron. Baron decent against the juiced up Draka Turtle, for example, so definitely a card you'd want to keep. If possible, either like I win this round card or just a finisher.
Yeah.
Or here, yeah. If you definitely need to play, I guess. If you see Martyr, but considering there is a ship as an alternative, probably you don't see too tall of a Draka Turtle. So let's see what decisions will be made.
So there is access to one of the locks right now, but notably this is the self-ruined list, which runs both Pella and Myamon. So as long as Archi has those access to those answers, these locks won't be going too far. Right now, however, both of those answers are not here, so Margarita would be able to get quite a bit of value. We do see ship lists being developed. 4 pings on the Redanian Archer here ain't too shabby, and would be safe from a canoe at the moment unless we see leaders being committed. No, it's just to clean up the ship ballista. So these players, they respect the ship ballistas and they want to remove them as soon as they get played.
So Knut is left at 7. Don't really expect it to leave with all the pinks available on the board.
Let's go.
Okay. Let's go, says Lerio. How many times will we see the River Hunters dropped like this? 2 power, 2 tempo play, 2 points. Yeah, allows Dwemvadre. Okay, you play 2, I play 3. Mine is bigger.
And you don't even want to set up these Reavers really because they're just hitting this Draco Turtle right now.
Yeah.
Maybe it's worth it just to turn off this armor, but okay. So maybe you couldn't tell this from the point gap right now, but Lerio was on blue coin here, and it's looking like a lost down a card sort of potential for round here. Now, both Knut and Keatrold is a huge commitment because those are the 2 ways for really Self-Ruin to control the board. Which Keatrold will still be around for this round 2. Potentially the order if it's not really used. Okay, we're going to go Idarin here. So
Ping, 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 ping. Don't even break the armor completely. Unfortunate there. Well, nothing to do with the fortune, but overall doesn't really achieve the goal. There is the clash. The point gap is growing. Maxi. Yeah.
It's a Squabbled Heatwave near the top, but then the round 3 draws are looking quite poor, though you do find access to both Mahakamael and the Pella this way, but you probably redraw because you want to find the Siegel, you want to find the Sigdriefers, right, which were both in the bottom 3 cards.
Well, you have a Neuromancy for one of them, so yeah. It's just a decision you need to make in the end. Do you want every gold card in your possession, or do you risk missing other gold cards instead? Okay, so we talked about this Baron being... can I please steal, like, attempt to win the round card? And here is the big reset. Armor is broken, and now without Keatrold it cannot be restored as well.
I think that was the first turn in quite a while that Lerio ended the turn ahead, but yeah, obviously not going to be ahead by the time it returns to Lerio's side of the board to take action here. Reavers is so slow to develop. This lock feels super late, and you're not playing the Golden Neck at this late either, I think. But
don't recognize you, old mates. Let's go. The Bloodthirst is only at 1, so a lot of people. This is probably one of the most missed ability parts. Bloodthirst 2, boost by 2 instead.
It's surprisingly important, and you'll often see like pro players putting effort in. You might think, why are they doing this weird suboptimal play? It's to establish the 2 Bloodthirst.
Yeah.
More coming back when Patch Title Fury was the leader of choice for these sorts of lists way back when. So yeah, verification gonna take away the K-Troll, but with no more Doom behind just remaining, that location had use of its usefulness.
Okay, so important question. Are you ready for Golden Necker finisher by any chance? Will it happen? Will it happen? Because this Olgierd is just denying the River Hunters here, and your only way of getting there is the Mutagenerator finisher, and that is bad, but also losing against the self-wound like this is probably a death sentence.
If you commit Golden Necker, don't you still just lose on even?
Most likely, yes. I don't know. Okay, maybe not. Like, okay. Dracoturtle. Olgierd. Nah, I cannot talk myself into thinking that this is enough of like, oh yeah, Self-Wound just lost every card in their possession. Bad draws is one way.
Okay, they shuffled.
Yes.
This was the shuffle in the maxi. Draws a Sigvald, which was at the bottom as well, so that further confirms it. And we have this Mahakamayo still in hand. So
definitely want to see the Golden Necker out. And knowing what type of deck it is, you just like, you know that it's getting played or it's completely missed, because yeah, Golden Necker finisher in this case is not optimal, but for now we don't see it flying out.
Yeah, I think you need a bronze unit on board since we would be getting reinforcements.
Same situation as before.
Maybe just, I think this might just be holding for a Svalbard here, which...
It's funny that reinforced ballista kind of plays into that as well, though.
Yeah.
I'm an officer.
That's alright, yeah. But would need a sequence carefully to play around the AO.
Wee points. Actually,
do you flip these bears?
No, Lerio, you were ahead. What are you doing? Wait.
Still ahead.
Leaps only one, and by doing so, still keeps the score.
Use 4 points of damage to turn a Svalbard Fanatic into a 4-power Bear Abomination, but it does deny another Spellblood board damage here. And this is looking like a 2-0 potential.
Your favorite guys. Boom! Bam! There you go. And there is a leader charge that you can commit into more, but that seems to be excessive. No? Nah. But look at your own board. No. Yeah, so the last one is kept as a carryover for the next round that is never coming. Okay, so leader 3. There are some points like with pinks. Gets close. You have to now.
Yeah.
You can
okay,
yeah, it's enough. I think
not
overall.
a 2-0 right now, but
unless well, Archi can also play that ale and do the last ping.
Wait, actually gets ahead here. Okay,
okay, this is
underestimated.
This is crazy though. Yeah, the Mutagenerator. Yeah,
The issue is the Strawberry isn't getting niche generator value here. These are all 5 provisions and Strawberry is 6p.
Yeah. And there is a much damage. 1, 2, 3. Ah, wait, he dies. He doesn't die, but also no ping. Wait, this is like not bad. You don't have much left. Like all your cards. Kinda useless.
That's 2 carryover on the meter generator.
Yeah. Okay, look at the positives. Your opponent also spent most of the things. They do have Earthen Ritual charge, so that's like 6 points, or at least 5 points. Okay, so Griffa's right, Heat Wave. I don't think it's...
And there's also leader remaining for Archie, which should just be the push to get over the finish line, I would imagine.
So many of them, I'd have to aim to miss.
The goddess protect you from all evil.
Yeah, this is a big turtle combined with the totem.
Disgusting old man.
Yeah.
His mere touch is revolting.
Yeah, this Ildiko needs to stick for the shipless issue. Anything but the heatwave has been found. So, yeah, the maxi shuffle coming in clutch here for Archie this game, giving access to every single gold that matters. And that means we're gonna go to a game 5.
Yeah, we wanted 5 games in this. Who needs a 3-all final anyway? And we're getting what we deserve. Guys, you deserve a 5 game series. Self-wound victorious, and now it's up to Syndicate to finish it all for Archie, or for this NR, for Lerio to find the way. Go, game number 5. The decider, who is the master of Gwent in 2024. Maybe unofficial, it won't appear in CDPR records, this is a community Gwent after all, but maybe CDPR already erased all the information about Gwent, and we need to open a new book, and this is Book of Matol, and this is the maybe first champion of Gwent ever recorded by the community. So it's just a matter of perspective. Huh. Have fun establishing anything against this brawler, but at least you have a lock. So that brawler might be a bit premature to drop.
And even if you deal with the brawler, then you're facing Scoundrel / Witch Hunter Executioner with Slander and Double Hysteria in hand. So that's a lot of bounty appliers and solid bounty spenders. So to play around the brawler, we're gonna see Mutual Generator, but are you going to get like over 11 points on board here? You just need raw points.
Don't you just slam leader as well? Let's go.
We will be together.
This is 13, so that's more than 11, but leader charges.
Yeah, I mean, Brawler 2 leaders is a board wipe here, and then doesn't Syndicate just win the round?
I'd slam the leader charge as well if I was Lerio.
That hurts. Good, I was starting to worry.
Yeah, it's like there's 2 brawlers here, so it's not like you can even hope that it's missing.
Okay, gets
like
another
bad,
coin, but
yeah.
Hey, at least... Oh wait, there was no carryover generated.
No. The Ildiko was front row to get 1 more point and forced out that lock and...
But okay, honest question, was it not... I guess from the red coin it wasn't worth it to slam the leader as well, but if you wanted to have a proper game with this deck and show it in the final to everyone... would have been better. Okay, so we also didn't get any Siege Masters. Now, the hand buff. There are only 3 5p units in the deck, by the way.
This is the strange thing with the deck, because it's split between 5p and 6p, and there's only so many bronzes left in the deck by the time you play Golden Nequiz so early, is that the mutagen carryover is a lot more limited compared to a standard mutagen-generated deck. Like the ones we used to see, like Siege Muta 5 or Erlen Muta 4.
But yeah, people name the brawler like unnecessary evil to keep decks in check, and I'll guarantee you there is a lot of people who are not really big fans of those NR types decks that slam either run and create the carryover, so it's just a matter of perspective. At the same time, like at the moment Lerio is getting control, but
yeah,
7-7 is okay, there is one bleed, but that's all I'm seeing, and at least a little bit of carryover is being deployed as well. But look, what a relaxing gameplay for Archi. Like, oh, you play a card, yeah, bring it on. Yeah, I got it. Do you want to play another one? Because I can still roll stuff from this Shady Vendor. Okay, maybe I just want the thing, but if control is necessary, you can go for damage from there. No bounty setup. There's also Philippa.
Yes, there's one open sesame. It's already at 2 counters left. Just shows you how much bounty spending has been going on this round. Honestly, Shady Vendor finds another sesame. We've seen like no misses today.
Yeah. So there is a purge, damage enemy unit by 3, bounty on the highest unit, but you need to... Yeah, you had the executioner on board, so... Okay, you had that Margarita was bleeding. Well, how about I deal with her? Is he keeping 1 coin? Yeah. She'll bleed out, says Archie. Kinda rude.
Yep. And now we have a Reaver Scout in hand with no soldiers to copy, a ship ballista with no orders to work with, and then a Yencon with no support.
Yeah, this is kind of why I didn't really like no leader commitment. Leader would have allowed you to have something like on the board, at least for 1 second. You had the board presence and your deck clicks. Now, well, it still depends on the draws of Archie. Still depends if he finds like Junior. But Philippa was there to help in round 1.
I mean, this is the first gold committed for Archie after controlling the board so much throughout the whole round. To think that this Philippa is 9p, and the Elderco, which basically played as an Elder Bear, is also 9p, and here comes the Yencon.
Yeah, okay.
How do you even do this?
She even dies to like Muriel's ship ballista. Ballista deals default damage as well.
Love to hear him beg for mercy.
Stop it. Or continue it, I don't know.
Got boosted.
Some people are just enjoying the control experience. Man, okay, so this was round 1. Let's go, Archie. Can you do that for 1 more round? You only have to win 1, and the final is yours. This is match point for either player. Only tie continues the Masters, otherwise it's ending, and it's over. No panic, guys. It's too premature. But Lerio created a lot of carryover. Let's not forget. Like, Siege Master is a free tin basically, and 5 tempo.
Yeah, There is mutagenetic carryover, that is true, and that might. No. The Reavers are just going to play straight into Horson Jr. if the Horson is found. But the lead on the Novigrad here gives Lerio a chance to get ahead, chance to set up whatever they like, set up an engine. Are we going to see Reavers on the lead here and just loading them? It will be. Not a 2 power 2 armor Reaver this time, it's a 3 power 2 armor Reaver this time.
All the difference. Unfortunate that this is not a brawler, eh? Would have been the continuation, but just a silly pair of Crown Splitter and Cut Up. So, okay. Time to play the machine most likely. Yes.
I'm an officer and a gentleman.
Is Mata picking up? No, Mata is not picking up a machine, so this is another oopsie.
That could be a critical oopsie. So Open Sesame and Graveyard is at 1 counter now for Archie. You're gonna have to be careful about triggering that preemptively.
With me, you'll forget your sorrows.
Okay, and so this is that. And now
so it is card advantage. But again,
the question is
round
purely
just
draws.
short.
Right.
Yeah, if Archie draws well, there's a horse and that could just be it. Okay, King of Beggars needs to go. 1 forced mulligan.
There is
Third experiment here is not hard.
Spenders. Okay, you create some, but ship
combo.
is in deck, bank is in deck.
Yeah. And King of Beggars will get out actually with the back row Shitty Vendor and the Scoundrel Tribute.
Okay.
But, wait, can you... Scoundrel Tribute is weird here because there's no... Oh, there is a Reaver Scout remaining after the mulligan's completed here. Okay.
I guess depends on the Siege Master and when the ship ballista is played.
I assume we just lead with Reaver Scouts here.
River Hunters, you mean, right?
Oh, Reaver Hunters,
yeah.
Yes.
Okay, let's see what the draw is. Is it a bronze? No, this is Idaran.
It's Idaran.
Okay,
so Scoundrel is active and we will see that coming through here.
And the tribute has
does lose a
been
coin securing this kill because of the armor.
Man, I don't want to call it. What the hell? What is this? There are still coins. But yeah, Archie would prefer probably. Do you want a ship against Dorigare? Probably not. It has its profit. I don't know. Lemon, do the prediction yourself. I'm not doing it.
I'm not predicting. I'm waiting until this unfolds. I'm just enjoying.
Okay, one is down. Cannot do anything with the second one. There is Idaran. You have coins. This is Sesame open. So Sesame is gone.
Sesame spent. You might make it clear that there's no boat here to Lerio, that the Akronchi has been missed.
Do you ever look Junior now? Because otherwise there are coins to spend. You need it. It's so awkward. Do you postpone your Idaran by playing Dorigare? Otherwise, whatever you spawn, like, yeah, it pings once, and...
Yeah, I'm not sure what's better. Because with only 3 turns left, delaying a whole turn
you can see that.
can also be quite impactful.
It's the Kungfoorabbit Reaver's honor that's at stake here. This is no time to whimper.
You can at least damage the Horsen, so it has to get some investment, either with coins or boosts, to use the fee. You can't just insanity it away.
Guys, it's finishing soon, unless we get a tie. Ah. There is still a Sesame at counter 5. And there is still a lack of a proper spender, but if you roll one from 2 attempts, you get to click your spender and then leader charges, but we do see that Archi is clicking his leader now to go for Shady Vendor to get the
Vendor to get your beggar.
Man's got the wares.
Finds Purge.
It takes the eavesdrop, finds the boat.
Okay.
As the top deck.
If there is a winningest play that you can make, is this it? Although your spender is getting locked. At least it should. On the other hand, like if everything would have been spent by KOB, and that would have been okay, but you never spend with KOB, there is a candle.
Wait, Bert doesn't have enough coins to proc here.
A golden dragon.
Yeah, Bert doesn't have enough coins to proc. And the spending here is going to be forced on the candle to play around this Baron.
Okay, yeah, the Sesame.
But I'm actually impressed.
It's 1 coin short of procking.
Okay, so our excitement might have been slightly premature. This Baron reset on KOB.
It's 1. Wait, is it? Is it 1 point? Oh no, with the Reavers. The Reavers will take it over the top as well.
Okay, this is La Fin, the end. With the ship not actually being the winningest card. Wow. Man, okay, it's over. Congratulations to Lerio. Wow. Nicely fought by Archie as well. I was certain that this NR is not getting through, but I guess Lerio knows best. He plays this deck second time in the big tournament, so I'll show you the win screens as well. So Lerio is with the victory, and Line Pockets is the only deck to lose here and not get a win.
What a roller coaster.
Okay, yeah, I definitely didn't expect that. Mind blown, but at the same time the game was painfully close that I wasn't sure who to predict as a winner, because yeah, seemed to be going Ratch's way. He got the junior, he got Lerio really not taking all of it, but I guess muted having the red coin and generating all those extra points helped in round 2. Wow. And you cannot get a better setup for the ship. You needed... you lacked a coin that you needed to click on your leader to actually activate the KOB. Yeah.
And you know, back in round 1, when that Barnacle Brawler rolled to kill the musicians rather than the Arbalest?
Sorry?
That caused an extra leader charge to be spent.
Oh, yeah.
Small things like that can come back to haunt at the very end of the game.
Matol said that he'll cook something up. What it means exactly, nobody knows. I put on screen now the winnings of players. So semi-finalists get $275, finalist Archie gets $575, and Lerio takes the main pot of $1,125. congratulations everyone, good job crowdfunding as well. I'm not sure what's the total over the year, because we also had crowdfunds for World Cup, and yes, we had Gwent World Cup in this year, so it wasn't only Community Masters that we were casting. So props to all the casters. We had earlier this year Salty and Elke and Matol himself also joining. We had guest casts from Nan, Andy, I think Moshcraft.
I think just a big thank you from me as well. It's been a great ride this year, casting alongside you, Kungfu. A huge thank you to Matol for organizing all these tournaments throughout the course of the year. And also to the whole community for being so amazing and keeping Gwent alive through Gwentfinity.
Yeah.
Been an absolute pleasure.
Yeah. And don't forget to spam lemon in chat, exclamation mark. I'm not sure if proper lemon. We should be getting in. Welcome everyone who is just joining for the final, but I hope you've been enjoying the day. We've been casting with Lemon for a couple of hours now, and this is the end, the big one. So Precision Strike is the choice, and Myamon opts for Archgriffin. Kinda surprising.
Red coin. So that's I think our first sort of Northern Realms red coin we're seeing today.
Yeah. There is problem with connection that is bothering me. Players lost connection.
Me too.
So yeah, it's the connection been bothering you all day.
Yeah, but this time it's not on my end for once. But I'd much rather it was on my end, so then the players can just play cleanly. Not a bad starting hand here for Nequiz. Has the Iris's companions along with the Iris, which is pretty perfect. Both the Bronze Thinners has one copy in hand.
Both players managed to find the Iris cards.
Yeah, both of them. Master Mulligan does get a Sentinel for Nequiz, so probably gonna chuck that back in deck with the Cursed Scroll.
One less problem for your Mulligans, why not?
Yeah.
Okay, so the Temple time.
Defender could be decent. Can
Yeah.
protect against the go of Rivia potentially. War Elephant, I guess, is fine.
Imagine if Myamon was like, and now I'll play it like military deck, but sadly no Witchers, Witcher Mentors synergizing with, well, they synergize with the Big Chicken Archgriffin, but not really, so...
And there is the case there, and if you want to shuffle them a little late, maybe an extra time.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's
wait,
the one
he actually
late.
took them immediately because other cards were not to his liking, but
I think it was could have taken another War Elephant, but one War Elephant is probably enough.
But yeah, I wasn't expecting that pickup, but sure, it works.
So finds the Kyrenex, completes the Unicorn Kyrenex combo. Actually, sorry, that was drawn with the Iris. It discards the Irises from Everic there. Would rather have that go through, I guess, before the Cursed Scroll. Does need a Dwarf on board for this Volunteers to be useful. That likely comes through with the Skirmisher, but would require a unit on Myamon's board to really have something to skirmish against in the first place.
The connection lost is a bit concerning here. Hopefully we don't have to do the restarts, resets and all that, but we'll see.
Temple on Melitele?
I was joking when I was suggesting to play it as military deck, okay?
Kungfu, I thought you were casting this, not playing on Myamon's account.
What is even the justification for that?
I don't know what the plan is. I mean, okay, you can get 4 leaders, you can get like the mentor from KSR and
But
maybe
you kind of
Mulligans
need
if
your
you're lucky.
leaders for potentially grabbing Earl and grabbing something else.
Slow, ain't ya?
Yep, so that Redanian agent just got banished to the Shadow Realm. But maybe this Redanian agent will have a bit of a nicer time. Might still just get cleaned up with the skirmisher and possibly a leader if Nequiz really wants to kill it.
He might be a little bit confused about queuing into the military list out of the blue. So, but no, decides to answer the Archgriffin card.
I think Myamon might have Military on the brain after taking Military just so many qualifiers and tourneys last year. Not used to just playing more for standard pincer maneuver temple deck. So there is the Cursed Scroll, draws the Gale of Rivia, puts the Broccolon Sentinel back into the deck. His companions finds the Old God for Myamon, quite a nice tutor because the Old God is neutral, not able to find that with the leader. And yeah, gets their deck boosting through as well.
Can dwarves fight?
Dwarf survived, so the thinning is being done, and there goes the extra point that you are getting. So some people don't like Iris's companion because you are not actually thinning to 0, but you kind of do slowly draw your cards and play your cards out. So it's a cheap package to run. It also helps with the draws. Sometimes it backfires, but mostly it's net positive effect.
And like here, like with the, it has pretty nice synergy with stuff like the Volunteers, the Unfreeze Gang, the Unicorn Kyrenex combo, as that helps you cycle through your deck as well. Also Sentinels with the leader, that also makes a lot of sense. Yeah. A lot of those little synergies, which just makes it just that little bit more reasonable to include in this kind of deck. This is quite a big point gap, 25 points. With the kind of temple choices Myamon has taken, doesn't seem easy to catch up. Does take the pass, and I suppose Nequiz will as well. So now has the opportunity to bleed with the Renfree's Gang, potentially Unicorn Kyrenex, maybe even just go hard with the Renfree.
Yeah. He knows that Defender is there, being a nuisance, so might try to get that out if Myamon is forced and reads the lines correctly. But by the looks of it, this Archgriffin might be not the shiny tool that Myamon played.
And Temple with the final mulligan. Skilled.
Yeah, demo event, everything. Okay, he has Unsays in hand, which might be...
Well, you can always... Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate, that part. Lerio decides to open with Novigrad. Quite aggressive, which is understandable, I'd say.
Okay, chat is already wanting for your Priscilla song version, so release that after the cast, or if you feel between the games you can feel the...
I will leave the singing to those that are more skilled. I'm just gonna stick to casting for now.
Okay.
We see Temple being played. This might be a Boholt, I guess. And maybe a War Elephant or the Selkirk, I guess.
Yeah. Guess we'll
Lerio,
see.
Lerio does have one copy of Pulling the Strings in hand. So setting up the Bloody Good Friends is always a good idea. Get 2 tags and with 1 unit. Just in case.
Yeah, so we see, I think I've seen Boholt and also Selkirk comes. 1 dual unit was in hand, but there is a second one. Also, yeah, different queue from Sanvanter. He did take aligned pockets previous time, so decided to switch things up a little bit.
Yeah, well, the last time he lost, I guess changing things up might just... Also, even if you draw on Sayas, just create the other dual unit. It's that simple.
Yep. Seems quite obvious, but sometimes simple things escape Gwent players, so yeah.
Yep. He did seem relatively unfazed by his roles, as always. We see Little Bird being played. picked, if I had to guess, maybe a blind ice tag.
Yeah, seems a reasonable assumption with the Furko in hand. And Ground Splitters already also been on the board, got ups as well.
Yeah, exactly. So now the question is, what do you do as Lerio, right? You're a blue coin, you do have a fair point advantage. And Arbalest, like, it can be a threatening engine, but it's... You can leave it for now. Personally, I would just ignore it, right? It takes time for it to get value. So
Yeah.
maybe a slower play right now.
Okay, yeah, so this allows to develop another attack onto the board and maybe just pull the strings.
Yep.
Without spending a leader charge. Those are getting thrown into round 1 occasionally, but if you can avoid that while still having decent point lead, why not use it? And yeah, once again we see Sanvanter is playing the Witchers, but their problem is...
Yep, the row problem. He doesn't really care. Like, I think he would rather have the 5 points of carryover.
Yeah.
Because this round seems, I don't know, maybe kind of perhaps lost, right? And on the off chance, like, even if yeah, okay, we get a pass, but even if the round went on longer, right, the Witcher adrenaline was about to go off, right? So it wasn't really as bad as one might think initially.
Yeah, if you don't miss, well, at least you should get like a 6 points kill in 1 point unit, but in a long round you can use them without Mutagenerator if you draw them buffed in round 3. Yeah, quite a decent target to play in the deck. So
yeah, exactly. So Lerio created quite the point gap, so in order to catch up, Sanvanter kind of had to commit Seltkirk, which was the unit pulled from Temple, but it's still a fair trade because Lerio now has played Novigrad in round 1, so on the off chance we see a pass, that Novigrad is gone.
Yeah. So there is oil, there is Unsays to control units. Other than that, I guess you'll have to ping them away to remove the ganks from the streets of Novigrad.
I would agree, yes. And for now, there is kind of drawing the bronzes and mulliganing the bronzes into bronzes. Okay, we do see the Jacques, nice.
My King of Beggars counter was ready to go and pop on the screen, but not now. Maybe later.
Yeah, there's still a chance in round 3. It's not over yet. So now, the question is, what do you play as Lerio? Maybe like a Bloody Good Friends?
Doesn't get any.
Yeah, maybe he thought maybe profit for the next round, but unfortunately not.
I guess he had like the big goals, so
he wants the sausage. He wants the sausage maker, I guess. He does play that, and this is pretty much the only chance to get the carryover, so it makes sense.
Yeah, I mean he's been playing for 5 hours now, so even with the break, you get hungry, you go for sausage maker.
We do see the King of Beggars, but it's not gonna get bricked.
So yeah, we also seen Radovid in hand, so both players avoid breaking there. But Sanvanter will get another. Oh, wait, no, he doesn't have the Siege Master, so no chance to break it, I guess.
Yep. And we do see the carryover on both sides. Sausage Maker on one and the Mutagenerator points on the other side. So both players have a relatively stacked hand for round 3. It's going to be quite the points. Lerio might open maybe with Bloody Good Friends or with the Jacques, yes. The evolved Shark being 2 tags at once again, Fire Sworn and Salamandra. Always nice to see.
What a nice pool of hidden in Dem event. I guess you missed the cards, might as well try.
Yep. Just get them all at once. But I have a feeling that this Dem event might not live for very long. Lerio is obviously, I would say, looking at what Dem event has in his pocket.
Okay, so Chad, what is this betting once again? 15,000 against 20 points. People are so cheap going for the big win. Okay, so Dem event is gone.
Alright, guess I'll chip in. Makes no sense.
Yeah, Full Tilt asked to ban anyone who bets 10, but yeah, there are 20 now. And you cannot ban anyone because that wasn't the ruling. Alright, so Junior is gone. Orders. Sticking to the board. What is the tag count? 3 at the moment, 4. Nothing to steal.
Yep. Can't steal the, not enough tags, plus the muted generators boosted the 5 provision units. We do see the expected line of plays with Horse and Junior and the removal of Horse and Junior. And this is kind of the scenario in which this Northern Realm list kind of shines, because it's a long round and you put several engines in 2 or 3 turns, getting harder and harder to answer while their value accumulates. So all in all, even though Lerio has untouched leader ability, it's going to get a bit more difficult to control everything. Some things will simply have to stay alive.
Yeah, who was it? Mystical? Nah. But anyway, yeah, it is Sanvanter that was, well, the board got wiped in 2-3 turns, but Syndicate doesn't have a freedom like this. Like, Junior was committed, but it's only answering Dem event, and threats keep on coming, unless you, like, single turn poison. Things just get out of your removal range and also generate extra value already, so makes no sense to remove Rabbit now. So the deed is done, but he wasn't priority to answer on that particular turn.
He does use a leader ability to get some tags in. Is this Ferko into the second poison? And that's kind of the problem. If we take a look at Lerio's hand, he has pulling the strings, which is kind of limited in what it can take. Bloody Good Friends is not exactly control. Shady Vendor can maybe get some kind of control, but that's about it. I would like to think that this point gap is only going to slide to one side as turns pass.
Yeah. Unless Lerio finds some... I'm not even sure what can be the spicy line. You have rolls from the Shady Vendor. You still have Sigi available, but your tags are slowly dying out. You play something, the pings accumulate, and you go again.
Like, there's an answer even to the little bird. It can get locked, it can get killed quite easily at this stage. So I don't really like Lerio's position in this moment right now. But we'll see. It's too early to call it. For instance, Kidweni Revenant, it doesn't have Zeal, and Sanvanter doesn't have any leader abilities left, so maybe that can get stolen. It get killed by Shady Vendor, so it's not over just yet. And it makes sense for Lerio to take his good time to kind of rope a bit, thinking about all the possible lines.
Yeah, what a pool of units left in the deck.
Yep.
So over profit.
And and he's getting like Fire Swan and Salamander tags. He already had those, so this is not exactly the ideal Dijkstra. You don't really want to see this kind of play.
Can't really complain about the draws. The units have been drawn. We didn't see Justice, right? So there is Justice, King of Beggars, some crime. So can't really complain about not finding the cards, but I guess NR cards just synergizing a little bit better here at the moment. At the same time, still a leader charge full bank. Sanvanter doesn't have Radovid points hidden anymore. Unsays is without the temple buff, as it was used on Selkirk, so things are not that dire, I suppose.
Oh, exactly. And with Bloody Good Friends, you can kind of ping units down, hoping to get pulling the strings, but we see a Carrack Marine in hand. You just buff that ballista back up, like right now, for instance, and we do see that happening. He boosts the Caraballista, decides that's the more valuable target. Positions the Marine to get the crew armor. Probably not going to find any value that armor, but why not? Doesn't really...
Yeah, we don't have cut-ups on the board, so Collusion is not doing any. And I don't think there are any cut-ups left in the deck as well. That's less than ideal for Sanvanter, seeing the double siege dude in the deck, but at least it avoids breaking Radovid. Well, he did pull him out early, so wouldn't matter, but...
And those Siege Masters ate a lot of Mutant Generator buffs as well. A bit unfortunate, but it might not end up mattering in this case. Lerio obviously can see the deck list. He knows that this little bird probably only gets to be used once, and it gets either locked or like straight up removed. The leader charges out, uses second Jackal while he's has like 8 coins left, which obviously makes sense.
Okay, so 4 coins is enough for the Shady Vendor. Well, yeah, Sanvanter's cards are not the most explosive ones, but considering he's getting some machine pings every turn.
There's still a fair point difference. Lerio has a collusion, and I would say it's like 4 different tags, maybe 3 or 4 different tags. I think it's 4. Maybe 4.
At the moment tags. Should be 4, yeah. But KOB should not be adding any. Oh wait, yeah, he says Salamander already, so King of Beggars jumping out. Okay, so that should have been the blind eye, but a new one will come.
Yep, it will come right up.
And we get the pulling the strings here.
Yep, that's a very clutch pulling the strings. It came in just at the right moment.
He takes the payday though.
Oh, perhaps it didn't work. I don't know. Does it count the King of Beggars?
It should. It also has.
We did see Lerio kind of twitch. Maybe he didn't realize it. I don't know.
I think I'm witnessing this second time, like players not taking. Maybe I need to test it myself, but Like you do pick the target later. Wait, so this Margarita is not
Enough
an
points.
amazing tempo.
And it might just end up being the case that those Siege Masters that remained in the deck, yep, 3 points. 3 points. One of those Siege Masters could have flipped things up.
Yeah, I think they together sucked up, what, 4 and 3, so 5 points.
So, the upside of this Enslave list going on red as well, obviously, it kind of has a slow round 1. Doesn't really have much value that it can create. Maybe Rune Mage with this card being included in Lerio's list, but usually it kind of likes to trade round 1 and get out after it's done its job, really. And especially if you bring this Enslave list on blue coin, there is a very real danger of losing the round on even. So it makes sense to bring Enslave on red as well. We see like maybe a Gerhard Bocholt, we see a Dijkstra maybe.
First choice could have been Selkirk. Yeah, decent pulls. Once again, Sanvanter is playing a lot of thinning, so he is not playing the Erland deck with Mutagenerator without Erland, not picking it up. But yeah, since you thin a lot of cards out with Demavent and maybe earlier than the generation is done.
Exactly.
Yeah, we see him just ignoring Erland. He feels like attached to this deck, that's why Stample is just offering him every time, but no, Sanvanter is not trying to do that.
This time around he does draw the Anseus, even though he rolled a Selkirk as well. And once again, he has both Temple and Mutagenerator in his round 1 hand, quite skilled from Sanvanter, I have to say. Might just see a Mutagenerator being played right now. Yep. As expected, some pretty standard lines.
So how was the Henry in this match? I guess Selkirks etc. would provide you with extra threats for your opponent to answer, but without Zeal that would not be amazing. And yeah, he also didn't find Torres. So usually, yeah, watching Lerio play this, it's Calvit. Occasionally he plays another bronze and then just a couple of either damage or boost tactics. This time around, of course, he only has Ointment and Jousts for those, so no Buhurts.
Yeah, the upside of having all those bronze tactics is some of them are proactive, right? Don't really struggle with reactivity in round 1. If you can draw like Diplomacy or a Rune Mage, obviously you get the Calvate in hand in round 1. You can kind of play, like breathe along for the first couple of turns, see what happens. You don't really have to commit anything initially, just wait and see. That's kind of the little plus that this Enslave list has. Mage being played.
Okay, MOP.
Oh, it's quite the exotic pick. Let's see if he takes it. Sanvanter does have the Boiling Oil in hand, but Boiling Oil is quite the useful card sometimes, right? So we just see a Angry Mob into Siege Master, yeah.
Okay.
Decides to click the Artuzu Student with 2 boost.
So is he saying goodbye to the round?
Might just be.
Playing into Mutagenerator is not fun, but nobody stops Sanvanter from playing into Mutagenerator and just going for a long round 3. So let's see.
Well, I mean, there's like two lines of thought to this. On the one hand, yeah, you're being counterproductive. You're just giving your opponent 5 points of carryover every turn. On the other hand, like you are on red coin and you had a fair point advantage, right? So perhaps you could have pushed a bit, get maybe the boosted unit from Temple out, because this hand from Sanvanter wasn't exactly the most ideal. This way, like Sanvanter gets he doesn't go 2 cards down, but he gets like a fair bit of carryover from Mutant Generator, and he gets to keep any of his gold units, right? Rafard is still in hand. There is a bit of a like an interesting choice to pass there.
Okay, so deck of course sorted by Calvit, so later we'll have golds aplenty for Sanvanter. Oh, Demorant is not here.
Yep, and he can't exactly be tutored. You either get him or you don't, right? So
yeah.
Sanvanter choosing what to do. Obviously, he knows Calvate has been played, so he knows Lerio's hand is brimming with golds, all those high provision golds. Maybe it's a good idea to bleed him out.
And you have those big cards like Rafarts for multiple cards, you still have boosted on say, so even being an extra card down here might not be a deterrent enough, but instead he decides to take his chances against Nilfgaard in the long round.
And again, we're going to see a long round 3 with 2 decks that quite enjoy, I would say, the long round 3. The Northern Realms list with all the engines. On the other hand, Lerio with quite a few assimilate units.
Yeah.
This might just be the Imperial Practitioner then.
You mean the Diviner, yeah? Mm-hmm.
Diviner, yes. Sorry.
Why not play one more card in round 1 then? I suppose, depending on the round 2 like draws, he might have considered if he had the demo event, for example, available, going harder for a push with this Rafart and Unsafe. Maybe decided that it's a bit too risky.
He does find the Gerhard that he created, but still no demo event.
Okay, Selkirk as well, and look at him go.
He had quite a few good mulligans right now. Like he got all the creations from Temple, extra Selkirk and Gerhard, and he found them. So pretty good mulligans for Sanvanter, I would have to say.
Yeah. Definitely has been practicing his mulligans. With the round 1 draws as well, was quite good for him here with the NR. But let's see how it stacks against the Henry and the Simulate units. And it looks decent, and I think last time I've seen him play it was also quite control heavy with the Selkirk.
So I would guess this is the Taurus opener. It's an assimilate engine down, and plus it can create an engine of its own, so it might be 2 engines. 1/3, exactly.
There is an oil answering.
What do you kill? What do you kill?
Yeah.
Like
I think
that...
you go for assimilate. There is nothing to copy as of now. Lerio also doesn't really play. Okay. Fair enough.
He does.
There exactly. Is the remedy and availability of soldiers, so can't really expect it not to find the value. He probably can survive against like 1 or 2 assimilates surviving.
This is an interesting turn, because now that Henry has been played, maybe Demavent can get one of those interesting units, right? I would guess he's gonna pick Rafard because he mulliganed it, but if Demavent can somehow survive, I'd pick a Nilfgaard unit next, right?
Yeah, Rompali as an answer to one of the assimilate engines potentially.
These are some unfortunate picks for Lerio's hand, I would say. Maybe like a Vernon Roche, like the spying one.
Yeah, he did roll his golds, of course, since we are in a post-Calvate times for him, so I'm not sure what is he picking from the top decks now. Shouldn't be anything too spicy.
It could be one of the other goals that he created, and it could be just it's 4 provisions. He got hold of 5 provision cards in his hand, so it's just random 4 provision tactics left, really. I would think. Yeah. And this is Dem event.
It could be a thesis topic. Why is Amphibious Assault not considered a tactic card? Menno should write one.
Yep.
He would have been happy with it. Okay, so we.
And yeah, he did pick the Vilgefortz Renegade. That's interesting. Obviously, this is the classic Dem event then, where you see like 4 engines drop at once. Why not? Why not? And on the other hand, Lerio is at a classic crossroads, like what do I kill? What can I theoretically, like realistically, what can I answer right now?
And this is always a problem with Stefan Skeden. He can go now and deal with something, but there is no assimilate on the board. But then the question becomes, can you actually stick any of your assimilates and get the value from them against, say, Selkirk?
Exactly. Also, like the unfortunate fact that there is a Vilgefortz Renegade. Okay, we do see a Stefan being played, expected. Because I would say it was gonna be a winch into Vilgefortz, right, from Dem event to remove this Menno, because the Menno is kind of a brick. So it could have been like a very powerful play for Dem event. I guess Lerio saw that as well and decided to remove Dem event immediately.
I decided to could have tried to line things up for the leader immediately, but the stolen card would never really survive. Okay, there we go. Buffed units are plenty, with some extra 3 points of carryover, so why not?
And again, both Radovid and Carabalista on the board, just more units to deal with. This is a Vigo getting some assimilate value as soon as possible, plus getting stealing or copying rather an engine. Stealing the refund, which is a good idea, right?
Yeah, I guess you have to deal with it one way or another. Should not be an issue for Sanvanter for a few turns unless Lerio fishes for the winch with Lydia, or if Sanvanter provides one into the graveyard.
Full tilt, he doesn't have a winch guaranteed. He can create one basically. If he high rolls, he can get a winch.
Yeah,
but
I'm not sure how many NR bronzes are there between the oils and mage creates and specials. I guess quite a few. So yeah,
it's a risky.
From 5 cards, you are still not guaranteed it probably.
It's a bit risky even with the Roan Mage. I don't think like at this stage, like day 2, the very grand final. I don't know if you're willing to risk it really. Like realistically, maybe
we just
you just
mystical.
yeah. That is true. That is true.
Yeah, there are 10 NR specials, so you only see like having 50-50 chance to roll the winch from Lydia. Now though,
I would guess that the Torres being the first assimilate engine, it got a lot of value. I guess that's the primary target for Anseus. But with Anseus being at 14 power, there really is no rush to play it, right? You can just chill.
So when there is one reverse vengeance, there is another. It's also funny that one triggers another. Yeah, this is non-cast.
This is non-cast, and we do see a second Refard, which is interesting, right? Because if one of them sticks, you do have the bronze units in your hand, but you can also draw a single emissary. I think that's the only bronze unit left in Lerio's deck.
Yeah.
So you can chain things up, maybe. Okay, we do see one of them being eliminated, which is interesting because he decided that the Rafard was simply too big of a threat. Lydia gets the winch now, right? As we previously discussed. Also, Lydia is a mage, so it triggers Rafard's vengeance. Now that is funny. Now that is funny.
Quite the chain here.
Oh my god, the crew, bro. The crew. Yes, Lydia has experience with operating complex machinery. I did not expect this, but it is it is what it is.
This is where Lerio's hand starts to feel a bit lacking, while Sanvanter still has Gerhard.
It does have a Menno, which is a whopping 2 points. Whopping 2 points.
Yeah, there is at least that. There is of course also no zeal for Selkirk, right? So
yep, the final usage had to be on Dijkstra to enable like playing a boosted unit because you only had one leader charge left.
How do you feel about this and are not actually playing the vanilla Radovid?
Well, I mean, I expect Sanvanter to always make an interesting change to those standard expected lists. I don't know, maybe he felt like with Radovid being at 5 power now, it was simply, even though it's only 1 power difference, right, and you play Radovid for carryover, but it's kind of more difficult for him to survive unless you want to use one of the leader charges to get the order from Radovid instantaneously. Like, there is a bit of a more danger for it to live. And, you know, that there's the usual problem, like, you might simply not have the provisions or not willing to give up on the provisions just for Radovid.
Yeah, fair enough. With the temple and mutagenerator cost on the reveal, we just got used to like, oh yeah, you can fit so many things into that bad boy, but reality is a bit different nowadays, where you can actually.
We get the crazy double joust, a roach into double joust.
Yeah.
This is like a very strange Simless, if you think about it.
Yeah, we have a Seamless at home. It plays it plays cards from top of your deck, not from anywhere, but it is what it is.
Bafanada.
Okay, yeah, so there goes the Mana Soldier. Shouldn't have switched sides, that's why. Nobody cares about him in Other Realms.
Exactly. Menno who? Right, so we do have the like, now it kind of boils down to the bronzes, right? Sanvanter does have a Selkirk, which, you know, doesn't have zeal, might not survive. On the other hand, Lerio has that Duchess Informant, which is usually good on an engine like Caraballista, but it's pretty late into round 3. Like, Duchess Informant as a finisher, even with all the assimilate engines on, you have 2 assimilate engines, it's kind of like, you can use it with Refards, right? Because Refards on the last turn, you can kind of use it, which is good. Okay, but this is a bit of an unfortunate one, right? Because there is a 1 point unit.
And there will be another one. So you have to copy the machine and kill the mage. Oh, not the mage informant. For some reason, yeah, I always expect those to be mages. The damage ones are, but this is just a human doing its job. No magic involved, just a professional.
So here we see like the unfortunate finisher from Duchess's informant, even with the Fard's Vengeance plus the crew plus the assimilate. I don't think it's gonna be enough. We have Gerhard just waiting, we have Ballista ticking, we have a Revenant. This should be Sanvanter's game.
And he also gets the Will of the Wisp, so... Ooh,
yep.
15. But with the points on the board, I suppose it was doomed anyway.
It was always doomed. Sanvanter gets the game 2, and now it's 1-1.
Even official CDPR casts a bit too much on it, in my opinion, but okay.
Exactly. So. And this round, it's filled with golds, but I don't know, sometimes your hand in round 1 can be too good for your own sake. Lerio does have a boat to begin with. He does have the red uncrate longship. And he does have the hideaway, which is nice.
Yeah. Not that many pirates, but a bronze 5p card playing for what, 8 points is decent, plus it's a second activator to your smugglers if your first ship sinks.
Yeah, I really like the addition of a single copy of Tidecloak's Hideaway, right? 3 points, plus it can be useful for your other cards, like an activator plus points. Very nice, very nice.
Yeah, and finally it sees play after like years and years.
Like even the boost, like this boost plus 3 might just be useful in this case, right?
Yeah.
Sanvanter obviously committing to the no unit gameplay. He's gonna play as many crimes as possible as he can.
But yeah, still there is a smuggler that just keeps an order, and also yeah, I like the feral bond because we've seen it used actually like on purpose of removing with the archer when you have a lot of bloodthirst, but also just rolling something, getting 1 bloodthirst on the enemy side of the board, and usually you like find 4 or 5 power card anyway, and if you get random pink onto the wolf from Cataclysm, for example, you're still
precisely
getting value from the card.
We do see the exotic Bearmaster being played because both the Blaviken and the dog are out. That's quite the pull. Yeah, Feral Bond finds this unusually nice position in this onslaught deck because of the instant bloodthirst. It gives armor to all your units in your hand, all the pirates and ships. But Lerio doesn't have that many good targets in hand this time around. Like the armor on Smuggler is not really useful. The armor on Corsair, I don't know, I don't really see a point. There is no Bjorn, there is no Terror of the Seas. So that is a bit unfortunate, but with this Pirates deck, you can't really have it all with your draws, right?
Yeah. Okay, so thinning is being done slowly, and that's a decent pickup.
Exactly, more thinning. Thinning is winning, that's an old saying that's been around for years, and it still rings true. Hasn't been a change. I think we just saw the Giga Scorpion.
Yeah, unfortunate. When you can use that as a tunnel drill answer, for example, but I guess Lerio decided that he has enough removal for things necessary that Gigascope can just go. Discarding Pirate. In that situation, it was definitely a playable card, Corsair, I mean. So decided to keep it. If you plan to play your second Abortage, you still needed the target for that.
Exactly. And now It's a bit of a more awkward hand this time around. Let's see what the mulligans bring for Lerio, because as of right now, he has next to no proactivity apart from Krach, which doesn't have good targets in hand. Like, he has to mulligan the raiding fleet that he really wants to play. Bit unfortunate, right? It's rid of the second Corsair. Still no Bjorn, still no Terror of the Seas. So that Krach is not as good as it can be. Not nearly as good as it can be.
On the other hand, like you got your thinning options. There is Wabjorn into the Mulligan raiding fleet, so you cannot complain about not finding. But yeah, when you have like 3 targets for hand armoring, it's a shame to miss them by the end of Mulligans in round 2.
Exactly. Also, the very nice part about these bronze pirates being very strong, right? He managed to win round 1 without playing a single gold, meaning that the road was saved for round 2, right?
Yeah.
And he obviously didn't draw into it, so that was just 4 extra points for round 2. Why not?
So this is where Filippo becomes like a nuisance. The bank is filled for Sanvanter. At least Lerio is on like 7 cards, so it's fine. But yeah.
Yep, there's 2 ways Sanvanter can deal with this Krach. He can use the horse and he can use Philippa. And I think, like, as you said, Philippa was kind of created for this moment.
Yeah.
Myamon Pirate got rid of the raiding fleet, so what does Vapjorn have left out of the raids, right? Ferabond saw play.
Yeah, one upper dashes out, second is in hand.
I think he just bricked his own Vapjorn. I might be mistaken, but yeah.
It should be like this, yeah, but he can mulligan. It's just that upper dash is not a guaranteed anything for you.
Exactly. Like, you need Bloodthirst, you also need to have Pirate in hand. And be finicky at times, but let's see how it goes.
Yeah. Sanvanter has been failing to establish Novigrad in most his Syndicate games I've seen. We see KOB coming into hand, so no KOB counter on the screen as of now. His behavior improved by the finals time.
I might be mistaken, but Lerio has Bjorn as final, like, bottom of the deck. I think that's what happened this time around. Like, we still haven't seen Bjorn. Obviously, he got Terror in the hand just now. And Justiana, which is unfortunate, right? He had the opportunity to generate some armor previously. And those are your main targets for getting the armor. But Myamon Pirate. So I guess I might be mistaken, but I think Bjorn was at the very, very bottom of the deck.
Yeah, he was scared to come out.
On the other hand, did Sanvanter miss anything? He has Professor in hand, Orson in hand, Novigrad, Philippa saw play, Morels, Ixora, Morels, he's in hand, Ixora is not.
Yeah, Ixora is not being featured here by the looks of it.
It is a bit of a rough matchup for Ixora, I would say, because Horson can sometimes clean up the low power units to pave way for a good Ixora, but like Vapjorn plus the Moon Smuggler plus the Moon Corsair, like those are several low power units, especially with Smuggler being 4 power, he cannot get removed by Horson Jr., so it's kind of a difficult task to get a good Ixora against pirates, I would say.
Yeah, even if you have like extra removal with the drill. The small units might also have like 7 armor on them, so good luck.
Yep.
Good luck with that.
There's quite the like swing to Ixora against certain matchups. It's very good, but against some it's a 7 for 8. in any case, we see Lerio playing a very slow power, like a low power. He doesn't really have to play in immediately. A Corsair threatens the removal of this bare knuckle brawler. He uses it. Like, even though there's no units on the Cataclysm row, on the ranged row, he doesn't really care. He wants to get rid of that.
It's making it more awkward to do the Sesame magic in a controlled way as well.
Exactly. Plus, by playing that Corsair and damaging the bare knuckle brawler to 1, he got 1 armor in his hand, which he kind of needs, right? He only got Justiana and Terror right now, round 3, so they are relatively unarmored at the moment.
So for Tinin, he has Varbjorn. There is no ship. He has 1 in hand, but you kind of want to play it a bit later when you can remove something. But yeah, forced to use it here. And the problem with also clicking the armor here is that
it can just get removed. Yep, Professor is in hand. Like, even look, obviously Morales, you kind of want to tribute it regardless for King of Beggars, but in some certain scenarios, it's fine to just use it without a tribute, I would say. But he does have, fortunately, many different ways to kill this ship. If he has kept count, he can just take a look at the graveyard. He knows how many ships there are left, which is pretty big, honestly. Like, Dumont Smuggler not getting the second copy is very, very big. Makes a difference between like an insane bronze and a very underwhelming bronze.
Yeah, I think it was Qualis for Matol Open number 2, where we seen Eluha play double Smuggler, well, like one by one instead of getting like 4 copies of them on the board. It was unfortunate to see, but yeah, 70% of the chances, I'd say. It's still very powerful card.
Exactly.
Will be a magnet for people in the coming Balance Council. We'll see how unbalanced the council will be towards the pirates, for example.
And yeah, these players are very good, and obviously this Pirates deck has been around for some time. Everyone knows about the ship threat. Like, even though these ships generate no value on their own on the board, like, removing them is a lot of points.
Okay, so Varbjorn time, thinning, activating compass. There's some Justiana armor is being created as well. It gets Corsair with the leader charge.
Yep, very useful.
Yeah, the ranged ones, yeah, nice.
And we see the Bjorn. Oh, Bjorn. He doesn't really have to remove this bare knuckle brawler right now, I would think. Yep, he leaves it.
Yeah, considering Izora's angle, you just didn't have the spender onto your side of the board. For like spending and also cleaning Izora, clicking bare knuckle brawler, damaging the thing that you want to remove would not be profitable for Sanvanter. Of course, Lerio doesn't know that Izora is just not a play in this match.
Yep. Obviously, players don't know that. They kind of have to play around all the possibilities, right? Kind of theoretically think of what the biggest threat is remaining and go for the best line possible. Positioning for the Oxenford guard made sense, right? He had 2 lower power units to boost, plus, and he boosted to exactly 9, right, to make things more awkward for COC. And he managed to boost Orson Jr., which can sometimes use the Insanity to lower down his own power if need be, right?
Yeah.
So the positioning on the Oxford guard made perfect sense.
And yeah, it's also awkward if you want to play the range Corsair and pop it or RNR, you you will be having bricked COC.
Exactly.
If things go awry here.
So yeah, this is the play. Even though you remove the knuckle brawler, and we see the insanity being played as expected. Yep, good positioning from Sanvanter. You play around the COC still, exactly. Obviously, there is like a 66% chance for COC now, and this might be the turn to take it. Just
yeah, unless you go for the compass, I don't think there is.
This is time for...
It's not becoming better.
Yep.
It once again might become worse.
It can only become worse, I would say. Like, it's time for a quick prayer and a COC. Just close your eyes, click the card. You are in a rough position as Lerio. You do have a compass, you do have a very bad smuggler, and the Justiana that only has 4 armor. It's not the greatest. Cataclysm, random pings. Justiana, random pings. You can also kind of wait, but the problem... Alright, he's waiting. The problem is, Sanvanter has like several spenders on the board, right? He doesn't... And, yeah. There's the problem. Just boost those units back up to 9 or less. That's the problem.
I think, yeah, Lerio had enough.
He had enough. Sanvanter simply had too many spenders. He didn't even have to boost with Oxenford Guard anymore, I think. Like, he could have gotten something from Plunder and done it a different way, right? It was simply too much to handle for Lerio. Like, the COC was bad. The smuggler was kind of brick.
Webcam also broke down, but oh well.
Ah, whose? That's the question. Whose webcam broke down?
Yeah. Good point. Sanvanter is as stoic as ever.
Sanvanter finds the Mahakam volunteers, I think they're called, which is nice, just a bit of thinning. Obviously, sometimes you don't want to find them, so you can get them from Novgradian Justice or Mahakam Pass, creating into them. But I think even when you draw them, it's kind of fine.
Okay, Lerio with double Obsidian Mirror, not a bad card if your opponent plays Berserkers and also Saboteurs, but we see this time around, well, Skirmisher might come into play, but it's less effective and less efficient here, so maybe double Obsidian Mirror is a bit too much for the starting hand.
I would agree, yes. You don't even have like a chariot to choose, so you kind of have to start with something else. And it is... I guess assassination is fine.
Should be
maybe
alright.
the elite, depending on how
yeah,
many.
look, there are... This is such a throwback to like open beta for me, even playing that card. Like, of course we had it with the changed ability now in Gwent for a long time, but the Venendals, what they were stealing, I think, the power from revealed units from opponent's hand or any hand.
Exactly.
Yeah, not really seeing that. Usually we see this card only in like Enslave 8, Enslave 7.
Yep, it really hasn't seen play for a very long time, and it's nice to see it, even from a create. It's nice to see it, especially now that it got like 9 points.
Yeah. It's lagging not only for me, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, okay.
But it should be fine now. Also, we see a backup plan which wasn't very good. We got a Tapper, which is, I don't know, I've seen better backup plans, honestly. That could have gone better.
So it's 1424. I just checked the second stream. Witcher Beefwitch had some problems. If it continues to lag, we can switch to the second technical cast by the Witcher. But for now, seems to be okay. Only occasional lags. Yeah, well, there we go. Now, with the elf transforming another elf, it's giving a little bit more power to the Obsidian Mirror.
Yep, not very good, but you take what you can get.
Yeah.
And again, the point of like having those nice bronze tactics that you really don't mind playing. Keep up. It's not like Sanvanter's vomiting tempo points or anything like that. It's still catchable. Like Torres is still in hand.
Yeah.
So, if it really comes to that, you can play Torres. You don't really have to play it right now.
Quite nice for Sanvanter once again to get Eskel into his hand, avoiding the Torres. But as I mentioned it, the card actually lands onto the board. Can be spied, but that's a little slow as far as the tempo goes from Artorius.
Yep. There is no, there's no torture in hand. You can create one from. He can get one from Vigo, but Vigo is quite the commitment in a round where you are down by 21 points. Yep. It's a dicey move. I don't really know if
probably costs you, a Torres on 3 bronzes or like a leader and something. But yeah, there we see the transformation of Neophytes, some extra pinks from Berserkers, and you're still close.
Yep, still, you can still catch it with Torres. It's fine. You have 3 extra points from the Berserker. It's not that bad.
So yeah, and I'm casting with my Nan. There we go.
Sanvanter has the Novgradian Justice in hand, which is a card that you really don't mind playing, but see a pass. Like the point of getting round 1 in this matchup, I don't know if it matters all that much. Like Lerio can, if he's lucky, he can get a spying on Simlas, if Simlas kind of has to be played early for some reason, which is always good for Arto, but other than that, it's not exactly like too important. But for now, they simply played like Rune Mage on one side and Eskel on the other, and really commit too much.
Okay, so Lydia, there are still 3 pinks. It might only result in 2 points, but with the backup plan, playing for 6. It's enough even without them pinks, and yeah, he misses armor anyway.
Yes, I would say that this Forge list is quite good against Pirates, but with the performance we've seen from Pirates, I don't know if you really need an anti-pirate deck. They work against themselves sometimes.
Okay, so
it is a good list. It's seen play in like several months ago. It was quite good, but I think it's always been quite like respectable points.
Yeah, there are permutations of like guerrilla tactics with this same package, but that one runs either Shiro or just Milva and Shiro. You can run Precision Strike, but nowadays it feels like the Waylay spam might be better there. Seamless check. Look, works like magic for Sanvanter. Just take late
He's
mulligans.
Been drawing, in this series in particular, he's been getting so many good mulligans.
But that's what makes good players. The ability to occasionally get them good mulligans.
I agree. In the previous series against, what was it? Like when he bricked the Radovid, took risks before as well and he bricked, but now he's not bricking anything. So with the nerf to Chariot now, if played on the melee row, it's 6 power, it can get stolen if need be. But it depends. Is it really like the unit that you want to steal? It's quite a powerful engine, especially in a round this long.
Yeah, I think Lerio might just steal that unless he's trying to wait for something with the armor, but that usually is out of the range. And Sanvanter still gives him that bait or not bait. Maybe he decides that the back row doesn't make too much sense for him. So that's once again Torres. What's the special card situation? Yeah, we have Stefan Skellen, but with Sanvanter's access to the spear, it should not be leaving.
I think this is a good idea, honestly, because it's just another unit that you have to answer, otherwise it's going to
Like,
so
this scales better than Simulate in the end.
Yep.
Like maybe one of the first Assimilates is getting to the similar value, but yeah, not answering that.
It does run a Royal Decree, and but he doesn't even need it. Just cut Royal Decree. He's gonna mulligan into Simlas anyway. Just wasting provisions, honestly. You see Sanvanter thinking about the plays. Might just be like a pass or the second chariot.
Okay, so the second period goes. Wait, and the thing is getting allowed to be on the board. Of course, yeah, Lerio should not have many tactics outside of Stefan. So Sanvanter is aware. It's not the best Stefan Skellen to take with no Assimilate engines on the board, only one of them. So yeah. Now this is out of spear range.
Spear, yeah, exactly.
So you'll have to like hit wave or do
yeah,
nothing about it.
That leader usage on the chariot like already pays off, right? Gonna have to be careful in a way about creating too many units, but I don't think you're going to fill the rows as this enslave. I think it's fine.
Unless you're creating like 7 of them, you should be more or less fine, yeah. There is still space in the front row for 6 units.
So it's kind of the problem with this forge list, the downside I would say, even though it has a bit more control than expected with Mastercrafted Spear, plus the skirmishers, plus like maybe a Zoltan can damage something, plus a pass can create something, etc. It can be random. He has a pyrotechnician as well, right? Control can be a bit swingy, random. It doesn't necessarily have to hit required targets. Eskil's so played. So I would say that now most of the engines on Lerio's side are going to kind of stick.
Okay, so the spear taking care of 2 units is kind of nice. If you get rid of Assimilate and the skirm that's gonna get activated.
Yep, you want to delete that skirmisher right now, because if he survives he's going to kill your chariot, right?
Yeah.
It's like a very, very, very real danger of your chariot dying.
Okay.
He decides to go for the pass. That's interesting.
Gets an engine that is not that easy to turn off as well. Not sure if you want to go all in with that engine and then armor in it and Dennis when Wilgefortz exists, so you kind of need to spread your armor a little bit with the boosts.
Yep, I agree. Bit of a precarious spot for Sanvanter right now, even though he has many points left. Simlas, Zoltan plus Eudora, Dennis, Heatwave will be a fair bit of points. The order from Haken Pass, I don't know.
It's so weird. I don't know. Like there are so many hidden points for both players. Like
It's simply too early to tell still.
And at the moment, like, yeah, you might want to play Stefan already, but there is nothing proper to hit after you remove the chariot. Like, turn before it would have been better. Also, like, the spy placement, of course, breaking the pockets. And yeah, sadly for Lerio, so sadly for chat and for us casters, we don't see Stefan and the multiplying elves, but at the same time for Lerio, like, assimilate engines survive.
Exactly, that Taurus was so good, so good. We see a Henry. It's gonna give a maybe like a Vatier.
Yeah, I'm not sure Vatier is achieving anything for Sanvanter, so yeah. The status, well, there is the Torturer and also Doomed on the Taurus, so...
Maybe a Ispel as well. No, just Vatier. Yeah. Oh my good lord! That's a good Henry. That's a good Henry.
I don't think there is any funny Shiro line available.
It's not necessary. You have a Philovandrel that creates as well. Oh my good lord! What a filthy Henry. Alright, I'm gonna call it Game 5. Game 5 has to be.
Yeah, probably. Even with the seamless heated from Artot.
Obviously, Lerio is waiting, right? Lerio knows that Simlas into Dennis is a 2-turn combo, so he's waiting. Even though he's maybe losing some simulate value with the Torture plus Artot.
There we go, creating to create as well. At 5 provisions. Goes for Runestone. Wait a second. Wait a second. It's not the end yet, chat. And now she is at like 4 power, 1 armor, and insta-full is like enough.
Enough. Oh, good lord, that was funny.
Well, apparently after the second created Whisperer, he decided he doesn't have any more chances to win. Yeah, haven't seen Pirates versus Forge too much, but all the logical things and what we've seen, a little bit we've seen, yeah, Pirates struggle a little bit.
This is quite the important game for Lerio. If he can somehow get this game, that's it. He wins. He's the champion, right? Sanvanter, even if he wins, there's another series coming up.
Yeah. So of course Lerio would want. Would have been nice to have working Lerio camera if he wins. To maybe see the relaxation after. Well, this is 2 days, and also last week we had the qualis, so that was like 4 days of playing at least a couple of games. A couple of series, not games even, so that's a good 2-3 hours of Gwent, depending on how fast you play.
Yep, I agree. We do see a bit of an awkward hand for Lerio. Has a Feral Bond. Yep, that's gonna be it. Doesn't really have much he can play.
A bit premature for the Brockwar, but not the Brockwar. The Brockwar, what, warrior, but the hunter is archer is alright.
On the upside, he does have Bjorn plus Terra the Seas plus Krach in hand, plus Justiana. He's getting the armor, right? He's getting the armor. Just the first couple of turns until there's some board presence on Sanvanter's side.
Yeah. Now the question is, can you actually get the red numbers on Sanvanter's side? And also, the more armors generating units you get, the less playable cards in round 1 you have, so this is a fine balance, but of course you'd want to have them. It's just that people have adjusted their game plan against Pirates, and you're not getting free round wins.
I agree. And now we have the problem for Lerio, right? his ship got removed by spear. His smuggler is not good. His demon pirate's gonna discard something. Sorry, gonna remove something from the deck. Not ideal. Like a scorpion, not very useful at the moment.
Well, unless you have feel like you want to kill the bleeding machine. Do we go for 6 Delirium or Gigasport? Okay, goes for the random ping. Allows the bleed to be soaked up, but stealing a wolf is nice. Although this berserker gonna be hunting for the wolf, starts with an easier prey apparently with the crow, but not unrealistic.
Maybe this is the time for Krach, right? It could be Vapion, could be Krach. Like Pirate's gonna. Demon Pirate is going to move something from the deck, which could be bad. Demon Smuggler is not good at the moment. And you know that your Krach is like a high value target. It's either gonna get S-killed or heatwaved if there's something in the hand, and we know there is, right?
I love how Sanvanter has S-kill every game he's playing with the Forge now. Like, yeah, if I need an answer, it is already in my hand. Got the frogs as well. We haven't seen like although in this deck you don't really see amazing frogs, I suppose.
I think he roped. I think he damaged his own pro.
I'm trying to find the reason for self-ping, but
outside
of BM, I don't think there is any like self-wound synergies that you can create.
That's just a bit unfortunate for Lerio. Also, he kind of had to risk it. He had to play something. So Demon Pirate discarded the Corsair, which is not bad. It's fine. Corsair in this matchup sometimes can struggle to generate all the Cataclysm value, so...
So, maybe Frogs time?
Frogs, maybe. Second Berserker could be fine as well, I think.
Yeah, goes for the location.
Just fine, just fine.
Gets,
because, yep, that's the thing.
Second time I'm seeing this today. Yeah, pretty decent tempo, especially when you are maybe falling behind on points. So, do you still like hold on to Krach?
Oh, look, this is the turn to play him. Like, what else do you play? Vapion into what? Like, nothing, right?
Can see like a leader charge Vabjorn into Aberdash, Bloodthirst 2 created. Then you maybe just throw away the smuggler. Okay, finds the pass. No surprise from the dog. What the hell? It would have been interesting to see if Sanvanter plays around that.
So, what gets ahead? Maybe the frogs get ahead?
Yeah, you definitely don't want to commit the S-kill, so... is there space for frogs? 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah.
Heatwave. I guess he decides, like, the only target that I realistically need to remove is Krach, and I have S-kill in my hand, right?
Yeah, there is no location in this list, so... Krach and ships is basically what you need to
there is a compass, right? But compass into a scenario is a rare occasion. You don't really see it too often.
Yeah,
it's a very specific case.
Not against dwarfs as well, probably against monsters and whatnot.
Yep, and we see Lerio having... Oh, he got the ship, nice.
Yes, Sanvanter is not in a position of the second spear. Ragnar, thanks for the sub, much appreciated.
I agree with this play of Dwarven Chariot because it on the back row. I mean, because it creates 2 dwarves, it enables Novigradian Justice. It's just a good way to start round 2, I would say. And you kind of have to click the Maha Compass anyway, so why not?
Okay. Bjorn was what, 5 armor, I think? 3? Okay, not much generated in round 1, but
yep.
Takes care.
Did have it in round 1, but it's simply difficult to generate any value in your hand against this deck. Yeah, just going for the pressure, going for the instant tempo. This just makes a lot of sense. I don't know, like maybe Simlas could have gone to the sides. Is there like a reason why it's in the middle? Unless I'm missing something, there really isn't.
Shouldn't really be.
Like, if the opponent has a COC and a Heatwave, it doesn't really make too big of a difference, but still. Regardless, I think you always play Simlas to one of the sides in this case.
So yeah, the Krach's time is very short. Almost every time he makes an appearance, Witchers really don't like the ruler of Skillige. Oh, not really ruler, but ruler of the seas, the leader of the pirates. So Lerio waited for the ship to generate the armor. Well, it wasn't natural, it was created from the Krach, but at least it's away from the spear range now, so you can hope for it to stick. It looks cute in the middle. Oh, maybe, you never know.
I do like the bleed from Sanvanter here, because you can sometimes gamble and say, oh, alright, either obviously we know that a lot of armor didn't get generated, but he can sometimes just guess, okay, Compass can be awkward in round 2, right? And sometimes get a good bleed on these pirates.
Yeah. The only thing basically is if you're with this deck is that if your bleed doesn't work out,
yeah, you're in a very bad spot.
You don't really have anything for round 3, like backup plans, sure, some decent points. But yeah, we just got shown both decks. The Compass should win the blind draws if Sanvanter goes all in and Lerio has to play everything and still manages to survive the bleed. And look, Justiana's points are kind of should be wasted here, at least half of them. Sure, you have a target for the terror, but it's not an incredible amount of armor generated. You
unless
do answer one of them.
Yeah, unless I'm mistaken, Vapion plays into Abordage. I think that's the only target left. So,
yeah, so at the moment it means it doesn't play into Abordage properly.
It doesn't do anything. Yep, it's looking like that. It might just be another series coming up.
So, I don't know, do you play the Terror and float it? Then maybe you can find Bloodthirst to...
Yes. That's the only line, because you don't want to play your Heatwave yet. You don't know what's going to get boosted from Dennis. Also, that's the only way you can like play into Vapion, into having a pirate left in the hand, which is Justiana. So yeah, you have to play the boat here, I would say. Do have a leader ability, but that's not enough to create Bloodthirst. You have to float. It's looking like a lost cause, honestly. It's just potential lines.
Okay, so the boat floats. Bam, go the points. Do we see the leader? No. Okay, but Sanvanter kinda understands that, yeah, the Bloodthirst will get shipped.
He can just pass right now. He just say, okay, he can go to the bathroom, say, I'm gonna prepare for the next series.
Yeah. Okay, so double the points, and Zoltan is
Double
a
the
pretty
points.
decent coach for a short round. If your opponent plays nothing onto their side of the board, it means that you're winning probably with just Zoltan leader. And if they do play units, then you get your Eudora and the Rowdies.
Yep, very explosive finisher left. Obviously, Zoltan requires some targets on the opposite side, but that shouldn't be a problem. And yep, we see the lines that we talked about, the only really possible line. And is it enough in one turn? I don't think so.
Well, if you manage to miss all the armor...
Let's see how it goes. It was 15 points difference.
Wait, was it 1 point short?
I think it was.
Yeah, that's kind of painful, but, well, to be fair, there was still more armor to snipe.
Yep, not much you can do. I mean, you have a compass and the COC.
Compass is, of course, the literally bottom card. Cannot really complain about Compass being there because you wouldn't play it, wouldn't want to play it earlier.
This is looking rough for Lerio, unfortunately.
So, yeah, the Compass once again. What to just do Fukusha?
Maybe Fukushia into Prague? I don't know. Like, it doesn't generate any wasted rain, right? Rain would have been wasted. Fukushia into
but
Prague.
ain't Krach like wasted, given just Zoltan 2 targets to hit, and you're basically clashing with the Rowdies. Okay, we see the pirate scenario.
Insane.
It is a ship after all, but wait, the ship is gone.
It is. It is. Okay, we can see. Listen, Corsair can be played first. No. Oh no. Either way, yeah. This is the line. Never mind. Oh, that's a that is a bad. Exactly. That is a bad plan B. Backup plan. But it might. There's still a chance. There's still a chance.
Yeah. Okay. Stop sending people hope you. the ones who are rooting for Lerio.
He played into the back row. He played into the Cataclysm. Alright, never mind. Never mind.
Okay, so congrats to Sanvanter on winning the first part of the grand final. Unlike Lerio, he has to transition, and this is the last series of the day. Winner of this is the winner of BAM Cup. So they didn't really, maybe players themselves didn't want to spend more time resting, they want to be done with the game already, with the tournament. We do see Lerio take Nilfgaard on blue coin against the NR, so with the changed bans, the queues are also all over the place. So you can see monsters banned on Lerio's side, so no Frost, no Lined Pocket Syndicate on Sanvanter. Sanvanter winning the previous one probably nets him like 3000 rubles at least, but that's up for interpretation. He definitely cashes in at least some of the bounty on Lerio. Also, apparently Mystical got some extra bonus for that ballsy, but also kinda risky and maybe unnecessary pass on the dog jumping out when he lost to Sanvanter. So he got small bounty for that as well. Achievement from the organizers of the tournament. Okay, so Muta Generator with a few cards that trigger it. Amphibious Assault as well. No Temple this time around for Sanvanter, and we do see him not going for Demavent Temple immediately. What are those rolls? I guess you have like 5-point unit, no necessity to heal anything.
Oh, the game is on.
Yeah, I guess Lerio Sanvanter didn't want really to have a longer break. So we transitioned almost instantly into the next series.
So we see Lerio on blue coin again. Bog must be thrilled about that.
Yeah, I think it's the third time he plays against Sanvanter on that. Rigged. Unfortunate for him.
Sanvanter got Muta Generator and Demavent in hand, but no Temple. How is this? He can get it from Demavent. I mean, it's not like it's gone.
Decided not to go for that line.
Oh, do we see the back row Witcher again?
Yep, and there is another one in hand, ready to go. Another round of predictions is live, by the way, so people are starting to... Now we have Lerio winning one series today, then Sanvanter winning one series between the two players. This is the decider, the time to spend channel points, and also now you have the educated guesses of who is winning.
But it's still quite tense, right? Lerio won the first time around, now it's Sanvanter, you just don't know. Don't really know who to bet for, honestly. Still could be anyone's game, right?
Follow the money.
Oh, follow the money.
Where you have the better odds, that's where you should
I agree.
Spend your points. And
well,
just
first two time arounds, Lerio had like the predicted at least like 70 or more %. And right now, obviously, it's at 100, but you know, there's like 6 minutes left. Okay, we have 50-50 now. That's can go both ways. I like the split to 50-50.
Okay, so a couple of triggers on the Muta Generator. Lerio sorts his deck and commits Rune Mage.
Sanvanter kind of passed. He had no more 5 provision units in the hand. He only had Marine and Revenant, which are 4 provisions. Not ideal for Muta Generator. Finds the Temple. That's nice.
He had AA, but I guess you might want Amphibious Assault for 2 rounds.
Yep.
Not committed that to a 5p unit. Well, when the round already looked quite doomed.
Yep, I fully agree with that. Just simply made no sense. Question is, what do you do as Lerio, right? So the thing is, Temple hasn't seen play in round 1, and it's kind of a slow play, right? Like the turn it's played, it's literally 0. It's nothing. On the other hand, like you also have a very stacked hand thanks to Calvate, right? You might just start with Torres. Why not? Obviously, you're playing against NR, so the odds of getting a good engine with Torres pretty high.
Gets the drummer, has potential removal if he goes for the Landsnack,
yes.
and also like the Pinkin engine if you expect to copy quite a few ordered units, but wouldn't surprise me to be just the drummer, because you don't have to do anything about it, it's there.
Yep, I like this. Temple, maybe Draug, yeah, makes sense. Ansel, Shani, yeah. Oh, just Draug on Draug, just in case. Maybe the spectators will be able to show us what.
Yeah, it depends if we are watching the correct one. Like I was paying attention, but since it also contains some of the spoilers between the games, when the graphics are being made not out of thin air, so the graphic designer also updates and adjusts some of the brackets for the broadcaster. So maybe we're watching Efficient. We should be watching a Witcher. I'm not really sure how.
Yeah, either way, expect a Draug, expect maybe a Ani or a Hensel. And that's maybe it. Like a third one, I don't know.
Yeah,
And
the Dandelion is not that amazing.
You see the Henry.
Yeah.
Second time around, we see
Look, I don't know. Do you see Gerhard? Do you see Shani?
Yeah.
Why not?
This is a better Henry than the last time around, I think. Like, the last time was nice, but the one against Squirtle was pretty horrible, so... Henry, a swingy card, it can be like 30 points, it can be 8, you know, that's how it is. And you're 21 points ahead. Obviously, this is quite reachable for Northern Realms.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is, like, now that Henry created a card in Sanvanter's hand, he has to play something before he can temple, right?
Yeah.
Couldn't immediately temple.
But at least it doesn't waste. Like, we had some problems with the cards being clickable, and these cards happened. They eliminate quite a few of them. So,
yep.
Yeah, the button was red.
And I think at this point, with Lerio committing Torres, both players are aware that this round might go a bit longer than expected. This might be a bit of a bleed coming up.
Okay, Lydia finds the 5 damage. I think I checked, yeah, it was 10 parts.
Exactly, yeah.
So
50%.
50% after the Rune Mage. There is no other, like, unlike Nilfgaard specials with like 3 of them being more damage. And Arda.
Right.
Although Bombardment would have been fine as well, I suppose, with 4.
Yes,
units.
yes. Yeah. So the chances were good.
Yeah. Anything above 50% is like, yes, I'm a Gwent player, I'll take that.
Bro. Like 30% and I'm yes. I don't even think at that point. Might see a demo event coming up. Or a AA, I don't know. Yep, AA. At 9 power, it's not exactly removable, but the thing is, like, this Revenant is not an immediate threat. Like, obviously has the Boiling Oil on Hammer, but I don't know, it's not exactly a lot of points. It's not gonna make Sanvanter catch up with the point difference.
Proceeds to always miss Sesames with 50% chance. Unlucky. Just play Necromancy and renew for the Shady Vendors for more chances of creating it. I don't know.
Yep. My advice, go into the training mode, like against the AI, and just play Shady Vendor until it works. That's my advice. You can just make it work, force it to happen. Also play Rune Mage you fool. Exactly. Kareem, I think you have a lot to learn still.
Okay, so Wilberforce is getting triggered here by the presence of... We also seen Lerio pull the Revenant in round 3 last time.
Yep, well, that's how it is. You play Vilgefortz to burn a Bronze Engine, and what comes out of the deck? Bronze Engine, poke. It was kind of inescapable for Lerio.
Yeah, especially with the Muta Generator deck that kinda aims at those like cards, so the deck is built to have some good value on the bronzes.
Yep, so far Lerio pulling off a nice bleed, even though he didn't get a lot of value out of Sanvanter, but it's still a fair bleed so far, I would say.
Yeah, so we have what, 23 point unsays available at any minute when Sanvanter needs to catch up, and then there is explosive demo event leader turn. Other than that, well, cards are not that exciting. So Lerio definitely trades.
Alright, goes for the Gerhardt. Makes sense. Just to create, like, if he were to play like a Diviner, for instance, just to get a Assimilate engine on board, that kind of diminishes the idea of this tempo bleed, right? Because you're playing a 5 power unit, allowing your opponent to catch up a bit. Whereas
especially with the presence of boiling oil, you just like exchange cards, but at the same time you have an engine ticking, so eh.
Yep. That drummer has been around for like what, 5 turns maybe? Yep, 5 turns. That's very good. On the other hand, we still didn't see really anything coming from Sanvanter, right? Still a demo event, still a Giga on CS, still all the balls that he created. Rafard's Vengeance, not very good at the moment. Like, not something you would want to play.
Yeah, unless you go demo event Rafards a couple of turns ago. Don't think you want to see that.
This is Vigo, I guess.
So there is no more Toll Punish, and I guess the second buff on the Archivist is just to remove it from the leader setup on the Lerio spot with the Stepan.
Yep.
Okay, double Draug is there, and Defender was the second, like the other unit picked.
Yeah, so I think that's why the Emissary, amongst other things, was playing to the back row, right? Because if he was played into the front, there was a potential for it to become a 1-point Revenant, which is not good for Lerio. Right, finally see the demo event. Up.
So, yeah, there was Leo, there was also Ivar available, created by Henry.
Yeah, Kareem had a good point. Like, with this Defender, things get more complicated for Lerio because everything's on the front row. You kind of want to steal that M event, remove it any way you can. Now it's much more difficult, plus with the winch. No Toll Punish left. The winches are looking good.
So
Like Sanvanter has so much left, it's just that it's in the deck, right? There's so much left.
Yeah, well, Ansei is here. The Rafard's Vengeance will require. Okay, here we go with the Purify, but Winch is already doing the damage.
Exactly.
And this is also quite a big turn here with Ivar. Well, not the huge, but decent enough.
It's still decent, plus it moves an engine down to like removable range. But the problem is there's already like 3 assimilates on the board, so the boiling oil is not gonna do much at this stage. But yeah, Henry, it was solid, but it also gave Ivar and so many, like quite a few good options for Sanvanter as well. That Ivar was quite good. Like, what was that? 16 points?
So we see Sanvanter burning 1 leader charge to buff demo event above 6 range. Not like it can be utilized by Lerio without the winch, without the leader anymore. But at the same time, well, Sanvanter might be interested in using it once more as well. Especially with Archod being a card.
And there's a Leo. There is a Leo, and it might just happen right now.
Okay.
Nope. Boiling oil doesn't. That doesn't.
And, well, Lerio definitely takes this as a trade if he finds the pass button now. Not like he can once again give Zeal to Demovan by any means. Anseis might be just meeting with the king later.
It's not a very good spot for Lerio, honestly. It looked good, but Emaven, Ivar managed to catch up real fast. Also, the fact that Vilgefortz was gone very quickly means that Sanvanter can safely buff this Emaven out of like yoink range, stealing range.
He decides that there is no time like right now to go at it.
Oh yeah, because now he still has like what 4 simulate engines on the board. Has to utilize.
Are we 100% seeing Stefan this round as well with all the board set up? Like he's playing for 13 next round.
Yeah, I think so. Yes.
So the problem for Lerio here is that, okay, we see the Kimball was removed and some bronze as well, bronze tactic. The problem is Anseis is playing for 20 and Demorant is step by step nearing. Like at the moment, without the leader Radovid, Sanvanter is not getting there.
Yep. If he wants to get ahead, but does he want to get ahead? Like, yep. I think he's fine with just chilling.
And now, if only Lerio had one ping somewhere, the problem of Leo would have been eliminated. Okay, he is a believer. I have a lot of engines.
Yep, and he can steal the Arbalest still, which I think is what's about to happen. A lot of points. Leo is a lot of points. It might be enough, I don't know. This is gonna be the leader, obviously. Close, very close.
And yeah, we see that Sanvanter understanding that he'll need to play everything.
It's enough. Oh my god, yeah. Lerio had to go all in. Yeah. It was this or a loss, I think.
Okay.
So we have Sanvanter on blue coin, obviously wants to utilize the Urn of Shadows. That's just an insanely powerful stratagem if he can manage to get the combo, which is looking a little suspicious right now, I have to say.
Well, also Lerio's presence of COC and Gigascope.
Yep.
All done. Of course, Heatwave missing is...
This is a garbage hand for Sanvanter. I think this is just very bad.
Yeah, and unlike some decks that can be flexible, like you cannot go Glassy this round and then do the either combo in a short round 3. That's just not how the deck works. So...
Yep. And there is an order to this deck, like lines of play sequencing. But
speaking of no Heatwave, like, yeah, this is the weakest spot of Arcane Tome if you are using it as a consistency tool. You missed your Heatwave. Well, let me just develop the Defender, and if you really wish to. Okay.
Yep, from the get-go, Lerio might be like aware. Like if you have to play the Tome, means you don't have the Kree in hand, you don't have the Cave Troll in hand. Oh, that's maybe a bad hand that you have right there, right?
Yeah. But if he senses that he needs the access to Heatwave and eliminate Defender, that also would have been like the weakest spot. But the issue with Arachasworm is that it's happy, like it's out clicking the Golden Necro Syndicate when that was a meta matchup. Like you have too many organics, and getting extra drones never hurts with this deck. Plus you can combo cards protecting your stalkers. So yeah, Lerio decided to chill out with the clicking and just play COC.
Yep. a very powerful whale, as you mentioned, the Golden Nequiz Syndicalist, a powerful whale on the Kikimor Stalkers. That's just such a nice, good layer of protection on those units in certain scenarios. And yeah, Lerio knows what's up. Like, if you're playing Acid Spit turn 2, I'm sorry, but something is not right with your hand. I'm gonna go ahead and push a bit.
I guess abordages are looking a little bit suspicious here.
Yeah, against this deck, not the easiest thing to do, but I know Feral Bond, not ideal. Like boat, play the boat, especially now that the parasite's out. Yep, why not? This is so bad for Sanvanter. I don't know what to say. Like, look at these bronzes. Oh my god.
Yeah, so what you can do, you can Stalker Pink, spread the acid speech, but what's your continuation?
Oh, you have a 0-point stratagem. That's actually...
that's not amazing investment. Give me anything. Give me the dagger. I guess poison doesn't do anything as well.
Oh, that is so bad.
So yeah, the Rand Warrior, the Rand Warrior is going in.
Yep, passes for now, right? I mean, maybe the Corsair, maybe the Smuggler, like, but he doesn't have the abordage left yet, so maybe a...
Yeah, I guess...
Feral Bond?
I think Feral Bond and try to get the abordage next turn is a viable line. Because, well, you still need to do the composting and thinning is required, so why not now? But no, besides that, nothing is allowed to stick at the moment. Well, yeah, we mentioned that this deck has the game plan and you cannot really improvise too much and still get the synergies between all your cards.
Like this, yeah, he has to use the leader abilities. Okay, never mind. This is just gonna wait to a Corsair, right? You don't care about the Cataclysm. You can just kill it.
Yeah, you just get the Cataclysm, the initial one, and it's the end of the world for the Stalker already.
This is very unfortunate for Sanvanter. Not much he can do. Like, he can maybe... I think the idea currently, right? Because you can sometimes make Pirate's Hand suboptimal. If you kind of go into the round very long, you can make them use a lot of the armor that they generated. You can make... because their hand can get awkward several turns in. Which is not the case this time around. We see that. Sanvanter doesn't. But sometimes you can like make them use Yawn or Terror. At some point, pirates have to play something they don't want to play.
Okay, so at the same time, like Sanvanter got his acid speed value, is stolen, and some of the Glasty value is denied, but can we actually see like Glasty played here? Also, full tilt with the incredible idea of how to activate the Urn of Shadows, but sadly, the Death Wish infusion is gone.
They didn't see the line. They didn't see the line. Full tilt, you should apply for more tournaments. That's all I have to say. I would actually cast your games. In a very polite and respectable manner, mind you. I would be professional. As professional as I can be. That's an incentive. Alright. In any case, Smuggler has a shit. plays for points.
Do you have a self-ping? No. I'm not scared, but the Glusty will come.
Yep.
And it's gonna play for like -9 on the... No, like +9, consuming the Lerio side of the board.
And the specials are kinda dead. No Bloodthirst, can't really do anything. It's like damage to... Pretty bricked round 1, right? You have dead stratagem, but also those pirate specials also kinda bricked.
So no, maybe as Lerio I'd try to get, or at least don't kill the Vran. It can scale pretty fast, but I try to get one abortage through.
Okay, he's gonna play one right now, right? Makes sense. Even though it's bricked, it should just remove the Stalker, why not? I think he's doing Lusty Warp math right now. Like if he plays, is it enough to stay ahead? Yeah. Like the 3 charges on the Kikimor plus some leader charges. It's reachable,
Yeah,
maybe.
It's like 30 points. Total.
Yep.
15
This should be enough. Should be enough for Glusty Warp to get ahead.
Yeah.
But then again, he does have the Justiana, right? He can still play the Justiana. Not ideal, but you know, if he needs to stay ahead, hey.
Okay, so I guess Sanvanter doesn't believe that. Although, how is he getting all the ones for Glusty? Like, this was the perfect setup for. Yep. But he's on like blue coins, so at the same time, it's understandable that he's not willing to commit like, even more into this. The Stalkers are already gone, even if they are not leaving usually. Well, you probably could have achieved more with them at some positions in this game.
It was a tempting Lusty Warp, but you know, just because Lerio played like a board dash for 2 points, doesn't mean that he doesn't know that there was a second bricked one in hand, right?
Yeah.
He just saw that his Stalker died, and Stalker is a very dangerous unit, so he maybe thought, okay, he's just gonna kill my unit, even though it's very low tempo, he's gonna stay ahead. Also, the thing that I mentioned previously, right now, like even though Lerio won even, he has a bit of an awkward hand for bleeding, plus Justiana has some armor. Like no other pirates or ships got any armor.
You cannot just compass as well. Well, you can, but
this might be a pass.
Even
though, like it's a dangerous pass because you're getting a long round, even though you're gonna be a card ahead.
Well, we're not seeing any more of that compass most likely, but is it enough for like a 2 angle, or at least move in?
Instant heat wave. I agree, Matol. Something's up with Lerio. He's just very focused, too focused. He's been like that for an hour. What's up with that?
I'm also a bit surprised. Like they paid a lot of attention to the webcams work, and I guess something broke down completely, as they did not get a fix.
So right now, even like if there is a pass, still gets a card up, right? And he did shorten the round a bit. The Arachis Queen deck will only have 6 cards in round 3. It's not
Are you winning without compass though?
I mean,
it's kinda a problem.
Yep, it is. Yep, Squirrel, big value right now. Huge value.
Well, I don't know, depends on... okay, Sanvanter does find Royal Decree, but Sports and Peller...
I mean, he finds pretty much the good cards that he missed in round 1. Like this Sabbath, I don't know if it's good. Like Arachas Queen in deck, V... sorry, no, V either in deck. Yeah. 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 I don't know, man. Could be a Justiana. But then you're playing into the Witch's Sabbath a bit more. Could be a Heatwave.
So as well. At the same time, maybe you just want to Heatwave Defender.
Yep, it's possible.
I feel Heatwave is coming. No. Maybe do nothing if you don't want to put that into the graveyard. Just Raging Fleet. No.
Yeah, that's the nasty part about the Witch's Sabbath, right? You remove something right back immediately. So I think the Heatwave made sense, because what do you consume if he has like Arachas Queen in hand? I mean, he doesn't. He has an Airmancy, but on the off chance that Sanvanter had the Queen in hand, like what do you consume if either is Heatwaved?
See, we found the reasoning. First, the brightness of Lerio's monitor was low, so he was leaning in, but now you cannot see what the card is on the opponent's side of the board. Okay, it fixes itself, but he had to really lean in and research this insectoid.
Yeah.
Okay, so man, really incredible
Insane.
value on...
Insane. Bleed denied. Bleed gone. That's so good.
So the ship sticks,
yep.
Which means that demons can be assembled onto the
if he kills, I think. Oh really? I don't know. Like he doesn't want to kill it. We don't know if. What does Sabbath bring? It brings Cave Troll. It brings maybe the Queen back. I don't know. It probably brings the Queen back. That's why he decided not to kill it with the Justiana. Because he had like the Queen was exactly an 8 at 8, and Justiana could have killed it. It would have come back with Sabbath, I guess, but I don't know. Justiana high roll? It could be. Yeah. Oh, he goes for Bjorn. I guess.
Should be.
I don't know how much. Yeah, I don't know how much armor is on Terra of the Seas, but I don't think it's enough. It should be just Bjorn, like the way he's lining it up.
You play it next to Krach as well, I suppose. No? I don't know.
Yeah, it would have created a 1.
Ah, yeah, okay, so offensive consumers, yeah, sure.
Would have created a 1-point Bjorn, it's just not a good idea. Yep, Arachas Queen sticks, meaning that the Arachas Nest gets played, meaning that there is a big Lusty Work. I mean, it's not huge, but still relatively nice Lusty Work coming right up, especially with the Brand Warrior.
Well, depends on Justiana.
Yep.
Ah, wait, yeah. Do you mean right now? Yeah.
I think it should be right
there
now.
Is no tool.
Even though he can... I think it should be right now.
And Sanvanter is setting it up nicely, so...
Yep, massive. Might just be enough. Oh my god, if he wins that round 1. That's just disgusting Grand Warrior right there.
Yeah, this is where Compass would have been. I don't know, like Lerio didn't go for the upper dash straight in, so he felt like he has to Compass there, I suppose. Didn't enough.
Might just be that the squirrel saved the. I think it's enough. I think Sanvanter managed to squeeze out the win somehow because of the compass.
Versus, yeah, not the best Incubus value.
Is it enough? Is it enough? 25? It's gonna be close. It's gonna be very close. Maybe even the armor on the
Luciana has enough armor already to.
Yeah, let's see. Let's see if the armor on the Vran and on the Kikimori unit can be on Drago. Sorry.
Okay, he gets an extra value, man.
Oh my God, he does. That is so close.
This is 11 and this is enough, but man, it's as close as it gets for Sanvanter after that round 1.
Yep, he really played as well as he could, considering the round 1. Imagine killing the
That's not the RNG Lerio would want to see ever.
Right, so we have Lerio 2-0. Very good position for him right now. He has. What does he have left?
Pirates Cove. The Pirates are out. The Cove is still not through.
Yep. So it might just be like the Pirates Cove has been playing quite well. He's in a very good position now that he got the Skellige Pirates through. It's pretty good for Lerio.